Woo! Woo! Look, I just been keeping my poise. Made by the million, but still unemployed. They text me about green, but not on Android. She not my shawty, she feeling the void. I make the sounds that cut through the noise. He think he a man, but he chillin' with boys. Put down the liquor, start drinking LaCroix. The pain wasn't choice, but now I rejoice. My uncle had told me that I was the one. I played that shit smart, now my bragging and dumb. Lil' shawty had hit me, said she wanna come. Her dresses is black, but she not a nun. I'm so Pasadena, cause that's where I'm from. Some bangers, some hoes, them with guns. They scheming for riches, they playing it numb. I'm second, I wins cause I'm second to none. Look, what the you think I do it for? Do it for? Hey, looking in the mirror, you the go, you the go. Hey, I've been out here grinding 24, 24. So in the mirror, you the go, you the go. Hey, what the you think I do it for? Do it for? Hey, looking in the mirror, you the go, you the go. Hey, I've been out here grinding 24, 24. So in the mirror, you the go, you the go. I ain't had to snooze in a minute. Got the bag, then I took it independent. Model 3, you know it's not rented. Authentic, every vibe is cemented. Fresh J's, now we jumping out the ceiling. Tough times made a diamond out of feelings. All facts, they can't question what I'm dealing. Got house, we must focus on the building. Just some losses now, I'm feeling so prolific. Okay. Hustle loud, much you don't get it. Seen the highs and the lows, it's terrific. Yeah. It's a job to hate, that's why I love the critics. Okay. Self-made, I ain't gotta ask permission. No way. Turn my pain into fire, no ignition. Okay. Only when the money talk, when I listen. Okay. I put the city on my back and the dissing, huh? Look, what the you think I do it for? Do it for? Hey, looking in the mirror, you the go, you the go. Hey, I've been out here grinding 24, 24. So in the mirror, you the go, you the go. Hey, what the you think I do it for? Do it for? Hey, looking in the mirror, you the go, you the go. Hey, I've been out here grinding 24, 24. So in the mirror, you the go, you the go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Galaxy Battle Phase 3. We are about to see the first of our 3 best of 3s, the last of our 3 best of 3s of the Swiss stage, and it's going to be an interesting one to start things off because we've got ex-Sabre versus Novaq. It's a Ukrainian lineup against a Kazakh lineup, and to cast it all, it's myself, Pronogo, and of course Davis. How are we feeling today?
I'm excited. I feel like playoffs are obviously the most exciting part of any tournament, but I think what a lot of people actually sleep on are these like 2-2 Swiss stage last day, as you said, like elimination games. Like this is where all the aspiring teams that like have fought hard to make it this far, like it just all comes together, and it's usually very good or very, very bad. You know, sometimes the stress gets to you and it's just overwhelming. You see too many mistakes being made, but at the same time, like we're looking at two teams that I don't think many people expected to be here. Novaq, perhaps, sure, but as we kind of talked off camera as well, like ex-Sabre, not really expected to be in playoffs at all, not even be in the 2-2 stage. So I think it'll just be fun to watch kind of the passion and the love for the game, and then the love to actually get to playoffs, you know, come to fruition. Hopefully, we really quickly got through the maps, but just to recap, you guys, will be Inferno, Dust 2, and then Mirage if we need it. So very, very OG, very classic maps for today. And starting off on Inferno, it will be the ex-Sabre pick.
That's right. And you know, what's really interesting about Inferno is their CT side was where they erected the parapets and staved off the Russian advances from none other than the former Rush B guys, 33. This was how they started their campaign for a comeback, because they went down 2-10 in the first half, and they switched over to the CT side, and that's where they were able to defend. That's where they were able to actually force overtime after going down so low. So for Novaq to pick T, I don't know, man. ex-Sabre might get off to a flying start on their own map pick here.
Yeah, I love the way how you put it together, and I felt like I was watching a World War II documentary before falling to sleep. It is interesting for sure. Both these teams are really good on the T side. 56% for Novaq, and pretty much the same, 55, 56 if you round it up. That's for the other side as well. And it will be Nader to start things off. So this is a huge pistol round, especially for the CTs. You'd love to, get 2-3 rounds kind of for free in a sense, and then whatever happens in the rifle rounds happen. But would be an amazing start. The Pfizer has already gone down, and the rest of the Novaq boys, for now, just having a look around, trying to figure out where exactly these players are located. We have Buster on a lurk, so probably once he spots somebody, gets a kill, or dies, the rest will activate. And it's actually very close to it. Nader, I think the footsteps were heard there. Buster can't connect the shots, though. But look at this double setup. Dualies are gone. But will they check Hodix? That's the question. And they will. Aim is how you would expect for the first game of the day. Fake Reality hits one back. The USP still misses, man. And yeah, some aim labs perhaps were needed before the game started, because for now it seems like Novaq just are winning this out on terms of aim. 4 keys, that's a position you should have cleared. If you're Nader, leaving just Fake Reality in a 1v3. Seems impossible. They know exactly where it's coming from.
Before. Yeah.
Yeah, but there are no Falcons.
Fair enough. Yeah, having to spin around like a turret. He almost had 4 keys there. It was very, very low HP. If he had cleared that, maybe there's a chance, but Nealon, of course, had the CT flank, so that angle was covered. Really nice crossfire established towards the end there, as we get a cute little replay of all the way back yesterday. Well, it's funny because at least this is Inferno, but that was a series that went to double OT on Anubis after a drubbing onto train, so definitely a funny situation to try to remember back to, because Inferno was overtime, ex-Sabre take it, just barely squeak it through, and it was one of those situations where you're absolutely not expecting them to. Again, they're down, they've got 2 T rounds, they've dropped 10 to the opponent, and then they switch sides and they have to do exactly the same score line just in order to get to those extra rounds. They want to avoid that kind of outcome now, and even though they've lost the pistol round, I'm sure they're already sizing up what kind of CT force buy they want to make. Nader obviously should be equipped with something, because he was the one to grab a frag. Fake Reality with 2 might be able to grab himself an SMG or something. We'll see. But of course, the side of Novaq, they've got some names that people will recognize, even if they only watched the uppermost echelons of Counter-Strike. Nealon, of course, IGL, formerly of K23 and of Evil Geniuses, very bizarrely. There's always the background there that he apparently received the offer from Steam messages and thought they were joking. Well, maybe they were, but he still took the offer. And then, of course, Buster, who used to be VP, Cloud9, Gambit, etc. He is, of course, on this lineup as well. Probably the most... the largest pedigree on that lineup. And it looks to me like this will be yet another sort of default position for everybody. No, on the minimap, you'd think this is just a normal round, but we can see the equipment is anything but. This is actually a save from ex-Sabre. Nader cracks off the deagle shot to put a little bit of doubt, but they've already found one. Jacasta's fallen with just the deagle himself, and well, they're probably expecting now that it's just a couple of pistols here. A cheeky little spot for the Zeus for fake reality, but that is probably not going to come into fruition. Maybe Buster will get it. Some nice shots through the smoke here, but really unlikely to connect into any frags. It looks like it'll be a bomb plant of no consequence here for the Novaq team. They should be just fine, just happy with it. There it is. They just punched in.
Yeah, this one seems like it's already done and over with. It certainly is. I love the idea to try and get somebody with the Zeus. That's a weapon that like I just can't seem to make work. Like whenever I buy a Zeus, every time I'm right on him. Like how is this not connected? I actually bought a Zeus skin to kind of like make me play with the Zeus more. I know it sounds dumb, but
okay, yeah,
that's the way how my brain works. And well, yeah, I tried like 10 times. I was literally millimeters off every single time. I was like, fine, let's not try to do this anymore. But I think it is somewhat of a underutilized weapon in the pro scene. It's like $200 and, up close. Again, if you're not me and you actually know how to hit your shots, like that's one-shot kill.
Yeah. It works out really well, I think. There's a point to what you're saying, which is a lot of the times people will make pretty close contact in these close range angles. It's harder to do on Inferno, but you see it in Nuke sometimes in Hut. Obviously, there's plenty of angles on a map like even Dust 2 and probably more so Mirage with the underpass, but I'm thinking Dust 2 in the Longhouse, you could probably find a way to do it if you're expecting some aggression. Speaking of, Nealon already cut down to half HP. Cricky almost goes down, but is able to clear the deck, and a team nade kill from Forkis. Defizer goes down. Pump already brought down Solo as well, so it looks like the first investment out of ex-Sabre is about to bear fruit here before our very eyes. All that it remains is this little brackets control here for Novaq. The Kazakh team trying to limp their way towards Arch. They're already going to be met by Nader. And of course, oh yeah, there's another player there. Love to see Hodux. He was opping out of his mind pretty recently here in the last series, but not quite able to afford it just yet. Nader will push, though. There's the confidence. You were talking about aim labs earlier, and I was thinking to myself, man, where is the aim? What's going on here? Even the pistols in these close-range angles last round weren't quite able to connect. But finally, we got a little bit of something to show for it. Now, this is a 2v3. While I've been waxing philosophical about guns and aim, Novaq are still in it. I think maybe ex-Sabre put the pedal off the gas a little bit here. They really need to dial in. It's now a 1v2 with just an MP9 to work with.
Oh yeah, and because it's Inferno, we are already going to be seeing a save. Jackass doesn't even want to try it. I mean, fair enough, right? He has literally $50 to his name. That's, I guess, one decoy if you really wanted, but just going for the save. Buster, what a round for him. The games that I've watched from Novaq, I've actually casted plenty of them. I don't know how, but I almost always kind of get the Novaq games. They're very flaky in their performance. Like, they can lose very badly and just have a really bad game. And at the same time, we can have Buster activating, Nealon, the old guard, and, the young players coming to life as well. And they can play very well. Like, I don't want to say top 50, but you know what, I'll say it. They can play like a top 50 team at times. So it is inconsistency that has been haunting them just a little bit recently. And, it's always a bit of a coin flip, which Novaq we're going to be seeing today. Well, seems like the better Novaq is the case. That rifle round goes their way, and now look at that buy. That is really pushing it.
Oh, that's the AK down top mid as well. Certainly under the pump, courtesy of that opener. Hodex will bring 2 back with the deagle. Those are the kind of crispy shots we need. Unfortunately, Nader only able to bring Forkis down to half HP, putting a lot more pressure on this deagle, but he has the timing. No, he does not. Forkis just crosses over into the deeper area. Oh, the 5-7 will finish it off, and that will be an AK recovered. So this is still a messy position, but I think Buster, I mean, he's been in these spots for so long, and now the rotation has been heard. That's calmed over. Bomb still wasn't even picked up. That's how messy this round was. And from a long range, Defizer sprays Cricky out, and that will be it. So damage was inflicted, and I guess it's another round with no bomb plant there, but still, another T victory. And, you know, I'm starting to feel like maybe the Inferno of, you know, yesterday is not going to be on ex-Sabre's menu. I can't really ever count them out after they go down 2-10 in the first half of that Inferno, and then they come back all the way to overtime. But do they really need to have the hardest way forward, the most difficult method of claiming victory every single time? They feel like a team that maybe slowly wakes up as the series progresses. We're going to have to see if that is indeed true. Even on their own map pick in this set as well. Dust 2 is up next, and that's a map everybody really can play. Nealon saw ahead there, but a little bit too mobile are the defense. Cricky ends up getting dropped, though, and now with no utility, no coverage, that swing from Jacast was maybe just a little bit too ambitious. Hodex trying to hold for the cross, but that's a hopeless angle for the AWP, especially when the utility starts to rain on in. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves another save. Inferno. I'm sure somebody can come up with a creative name. I just usually say Snooze-ferno, but that's where we're at right now. No can do on a retake towards B. This, I mean, that Falcons one will haunt them for the rest of eternity. We'll always reference, oh, this is a Falcons round, maybe, as we're hopefully watching the minimap to see if they're actually going for a 3v5 retake, but that's not the case. Actually, they just want to hold on to their guns.
Yeah, Novaq certainly bring the heat. They bring a very fast-paced Counter-Strike. Like, even for Inferno, you know, like, we see a lot of saves, but those saves happen like 40, 50 seconds into the round. Like, they've been just very proactive, very quick with the shots, and I feel like it's one of those games where you kind of start off feeling like you're the favorite, and then, you know, 5 rounds in, you're just demolishing them, you're hitting all the shots, and that gives you even more confidence to go for these aggressive plays. And it does maybe feel a little bit like, you know, surely the bubble bursts at one point, and, you know, you have bad round, 2 bad rounds, and you're like, oh shit, actually we have to try. But for the time being, I think they're riding the momentum wave really, really well.
Yes. Yeah, on cruise control. Also, just to add insult to injury there, a big injury, in fact, Nader got his head blown off through the smoke in a random spray shot. So, you know, momentum and a bit of luck for Novaq as they continue their campaign on Inferno. There's 2 close DTs waiting for the swing. Defizer held it very nicely. Not quite in sync with a flashbang there. Felt like they needed to wait for Kerrigan to say boom, like you see in all of his team comm vlogs and such. Or the ambulance. That's another thing, of course, we're all waiting for. Isn't that later today? Yeah, that is the start of the major is later today on the playoffs. So that'll be a fun thing to check when we're not watching Novaq duke it out here and just kind of bowl them over right now. It's another round where they find the opening pick. That works out for them as they trade their way onto the B-bomb site. And again, Hodex, what can you even do in this situation? Get his HE primed for the spot where you're defusing. Honestly, I feel like some teams still dispense with their frag grenades a little bit too quickly when they should probably be saving them to get rid of these smokes at uncanny timings. Well, CT is exposed again, though, so at least there's that. Smoke off banana, they're going to go for this. The 3v3 retake is on.
Yeah, half the time already ticked off. There's one kid, but that angle is good from Forkies. They have everything set up for their success. Yeah. The Pfizer locks in as well, and I mean, that's just crossfires on top of crossfires. There's no way you're getting away with it. And so 6 on the board for Novaq. I do still believe I possess the overtime curse, so something tells me This might not be that quick of a game, but for the time being, I mean, I don't even think I've had like one round where where there's like a lot of action, you know, that I can scream on the top of my lungs. Mostly that's just been Novaq getting a pick there, getting a pick here, and eventually just slowly but surely getting closer and closer to that 13. The half is already secured. If they can just get one more round, then that would certainly bring it over the edge, and a very easy one to convert, it seems. I do like the smoke being laid down. They're trying to take banana control, but yeah, every time it's just like Novaq are winning their gunfights. You know, they have 80-90% of the gunfights just go their way, and that's that, you know.
Well, we can already see the complexion of this round, dropping Cricky at the bottom of banana, courtesy of that HE blowing open the smoke that they put down. I like the idea, but you can see it's strained. And now, top banana control taken, they're working the angles. Novaq are about to walk into an empty bomb site. ex-Sabre have decided to stack A. And you're right, there hasn't been that much action in terms of highlight plays or standout moves. The Buster 4K round that secured the one shining light for ex-Sabre so far, that was it. That as far as highlights, and it was a slow burn too. It wasn't all once in your face. It was, hold on, wait a second, he's actually doing it, and scaling up from there. There might be a couple of guns on offer here. And ex-Sabre would not be surprised if they get hunted. In fact, they're kind of overthinking this a little bit. Nealon will actually push in and say, wait, guys, I'm all the way in pool. There's nobody here. Forky's timing is not going to favor him, so that's an AK on offer. Buster on the lurk now. As the digits get punched in, it's only Hodex towards the B-bomb site, so really no hope for a highlight round this time around. It's a 7th almost entirely secure already. The question now that we're starting to ask ourselves is how many guns will be gone given over. Buster has taken Nader out of the picture, and maybe Fake Reality will go as well. He's already looking for it. Not quite able. Looked good on the crosshair placement. And there's another Deagle frag as well. There's little glimmers as they secure more rifles. Can bring 2 AKs into the picture. Jacast, if he can find where another one of those rifles is, but Nealon's actually holding it, which is very cheeky. But it will still be given on over. So they saved 3 rifles. That's very good for them. Oh no. You saw the little cheeky tongue move there from Pump as he scoped up. He almost took him out. The barrel spotted at the very end there from Fake Reality, but not quite enough to get it over the line. All right, 7 rounds on the trot. We're talking, you know, we're casting ex-Sabre saving like it's the best thing that they can do, and maybe it is, but this has looked very unconvincing so far. They've gotten 3 rifles into the round for free. Surely this is where their fates can change.
Yeah, I'm rooting for them. Like, oftentimes getting that first round is the most difficult part, but, well, they still have not completed it. They've tried to switch up how they hold banana, but they go aggressive, they get destroyed. They go passive, and they also get destroyed. That's Crikey already going down, and at this point, Novaq again, you know, they always... I think they've had, like, the opening pick 6 times for sure, maybe 7, maybe even 8 times. Actually, no, the pistol round did at least the first kill go the way of Sabre, but yeah, it's so easy for them, right? Because they get the first kill. After that, they slow things down, make Sabre panic a little bit, you know, try to figure out where exactly this next attack will be going down, and then they still win out the gunfights. Like look at the kills, right? Look at the kills on the side of ex-Sabre. It's just not something they've been able to push forward.
Absolutely. One of the things that was the shining light, the lighthouse in the fog for ex-Sabre when they were on their CT side comeback on Inferno was actually Cricky's banana aggression. Set up well, handled well, but this one is not to be. There is a pick that goes the way of the AWP, but ex-Sabre immediately losing riflers. Nader, he does his best with the spray on the site, and they're not expecting another defender, but Fake Reality gets swung out from apartments. Buster will clear this site wide open for the bomb plant. 1v2 now. Will Hodex, as he picks up a kit, go for it? He seems to be determined. You can tell he's checking scoreboard, see what he can find, but determined to save as opposed to anything else. He'll grab a couple of free pieces of utility. Thanks. That's a donation from charity. starving kids or something. ex-Sabre are definitely struggling so far. Starved for rounds. It feels to me like really what we need to see out of them is they need to piece together something on Banana, because you were talking about those opening picks. Most of the time on Inferno, but especially in this match so far, that's downstream of the opening picks on Banana. The salvos of utility that are often blanketing that spot of the map. Sometimes you will see Banana start to give way to mid, to the bedroom, second mid, those kinds of picks as well. But that hasn't really been the complexion of this Inferno. A lot of those frags are Cricky trying to get up to his usual antics and just getting domed. He's 1-8, Jacast 1-6. These are players that normally do very well on the combo towards B, but you can tell they have just been run over so far. So the B anchor's not quite working out. Fake reality, he takes a different play into account. Charging forward past the smoke. And look at that, through it. Codex will bring it into a 5 versus 2. Now I know, last time we had a situation like this, Novaq still converted, but that was a 5 versus 3. I think making one man, I'll make it even more. One man difference, now 2. I don't think Nealon's got anything to say in the 1v5. So we finally have that round. It took him 9 rounds to post 1. We'll take it. ex-Sabre back in action here. And Nealon just trying to pop heads next to those beautiful looking melons. Whew, maybe I'm going to get hungry earlier than I think.
You know, you can slice them up, right? All the fruit on Inferno are sliceable. And it's a pretty cool thing to do when you have a griefer on your team. They're just like in spawn. All right, well, this is minus 25 elo.
What kind of voice does he have?
I've been just hard stuck. I've been hard stuck in like Faceit level 8, 9, trying to reach 10 for ages. And I feel like it's just the most mentally unstable place ever, because like everyone thinks they should be level 10s, and then, you know, everyone blames everyone else for their mishaps and not being successful, and then you're like 3 rounds in and 2 guys are already tilted. I picked Train yesterday because I love that map, and yeah, it was very tilting. Anyways, this round, Inferno, and quick picks. Hodix gets one back. All right, Sabre, come on. If you can get 3 on the board, like I'm starting to believe, the smoke will go down. Nader needs a frag. It's good. The double, not there. The Pfizer gets a frag. Low HPs, but 1 minute and 20 still to work with. This has been one of the quickest Inferno games that we've seen. So Novaq have plenty of time to figure out where to take it, and man, the calling is just perfect. It's just Crikey on the other side, but that smoke will just deny any kind of vision, hoping for maybe a lucky shoot, come on, no. Lucky spray, yeah, but he's on the other side of the pillar. Standard practice, and that will be... Feels like it should be the 9th, right? Because with the smoke down, they have to wait it out. That's like extra 10, 15 seconds. They re-smoke it. So at this point, you know, all you have to do is just have a crossfire on this church exit, and you should be good. And we've seen this exact play, like this exact round. I feel like it's deja vu. I believe it was round number 4, where it was the exact same setup, and they just immediately shut it down. Smoke on the bomb, but they still need to get past Pump, who has been an absolute menace. It's the Pfizer to get the frag. The crossfire is just beautiful. And even though Jackass gets the frag, he needs another, and he's simply out of time. This, oh, Buster, even perfect lineup. Everything for the Novaq boys going the way that they want. It will be 9-1. And I can't help but feel like ex-Sabre are just, you know, have not woken up with the right mentality. Now, there is one thing to be said. I don't know if you've casted with Twisties, the other twist in this Galaxy Battle tournament.
Yes,
but
only once for one map. I had to relieve another one, but I have casted with him once, yeah.
Yeah, he said that, like, we were casting, like, the first map was, like, 11 AM, so the first game. And he was like, yeah, you know, but it'll take some time. Like, a lot of these teams just, like, the first map is kind of their warm-up, and then, you know, they actually start playing. And I was like, come on, like, these are professional players. He was right. They reverse swept. They reverse swept after that. So maybe that's something that ex-Sabre can hope, that Dusty looks better. Their aim is better, but for the time being, I mean, even with the opening pick, Novaq are always able to find one back, and on top of that, their calling has just been immaculate. MP9 needs one, can't get it. Now, the Coffin player is smoked off, and this is once again just Novaq moving as a pack, moving as a team. hitting the shots, opening the sights, and trying to just speed run their way to the playoffs here. Same setup again, all three from Church.
Right.
And we've seen this one before, right?
Yeah, and there's never any banana pressure. I mean, you could tell that even Forky's, he's like, yeah, I'll kind of look banana, but I'm just going to keep throwing utility out towards you guys, because clearly that's where it is. Jackass posts 2. Unfortunately, Hoduk's going down towards CT. That's a wrap around, and there's no time left to go for this defuse. Jackass has the kit, but he is running out yet again, and that is it. Nader towards Pool. Turns out Pool is closed. And just like that, a 10th round for Novaq.
That's like an old school Habbo Hotel reference, no? Pool is closed.
For those who know why, yeah. I could probably say that on broadcast, but I've said worse. I've already said worse.
Well, we can leave it at that, investigate on your own.
If you know, just type in "pool's closed" and see what comes up. That's great. All right, we're coming into this with a 9-round gap between these two teams. This is the final round of the half. Is that gap going to get a little bit thinner or a little bit wider? Feels insurmountable already, but they've done it once before. Big swing out mid. This is the play. Fake Reality went for that same mid push twice in a row. This one's completely different. Jackass helping him out. Has to get caught in the reload, though. And look at Buster's position. He's traded nicely, and Cricky finishes the job. His second frag so far in the map. And, it just makes it look so easy for the second round. Like they could have just been doing that the whole time. But obviously, protocols were a little bit astray for Novaq. Not quite able to find all the spots. Yeah. Just let's see what happens.
See that round that you won? Yeah. Just do that again.
Yeah, again and again. And they were trying. So it makes a lot of sense. Towards the end of there, they were really throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, right out at them. And now we've got a bit of a skin giveaway. So if you're on the Kick chat, you can go ahead and put !Galaxy and just barely miss out on an Empress. And this one, it's Quagski with 3 Ys, who just grabs himself a Vogue. Little shade of the 70s there on that skin. I'm not that old. I wasn't there, but, I recognize it.
That's a cool
Here,
skin.
I'll even throw my own hat in the ring. I just did it myself. !Galaxy in the Kick chat, boys. We got this.
And that's for the next map, I believe. Or overtime, or halftime in the overtimes if we do reach
That's
it.
right.
I believe you said something about a comeback yesterday, right?
Yes, it was exactly the same scoreline. Ex-Sabre did not take a tactical timeout until overtime of the decider. So, this is the first time they're doing it in the first map for me, for having seen them anyway. So something has changed. The air has changed.
If they won yesterday
with destiny. Yes.
If they won yesterday with this exact scoreline, then you could say everything is going according to plan. They had the game plan yesterday. They won. So now just need the same overtime possible. I mean, jokes aside, like it comes down to this pistol round, right? Maybe if ex-Sabre can win it, Novaq go for a bit of a force, they lose that, like that's 5-10, like that's debatable that it's possible there's a comeback. If you lose it, we're moving on to sandier territories here.
Yeah, for the rest of the series, Dust2 and Mirage, all we're missing is Anubis. So one thing you'll point out, though, that's a very key difference between these two is that ex-Sabre dropped all of those rounds yesterday on the T side. This time they did it all of those rounds on the CT side. So it feels like this is going to be a harder sort of mountain to climb. They're going to need a lot of momentum on their side, and Nader is going to start things off with it. Hey, that's the same skin that just got given away. Look at that. Doesn't that look snazzy? You too could win that and sort of be disappointed because it wasn't an Empress. Forky's is going to end up getting dropped, though. Buster out here with the dualies has not been spotted or let a single shot go. And this 3-man setup towards B is about to welcome the sight hit. They were not baited away by Nader's movements, and that's going to be a flash in as Nealon tries to go for gold with those dualies. Not going to be enough, but it's pump and defizer. Eventually, they're able to make it happen. And just like that, Nader will clear Buster. Isn't that wonderful?
They were zooming in on the
third
skin.
ex-Sabre round. Oh, they were?
I mean, we froze right when he was expecting or like
Oh
reloading
yeah,
the
he
Vogue,
was.
so
Yeah, I was just giving it a good shot there. Yeah, that's all right. Listen, yesterday was riddled with players having crashes and having to come back in. Mostly a couple of them in particular on the 33 side, and then they crashed out of the tournament. So see ya. But you know, sometimes that has to happen for the production too. You know, it's just modern game development, guys. Sometimes you crash.
You mean on the 33 side?
Ah, there you go. See, I didn't know how to say that.
No,
I was just going to say
since I live-
kaputted.
It's like fake Kirillits, like the way how they write those letters. It's like, you know, they don't actually have the English alphabet, but you can use the English alphabet in a way that like looks similar to the Kirillits. Yeah, I'm living in a neighboring country to Russia, so I do know my.
Gotcha.
I don't know Russian too well, but like I do know how to read it. We actually learned in school.
There you go. Yeah, that must come in handy. Well, as of right now, Cricky going to be diving on forward. Oh, and that setup is really nice with that CT smoke. Make things a bit more awkward. Defizer, well, that's not really the range you want to be at. Nor is Pump with those two weapons. And Forky's rocking out with the MAC-10, checking his radar. That's the best way to see if you're at the edge of the smoke. You can spot exactly where an opponent might be on the radar. Shows there first before it shows on your screen sometimes, it feels like. The old glaive strategy. You remember? Anybody else remember that cryptic Nico tweet when he's like, some players know something about the game. It is not cheating, but it feels like it. And he was talking about Glaive just standing in the smoke looking at his radar. It feels like such a tame thing now, but when it was first discovered, people had this whole conversation about what is this? Should this be allowed? Etc. You know, the usual.
Should looking at the radar be allowed?
Yeah.
Only at select times.
Should smoke block the radar too? Just to disable it while you're in it.
Ooh, alright, Forky's cool, but I don't think he can get away. Yeah, Jackass is there. Refrags are good from ex-Sabre, and oh man, I mean, the script is unfolding, my friend.
I know.
I said 5 to 10, and we can have a chat about the possibility of a comeback, and I mean, well, they're 3 pistol kills away from doing it. Make that 2 now, AK will be retrieved. Pump needs to hit the shot, and he does, so that's a 2v2. The Pfizer hears this, so he's just gonna hide for the time being while his brother-in-arms arrives. Bomb plant coming down, and now let's see how they can retake with a very similar setup to what we've seen earlier. Pump fires a shot, hoping that maybe they overlook the Pfizer, try to take Church aggressively, but that won't be the case. Holding down the angle, and you kind of have to send Pump. Oh yeah, alright. Perfect timing for Crikey. Just immaculate timing there. I mean, could not have asked for anything better than that. Will be the 5th on the board. Getting a little bit shaky, but you know, I think if they can aim like this in a rifle round, that should be the game. Talking about the rifle round, I mean, hey, it's coming up, and if you lose it, if you're Novaq, I mean, that's not the equal scoreline, but close to it. Especially given how ex-Sabre, both teams are actually way better on T-side, and both teams struggle CT. I feel like if they convert this rifle, and then after that the eco, 7 to 10, like, that's almost equal. That's almost equal in my head. Big round coming up for Novaq, and some early banana presents, just the standard utility. And we see a pump coming through. Lovely a boost coming through. Pump with the boost. We see a pump coming through. This man hit a Mag 7 4-piece on the previous Inferno game I watched. He was just chilling in Boiler. Everyone kept swinging him with rifles, and yeah, he really lived up to his username there. And just the pump action madness that unfolded. That's a bad shot to miss, though. Needed that.
Yeah, he didn't give himself the best position, did he? There wasn't really a great margin to swing the cursor over without hitting the wall. But conversely, it meant that he could get away for a little bit easier without getting destroyed. Now holding from pit. A rare spot to see the op. It's a very committed position. Can easily be cleared with utility. We'll see if ex-Sabre even bother as the reposition is in now towards Mini. Oh, he swings back over to the site. There's 3 defenders on A, but I mean, trying to hold Inferno A from the site is like trying to hold anything from you know, Ancient on the site. You need to be way far forward from that. Oh, I don't know how Forky's gets away with that one, but I guess he's happy with it. That's for sure. Now a 3v5, and, well, they're picking the right bomb site to attack. Somebody's lost in the sauce. It's the Pfizer. Nealon trying to hold is only good for the one, and, well, this brings it back in favor in some ways. The HP
Look where
very
Nature
low.
is.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing, but that's all right. He'll swing on back. That eliminates certain angles of attack. Novaq coming in with 3 people from CT.
They have no kit and no util either. Like, this is... You need to eliminate both of them quickly. 20 seconds to go. But realistically, you only have 10. A 1v2 now for Hodix, but he's just going to tuck. He's going to try to run down the time as much as possible. They have to hard clear him. They do. Is there enough time to defuse? I mean, this one will be close, but I think they've done it. All right, Novaq, that's a huge round to win. Certainly not a clean one. I mean, the gunfights were not pretty on either side, but they make it work. And again, like this, not exactly the round for the game, but close to it. Like, such an important round for both sides to win for different reasons, and Novaq do pull through. So 11 now on the board. Money there for ex-Sabre, but has to be the round again. Another very important one. Actually, very low cash on the side of Novaq, so there's still that chance to just completely wipe them economically if you can win this round and secure that early 7th.
Feels like it'll be the main target here is to bait them into a round kind of like the last where you can eliminate them. Bomb Plan, of course, does afford another buy, but there's some concessions. 2 Galils, not as great utility sets on everybody as you would necessarily like. So they don't have all the bells and whistles, so the accoutrements, but they've got enough to make things work for sure. Almost a meaty nade. Only fake reality affected. So far, what I'm hoping to see out of the ex-Sabre boys is just a little bit of poise. I was saying this when they were trying to come back on Inferno, and succeeded, of course. But even before we knew that, I was saying, you know, losing the opening map so one-sidedly, having a 2-10 score line and then converting that relatively quickly, that can make you feel like you never really got a chance to play. You can put some respect on your name, get a couple more rounds up under your belt. That can look a little bit different. Nader, he's chancing this exit. I think maybe he was trying to push forward. It almost felt like he was maybe testing to see if there was a CT in the smoke there. It's always something you can do. Another reason to look at your radar in the smoke, as it turns out. And yeah, as of right now, it's a slow posturing towards the B-bomb site. Very late smoke, 25 seconds. It's going to be a full execute against only 2 defenders. Big test for Nealon and Pump. AWP, back sight, not really where you'd want it to be. Might still be able to find impact. 15 seconds. Here comes the take.
Oh, Pump. There you go. That's 2. That is huge. Third one there as well. And man, Pump. Yeah, this guy, look out for him. Like, I think he's going to be making it big. Certainly playing for a, I don't want to say better team, but, you know, a higher tier team in a sense. Because this guy, from all the games that I've seen, like, he's just a menace with the AVP. He can rifle as well. Like, it's difficult to find a weak point for him. And, I mean, only recently he has been playing like this. His HLTV rating is actually 0.99, but I don't know, maybe he just, you know, wants to put on a big performance whenever I'm casting, because obviously he cares so much about that. But it has been this kind of weird, eerie thing where every time I watch him, he's on like 20 bomb, 25 at times, like doing very well. 18 to his name in this game. Still looking for that 20. This could be the round to do it, as he has the AWP on a tight angle, hits the shot. I feel like he hit the player he wasn't even aiming on, right? He was aiming on the first, but the second peek came through immediately. The Sabre do push down the gas pedal. That's a shot you have to make. Hodix will finally get busters, so the site now is open with the bomb plant going down. It's a 3v4 that Molly, oh, that's huge. It forces off the angle. Nealon gets a headshot, and now it's just Nader and Jackass in a 2v4. I do like the positioning of Jackass there, but nobody is really coming for the wraparound. Instead, it's Jackass who's looking for it. Timing could be everything here. He peeks and spots all 4. Re-peek is crazy. The Pfizer will get the frag, but now it's down to 15 seconds. The Pfizer knows exactly where he is. The bomb is tapped. Oh, and he's just holding it. No way. That's a crazy play, and that should be denied. I mean, pros never fake, do they? That was a nice play. I love the idea, and hey, when you're up 12 to 5, like, you can go for cheeky plays like that.
Oh yeah,
but
sure.
yeah, amazing 2v4 though. The Jackass does so much there. Gets all the info, denies the defusal as well with like a half second left. Big round. 6th on the board for Sabre. They're at least keeping the dream alive.
From a highlight play on the side of Pump to maybe a bit more of a low light. ex-Sabre making things just a bit closer. And again, can't discount the idea that they could go all the way 6 in a row from this point onward. The T side would need to be very, very good indeed. And look at these shots coming in for the cleanup mow down. Cricky getting 3 frags with that MAC-10 to pad the coffers. And they'll scavenge a couple of pistols in the meanwhile. So that was a more open and shut case. Needing 7 in a row just to get to extra rounds makes it feel maybe a little bit too much. But ex-Sabre, they haven't had a comeback like that before. They had a little bit more wiggle room in the middle there, where it took their opponents a bit more time to get to the 12th round. 7 map points is not something you usually see capitulated, but momentum is a thing of its own in Counter-Strike, and we haven't really seen what Novaq want to do in these rifle rounds when it comes to their banana protocol, when it comes to where they're going to push out for. Is it going to be apartments aggression? Is it just going to be straight up down the middle position? Maybe it's more towards bedroom. In fact, once upon a time, Buster was playing a lot more aggressively. And earlier on in this half, that seems to have been curtailed. It's just going to be Defizer now. Okay. Pumps AWP once again towards Boiler. A little bit less impact than he wanted. Smoked off his fork is, but that's about to fade away. All right, so the complexion of the round is starting to come into focus. We have Fake Reality pushing out here, and even though he gets the first shot, which is a blinder onto Defizer, he is going to be traded. There are no rotations available. Oh. Comes down to Fork is swinging down middle, and just like that, with the bomb recovered, this is now a man disadvantage for ex-Sabre. 2 versus 3. We already have Buster rotating over, but he could get caught. Somebody's ahead of this. It's Cricky. While the bomb gets planted. Oh, here comes the slow rotate. Here comes the slow push. 3v2. Surely, Novaq are going to go for this.
Yeah, they've set up both in church. The bomb plan is actually quite good for a play like that, but Hodix just gets tagged up through the coffin board there, so smoke down as well. I mean, this just has to be raw aim, and Buster is still waiting. Yeah. Pump hits the shot, and now they know exactly where Crikey is. Actually has a molly. Wait, that molly forced them off the bomb, and there is no kit, so just need to get off the diffuser, but Pump is sticking it. Now, is there enough time? It's gonna be right on the edge, but Pump, oh, he has gotten it. Damn. A game of milliseconds, but they do make it work. And Novaq, well, it certainly looked like there could be a comeback. I mean, I loved what ex-Sabre were trying to do on the T side, but yeah, when you give away 10, I mean, you're going to make that comeback maybe once, like they did against 33 yesterday, but not twice, man. Novaq win on ex-Sabre's map pick, and now it's all downhill from here, it seems like, for the ex-Sabre boys, because next up is going to be Novaq's map pick of Dust 2, that they certainly are good on. And if we're talking about MVPs, you could be putting Forkies in that conversation, but I feel like Pump deserves it just for that 3-piece when I believe it was like 11-7, a crucial round that they needed to win, and he just hit every single shot. The only player with above 100 ADR on the server as well. A well-deserved MVP, and this guy I believe was called Pumpkin66, or at least he is on HLTV, so he has shortened to just Pump, which honestly I like better.
Well, you were talking about his living up to his name with the Mag 7, of course, but hey, those ops, they kind of perform in a similar way. I know it's a bolt instead of a pump, but call it what you want. He ends up grabbing 4 on the B site. Big fan of that kind of play, and I was even saying maybe that's not where you want to be as the opper. It feels like a one and done position. Unfortunately, ex-Sabre just a little bit too slow on execute so far on the T side, and that was a really tall order, let's be real. Trying to come back 2 for 10. I know they did it yesterday on the same map, but it wasn't the same sides. It wasn't the same day. You can't really be doing that on a consistent level, on a consistent basis. So doesn't surprise me there after the first half. It's somewhat predictable. Yeah, they showed some signs of life, which is good, because it means that maybe Dust 2 will also be similarly close. But we don't know that yet. And also, as you mentioned, Novaq, pretty good on that map. So feels like a difficult test for our Ukrainian side here. If they want to make it to playoffs, it would be one of the more unlikely sides to do it. But it feels like maybe, you know, the Cinderella story is about to come to an end. What do you think?
Yeah, I gotta go with the Novaq boys winning this. I think 2-0, not even, because like looking at Dust 2, first of all, that's a pick for Novaq where they played it much more. They played it against better opposition. They have a 64% win right there. For ex-Sabre, they've played it 4 times. They've lost 3 of those times without even reaching double digits against decent teams, Roller Coaster, Monty, whatnot, and yeah, their only win comes against Ruby for like 2 months ago. So I feel like just you know, everything has to, not only ex-Sabre had to play their best on Dust 2, they also have to hope and pray that Novaq makes some mistakes, because if Novaq just play their default game plan, I feel like they're just still going to be better no matter how well ex-Sabre plays. So really a lot of different things have to come together for Dust 2 to be converted by ex-Sabre. I'm all for 3 maps on a finisher, on an elimination promotion match like this, but I kind of do feel like it could end in just 2 most likely. But well, to find out, we're going on a break and returning in 15 minutes with Dust 2.
Stay isolated. Only the real, stay isolated. Only the real, harder this shit cause I'm ISO deal. Shine on these hoes, ice gold grills. Been in that house, yeah, I might go chill. Rather stay in cause I hate them fell. Link with the bros, yeah, I might call Lil. Yo, what's next? Only time gon' tell. Last few years, yeah, been unreal. Whoa. Staying to ourselves, cause it's better what you mean, yo. We was quarantined way before quarantine. Trapped inside the basement till the sky started to gleam. Yeah, I'm stepping with the Gazas, it's gon' boost your self-esteem. Staying to ourselves, cause it's better what you mean. We was quarantined way before quarantine. Yeah, trapped inside the basement till the sky started to gleam. And I'm stepping with the Gazas, it's gon' boost your self-esteem. Hey, I be isolated. Only real ones with me. That's just how I did. Ay, no, you cannot get in. set it for the team. RSVP, ay. I be isolated, we done elevated. Where we supposed to be, ay. My current situation ain't my final destination. That's just how I see it. Only her, I stay isolated. Only her, I stay isolated. Only her, I stay isolated. Only her, I stay isolated.
Yeah, only the real forget how they feel. It's me and Dill. Hey, we in the stool, we working on hits, we staying until. Yeah, look with the bros, it been a little while since last time we chilled. Hey, send us a beat, you know we on go, we know we gon' kill. Hey, we in the back, season the chicken to throw on the grill. Yeah, hit up Germ, hit up Jude when we in the Ville. Staying to myself, man, if I ain't with the team. We been grinding all these years, they see us on them screens. Now, people do me dirty, but I keep my hands clean. Now we seeing mills, cause we running up these streams. Don't let these artists fool you, they ain't really what it seems. They know we bring the vibe when we pop out to the scene, yeah.
Ay, I be isolated. Only real ones with me. That's just how I did. Ay, no, you cannot get in. It's a reservation. I set it for the team. RSVP. Ay, I be isolated. We done elevated. Where we supposed to be. Ay, my current situation ain't my final destination. That's just how I see it.
so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. Cash that check, get that money, man I jet set and invest that P. Ask respect, man I get that honey, show interest and I set that feet. Man I go red but it ain't that sunny, so complex with my empathy. So I might laugh when it ain't that funny. New project, let me send that beat, let me send it home. It's too late for the endings, bro. True say got a friend in Rome that'll set this tone for the pending loan. Ending tears when I end that show, breaking bones, paintings here but I ain't that low. The end is near when we take that dough. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I'm a man of my word and a man of my pride. I put that in reverse and put that on my life. Shit, I don't wanna talk too much, but now is the time. I can never be right back, I'm out with the tide. Riding the waves, boy, surfing the web, man, I'm balancing mine. Hiding away won't serve you respect, boy, damaging ties. So I wouldn't wait, I deserve my respect, boy, I'm out for the night. Finding the time and the place for this next dynamic of mine. Shit, I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned.
Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man.
Highly in touch on the low, shit blow up with a bang. Slightly in love with the blow, try come fuck with a fan. Sharp like a cut on my throat, leave with a couple of man. I'm not asking to double my dough, so he should have run to the bang. Breaking it in, facing your fears when you're faced with the king. Say with your chest, get lace in your limbs. Aiming correct, now he's tasting his chin. Aiming the left, try raising their sins. Saving the rest, man, I'm waiting to win. Pay me your debts, ain't safe in the bin. Aim for the chest, hearts racing within. So I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. Cash that check, get that money, man I jet set and invest that P. Ask respect, man I get that honey, show interest and I set that feet. Man I go red but it ain't that sunny, so complex with my empathy. So I might laugh when it ain't that funny. New project, let me send that beat, let me send it home. It's too late for the endings, bro. True say got a friend in Rome that'll set this tone for the pending loan. Ending tears when I end that show, breaking bones, paintings here but I ain't that low. The end is near when we take that dough. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I'm a man of my word and a man of my pride. I put that in reverse verse and put that on my life. Shit, I don't wanna talk too much, but now is the time. I can never be right back, I'm out with the tide. Riding the waves, boy, surfing the web, man, I'm balancing mine. Hiding away won't serve you respect, boy, damaging ties. So I wouldn't wait, I deserve my respect, boy, I'm out for the night. Finding the time and the place for this next dynamic of mine. Shit, I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below,
Flying above what was planned. Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man.
highly in touch on the low, shit blow up with a bang. Slightly in love with the blow, try come fuck with a fan. Sharp like a cut on my throat, leave with a couple of man. I'm not asking to double my dough, so he should have run to the bang. Raking it in, facing your fears when you're faced with a king. Say with your chest, get lace in your limbs. Aiming correct, now he's tasting his chin. Aiming the left, try raising their sins. Saving the rest, man, I'm waiting to win. Pay me your debts, ain't safe in the bin. Aim for the chest, hearts racing within.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just had a pretty one-sided affair on Inferno with just a tiny teensy bit of Signs of Life from ex-Sabre, but Novaq, having utterly stolen the map pick of their opponents, look pretty good to lock this into 0-4 playoffs berth here in Galaxy Battle Phase 3. And I'm just thinking to myself here, man, I don't know, ex-Sabre, they are on the struggle bus, they're on Dust 2, their opponent's map pick. How do they come back from this?
Yeah, I again feel like it's not just going to be about them playing their absolute best, which unfortunately we didn't get to see on Inferno. It also has to be Novaq, maybe flying a little bit too close to the sun, making some mistakes, because just stats-wise, like Novaq have them beat in every single department, and all three last Dust 2s that Sabre have played, they haven't even reached the double digits, so this has to be now. This has to happen right now, and I think the best way how to start is for Sabre. It's going to sound stupid, but like they got to win the pistol round, because I just don't see how you're a map down, you're playing on your opponent's pick, a map that historically has been very bad for you, and then you end up like 0-5 down. Like, that to me seems impossible to win. If they can win the pistol, maybe get up to 3 with a force that doesn't work out for Novaq, like I think there's a world where it's competitive at least. So early tunnels presence should be expected. 4 keys will be clearing it out one step at a time. Crikey's actually smoked off. This is an interesting setup. It has to be Nader with the dual leads, but he can't get the shot off. Crikey shows his position, trying to run for his life, get away. In the meanwhile, Jackass has aggressed. One headshot here would be huge, but he can't connect it either. Aim has been something that ex-Sabre have struggled with so far in the best of 3. Finally, the first kill comes in. It does feel like it could be just a little bit too late, especially now as short has been cleared. Ace side has been opened up. This is an almost impossible 2v4 retake where even these both rotations are heard. So I think Buster here, yeah, that's it. That's it, and I know exactly where the CD player is. USP switched out, and Dualies delivered a headshot. The same Dualies that ex-Sabre bought and should have gotten the first kill with are used against them. So 1-0 start. That we'll see about the buy, but I don't think you'd be crazy to force here.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like with so few kills and with no opportunity to get much more cash under their belt, ex-Sabre are usually pretty good about saving maybe minimal investments with whoever does end up getting frags. If somebody had gotten 2 pistol kills, they might have grabbed the Deagle, for example. Instead, they just are going to go ahead and flash themselves into Longhouse. And, it's not a terrible idea. The problem is there's actually nobody out there to receive. On the side of Novaq, they seem to have expected some sort of aggression. You see multiple players holding for either lower tons mid or, of course, upper tons aggression on the B site. Catwalk aggression also being preempted, and now here we go. They have decided to go through contact, and that's a lot of bodies to deal with eventually. they'll end up getting cleared, but, you know, easy upgrades over to the AKs. And there they go. They get it back. Novaq 2-0 start, and they keep the best of the guns for the first rifle round, which is coming up right after this replay.
Yeah, better late than never. Like, this is still where you really have to try your best to put this round on the board, because with every single round that you lose, not only obviously your opponents come closer to victory, but also I think just mentally, you even if you believe now, you just kind of, you know, give it up in a sense. So a must-win round for sure. And seems like Novaq won this actually quite quickly, just walk in on B. There's a double-man defense, fake reality, Nader, and aim is there for Nader. He's flashed, both position exposed, but still the aim could convert it, can't. Forkies just eliminates both, spins on a swivel, gets to the Pfizer there as well. That's a 2v4, that's already, well, on for the save, boys. Hodix has arrived with a bit of a backstab that Pump might not expect. Oh, timing is gonna be horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's all she wrote.
That's right. Yeah, we're both kind of making the same noises, thinking the same things as ex-Sabre drop a third round. And of course, the first gun round, their economy reset. Max loss is now afforded for them, but they're not really going to be able to do anything. And oh my goodness. From long range, from downtown, Buster will take the head of the last player. Not a single gun saved over. Sayonara to your money, to your savings. Every penny drained from the bank account. This will probably end up being some kind of CT investment, but if they keep 1,000 in the bank, they should still be able to grab another buy into the next. And I'm guessing Hodix will not invest so that he can grab that AWP next time. But actually, he goes all the way down for a moment there. I think he might have refunded his armor. He's going for the scout. So they're basically handshaking here and saying we're not going to be grabbing an AWP into the next round unless they get pumps all the way up in... And, you know, I never know how to call this now because you know how YouTube can be, for example, with all the sensors. I guess we'll just call that position unalive now.
I just wanted to say that, yeah. What a world we live in, man. I saw on Twitter the other day that there's like an actual book that's published where they don't use the bad word, they just use the word unalive, and I was like, well, what is happening?
That's sad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, good kill from Jackass there to clear Buster out. That relieves a lot of pressure for this A-take, which is coming up straight through Cat. That's a tag onto Forkies. Despite Cricky going down, this is still an opportunity for the CTs. Now, Jackass just got chunked down by a nade, but I don't think they're expecting him. He's so far forward. He will be brought down. That seemed like all the opportunity, but there's more CTs where that came from, including Fake Reality out the smoke, boosted himself up, and he'll take multiple frags. AWP in hand in the 1v1 now. He's made this a 1v1. It's just Defizer that defies him, but it's not going to be enough, and that's a frag and a half for the first round of ex-Sabre. That's the complexion of their rounds. That's how they have to win, and they will bring that sniper into the next round after all.
Yeah, this one finally goes their way. You know, now is the best time to bounce back. I love with the I don't remember who it was, but like I love the switch up where the scout was long range, like just making a lot of noise, and then the MP9 like slowly crept up and almost was there for a kill. Couldn't come through with it, but did lift up, deal significant damage to the rest of the team. Could help. Hodix has to hit that shot. That's a really bad miss. There was a big chance at an early opener. Yeah, instead it will be still a 5v5, but now Novaq, at least knowing which side of the map the AVP is located on. No, it's short. Just dry peeking it. Oh my goodness. Alright. Nealon, not even a headshot, just sprays him down through the wall. Jackass and Crikey, though, come through, and the setup is beautiful. Jackass gets another to Tech 9, punches back. It's a 2v2 now. The Finder knows where one of these, actually both of these players are. But he's left in a 1v2. Jackass gets a frag. So the Pfizer has to piece it together. Fake Reality making a lot of footsteps, exposing his position. But with that, luring the Pfizer in and punishing him for it. It's a nice second round by ex-Sabre to be put on the board. And I love that they're at least, you know, fighting. They're keeping it somewhat competitive. If we look at the T and CT sides, both of these teams actually, I think on all maps, almost excel on their T side, at least Novaq do, because they're just so explosive, they're so fast. I think their T side is definitely their strong suit, and on Dust 2, they have pretty much a 60% win rate on it. For the ex-Sabre boys, not the biggest data pool, but actually they prefer CT on Dust 2 with 55%. So I think there's still a world where, you know, this comes to a competitive match, both teams playing on their better side respectively. So 6 is the minimum, in a sense. Nader actually pushed up, but has to be careful because it's just the Glocks. You do not want to give away the M4. And he knows that. Gets a double and away. Robbery in broad daylight. 3 remaining with just hoping that somebody else pushes. Maybe the Deagle can punish somebody.
Yeah, keep your eye on Nader in these rounds, because one of the things that he will do on pretty much all maps for ex-Sabre is he will go for those aggressive pushes. We actually saw that cost him his life to Defizer's Tech 9. And just like that, even Nealon, even the IGL, not quite able to resist the quick switch, and that'll be an easy cleanup for a tie game. Much more closer affair than Inferno so far. One of the things that we were saying earlier is that maybe ex-Sabre wake up and smell the coffee a little bit later on in the series. They were definitely slow to start, and it cost them. Now coming into Dust 2, they seem to be a bit more renewed. But so too is the buy. The economy surging for Novaq as they grab themselves an AWP and 3 AKs. Only Buster on the lesser weapon, which is funny because he's had some more of the more impressive AK shots so far in Dust 2. Bit silly to see him on the lesser gun, but, you know, you make sense. Why not? Grab what you can and get out of there. They're moving in towards Catwalk right now. It's just Defizer here to hold a little bit of attention for the CTs towards the B-bomb site. Utility being sent out on a clock. Nothing sighted just yet. That'll be a smoke that they might decide to challenge. They're going to set up behind it for the push, and it looks like maybe a flashbang ready to go. Trying to set up for Hodix's pick, but he's not able to get the opening frag. Once again, this looks to be a very difficult retake. Unless Jackass can multi-spray down, but he only gets a little bit of damage for his trouble. With a minute left on the clock, Fake Reality seems to be closest to the action. This is so tense, and Hodix, he's able to open things up a little bit. Maybe there's a chance for this 4v3 to go the way of the CTs. Fake Reality moving on in as well. Oh boy. Well, from long range, from downtown, Nader, he makes him swing, courtesy of that little flashbang he was dispensing. And that is how ex-Sabre grab another round. It's off of a retake. So good eco there for Novaq. They'll have a little bit more to work with here in the next round, but that ends up being beautiful from the Sabre boys.
Oh yeah, lovely stuff. I mean, at this point, this is 4 in a row, so they're fighting. I think they're certainly playing better than Inferno, and at the same time, I can't help but feel like Novaq have dropped the ball just a little bit. Maybe, as I said, you know, almost getting ready, like you've just won Inferno quite confidently. Now it's like Dust 2, they probably peeped at ex-Sabre stats as well. I mean, that overconfidence a lot of times comes back to bite you, especially with MR12. Like, momentum is name of the game. And sometimes it's not even about who was better strategically, it's just about who can get the momentum going, get a couple of rounds string together. That's a beautiful bait and switch. The op lures them in and the AK punishes. There's a switch out that Defizer hears. Nader gets one, but the bomb is still dropped and pumped now on the Deagle. Can't do anything. ex-Sabre really playing proactive, taking matters in their own hands, not just waiting on the bomb sites, instead pushing up. Lovely setup there towards lower as well. I love what I'm seeing from, you know, even a cheeky boost comes through. I mean, ex-Sabre, this is great stuff. Really good to see that. Just kneeling for the 1v4. Yeah, you probably shouldn't push that. Don't give them chances.
Yeah. This feels a bit more prolonged than it probably should be. Oh man.
Okay.
There's a world where he converted there.
Man.
Yeah. The fact that ex-Sabre are only keeping 2 alive in a lot of these rounds, sometimes even less than that. We remember the Fake Reality 1v3. These are situations where their eco is not going to be holding up super well compared to the amount of rounds that they've strung together. Normally when you see 5 on a tear for the CTs, their eco is really, really looking good. But as of right now, they could lose, they could get full wiped, elimination, and they'd be looking at, oh, okay, we only have enough for half a buy. But Hodix doesn't need to worry about that as long as he keeps fragging out mid. Nealon caught with his knife out. in translation as he ends up moving in out of Unalive and indeed becomes Unalive. That is a wrap. But Jacast has gone down towards long, and that is an opportunity for Novaq to build on it. As they commit Pump towards that pit, he can now start to work the picks, work the angles, hold for anybody.
Shoot. Oh, you heard me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's going. He sensed it. Round number 9 is
I love how
tense.
You know how like Kindra is playing super close to his monitor, so every time he gets like a lucky spam, people say like, "Oh, he smelled their cologne" or something. I think that's pretty funny one. Pump seems to be not too close to it, but still, I mean, this is the MVP of the first map, but just taken down by Fake Reality. Forky's not inspecting his AK, and man, this is all falling apart. This is 6 rounds straight now for ex-Sabre, and again, both these teams playing on their better side. In fact, Novaq have a 60% win rate on the T side, so, you know, now they're in a little bit of a crossfire, just like, okay, well, we still need 4 as minimum. 5 would be good. I mean, 6 is what they were ultimately aiming for, especially after a 3-0 start. Like, I think they already thought, you know, it's done and the victory is locked in. Instead, ex-Sabre, not many people even expected them to be here to fight for playoffs, to be, well, one best-of-3 victory away, and they've surprised.
Yeah.
They've surprised. I think there in general have been a lot of teams in this tournament that I've certainly looked down on. You know, just going, okay, who are these guys again? But I mean, I'll have to give my apologies. I was not familiar with this ex-Sabre game they're putting on. Consistency, sure, might be a problem, as Inferno was not looking good. But I mean, this is why they're here, because they can also have games like this. Good stuff.
Looking pretty good. We'll see if the Ukrainian side can continue in the same fashion, because obviously some of these rounds have gotten very close. Novaq take a tactical pause, consider their options. What they come out of it buy-wise is a Hero Galil onto Nealon, who's had a middling performance on Dust 2 so far. And pistols on everybody else. A P250, a Deagle, 2 Tech 9s. These can be quite deadly, but Pump is already down quite a bit of health, courtesy of that HE. So good initial utility usage and protocols. They're going to catch a little bit of wind on multiple players and start to hear some of the weaponry that they're up against. Oh, I don't know if that was quite intentional, but it does bounce. It just doesn't quite blind anybody. Buster, only good for the 1 frag with the Deagle, and now it's just Forky's looking for that AWP, but it's held, it's called out. Look at that. Hoddock's happy to take a couple of quick picks, and the money is now comfortable enough for the ex-Sabre lads that they're tossing away a sniper just so that they have an AK brought into the next round. So 3 AKs and the AWP, as well as the A1S. That's the complexion of Sabre's equipment. Pretty similar, in fact, to what Novaq have, just minus the A1S, you know? For some reason, they just didn't elect to buy that on the T side.
Yeah, I think right now ex-Sabre are just totally Novaq's heads. Like, you see this often where a team that's supposed to be the favorite, like, they're off to a bad start, and then they really just get into their own heads. They kind of internally, you know, just implode. And yeah, it's just all coming crashing down. I mean, again, they're just fighting on their way better side of Dust 2, just fighting for somewhat of a salvageable half. 3 on the board simply won't be enough. I don't believe that if ex-Sabre keep playing like they do. So this is a huge round to win. Look at this aggression we've seen time and time again. Nature is there, punishes, gets extra damage in. So the playing field is equal, 4v4. But I think Sabre kind of have the read. It ultimately comes down to Crikey. Can he shut down 1 or 2 if possible? That's 1, that's 2, that's 3. Exceeding expectations and putting them all on the board. Triple picked up by Crikey. He was on like 73 HP at the end of that engagement. That should never be the case, you know. I understand getting 2, sure, but you should still be on low HP. These guys they shot 1 bullet in total in his body on 3 of them. So, yeah, I don't know. Novaq just aim not there. Can't really say their strategy is bad. Like, you know, they're going for some default execute. The smoke is good and everything, but just aim-wise, can't be winning their aim duels. And that's such a weird thing to say, because Inferno was all Novaq just hitting all the shots.
Well, ex-Sabre's woken up in a big way, and they are definitely playing Like you said, Nader with the confidence to go straight for that CT aggression, that one and done position. He gets this one, he's traded very quickly. And that's also really more damning than the damage that he did was the information. But Forkis has found a timing now. Oh, has he held a little bit too long? No, the answer is not. He clears both B defenders as they're starting to push out towards mid. Wasn't expecting yet another CT to push through that. 5 bullets left in the mag. He's going to continue pushing. Might find Hodex on a little bit of a timing yet again. Oh, very good adjustment from the Ukrainian sniper. Hodex actually finds pump through the smoke, which is very surprising. And there's one frag given over to Buster. It doesn't look like this will be gone for, of course, but, well, now they're maybe looking for some exits. Hodex reposting towards
It's the last round, so
position in the window. Oh, there you go. There you go. I've totally lost the plot on the rounds. That makes a lot more sense now. Maybe they had to remind themselves as well as they were falling away at one point, but very nice. Very nice. There's a 4th round for Novaq. Forky's really big impact there. He pushed all the way out mid, found the timing. And there's no way that ex-Sabre were thinking about that. And even though it looked a bit deadly at one point, it looked like maybe they wouldn't quite get it over the line. The adjustment on the spray transfer to get the second frag is everything there. So now we get to see who's going to win this giveaway on the skins. Remember, you can go ahead and put !Galaxy in the kick chat if you want a little bit of action yourself. Let's see what we get. Another Vogue. There you go for a Hunter WTF. We've seen that a few times.
yeah,
We've seen that name a few times as well. Yeah.
Yeah, some of these guys are just very lucky. You know, I've been casting this tourney since, I believe, starter, and then phase 1, and then phase 2, and now phase 3. And there are some names that just keep popping up. I mean, I don't know how they're doing it, but certainly maybe you should try out roulette, or I'm joking, but, you know, with luck like that, you'd be in the green for sure.
It's definitely in the green here because there's no cost to it. A little bit of time to set up a kick account. That's about it. So you're already watching. You might as well type it. Might as well get your name in there. Now we wait for the second half to commence as maybe a bathroom break or some such is going in. So, you know, you think about the T-side pistol starts. On Dust 2, you're always expecting at least one P250, usually a raid boss, where your best aimer, whoever's feeling it, will grab that resource. Oh, fancy camera work there from, I believe, Wander's our observer today.
Shout out to Wander.
Making it hard. Making it hard. Hey, there we go. Got it in. Threading the needle. It wasn't making it easy on you. All right. So we are going to get into our second half. Pistol rounds have essentially been split down the middle so far in the series. ex-Sabre are looking for the T1, and they will continue their streak. But Novaq did break it at the very end for a 4th round. They have one set of dualies, which is earmarked for the B site. He has no support at all, so if this hit comes in with any amount of time, of pace, we could easily see Defizer get bowled over here and an instant bomb plant for the T's.
This is a must-win round for Novaq, just to get back in the game. Their CD side is just not good on Dust 2, and even though they get the initial pick, they have to retreat back and play on retake, because they're getting overwhelmed by the sheer amount of numbers that are pushing the site. So player disadvantage, but the Defizer and Neil and a Tubsto away from dying, and they're relocating. There's no kit either, so you got to make this real quick, and it's one of the most difficult sites to retake. It might help with the amount of numbers they have coming in, but look at Crikey. This is just such a difficult battle to fight against. You now have to pre-aim him, but there's different players to worry about as well, and your job is just to survive here. 20 seconds to go, and down to the low HPs. That will be ex-Sabre with 3 alive, simply winning out the gunfights, and again, I can't help but feel like that's not the game over, but close to it. They just needed the pistol so much, and without it, well, now they're in a pretty tough spot. 9-4.
Full house between Cricky and Hodex. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's getting a little bit too crazy there. And they just couldn't excise Cricky from that position. You talked about it. You know, we call it K-sharp sometimes here in North America, but that back plat position behind the box. If you don't have utility and you don't have the right weaponry, you are just going to be sitting in a real rough spot. Buster's already gone down. A little bit of damage has been dealt, at the very least, but might not get too much more than that. Hodek's even holding for Defizer's push through upper tunnels. That's another tag from Pump. He's hit Fake Reality and Jackass so far. Nealon, the last alive in a 1v4, is going to be hard-pressed to find much of anything here. Long-range spray with the MP9 is ambitious indeed, but that guy is dead. Jackass is going to sail him on through. It's a 10th round, double digits being hit very quickly. So we might have been off on the prediction of a 2-0, but Novaq are not putting up much resistance on their own map pick. So we're yet to find a more competitive set between these two teams. And if ex-Sabre keeps this momentum into the decider, I think that they might suddenly start to become a little bit more of the favorite. And we could see a total collapse here in the do-or-die series. Novaq really want to avert that. They want to close it here and now, and they are not finding much success on even these pistols. Should be an easy 11th, and what? Then Novaq are going to try to chain together 9 in a row? Maybe 8 at least, so that they can grab themselves match point or overtime secured. It just doesn't seem realistic, just in the same way that ex-Sabre's comeback in map 1 didn't seem realistic and wasn't at the end of the day. So it looks like without any casualties, ex-Sabre will grab their 11th. Novaq back to the drawing board here.
Yeah, this one just seems too far gone. You needed the pistol. Sure, it doesn't go your way, but like that last call was really the force buy. Losing it means they give away the 11th as well. And yeah, now you have, well, one good chance, because look at the cash. You lose this round like that, that's 12, and that's you on MP9 or 5-7 if you want util. So, man, 13-7, right? And then 13-4 it could be here. I don't know what's quite happening, but I have to give a shout out to just the individual performance that ex-Sabre have been able to bring up here. I mean, Hodix was just missing every easy shot in Inferno, and he's an absolute beast in on Dust 2. 17 and 6, trying to get that triple KD. I mean, rest of the team is not too far behind. Nader having a great game as well. At least in this round, they get the opening pick. Novaq, that is. So now, well, look at this. Just back 10 through double doors. That's probably the longest range fights you can have on Dust 2. Confidence indeed.
Well, Forky's is not budging, but if he ever does, it'll be an easy opportunity. Oh, there's Pump winning out on a duel with the AWP. Problem starting to emerge a little bit here on the T side for ex-Sabre. Looks like their streak will be halted right before they hit 5 in a row. But in the 3v5, they can still look for damage. Hell, they can still look for the round win as they're trying to split B.
You gotta be careful with the timings here. I think Forky's has that lockdown. They're focusing too much on the window player that Forky just won't be expected, and yeah, that's a huge frag, leaving just Jackass alone. Does have the bomb, and well, at least he gets that planted. It's not like ex-Sabre really need the cash, but you know, all is welcome. Gets that extra money down, and the 1v4 necessary where you have to be aggressive, right? Because if you just wait on site, they're just gonna crush you. But at the same time, you picking window is like the most telegraphed play ever. So, you know, stuck between a rock and a hard place there. Will be Novaq getting the 5th. Now, I still don't believe in the comeback, but at least they're trying. They're attempting it. Problem is that for ex-Sabre, look at their cash, man. This is a full buy for at least 2 more rounds if you lose them. So, a really difficult situation to be in.
Doesn't really feel to me like ex-Sabre are going to let up on the pressure anytime soon, and of course they have the money with which to do it. Buying down with the AWP. Hodix will be leveraging that on the T side for the first time. Too much success on rifles for him. Pump has sighted at least one towards that very far back position. See if he can maybe make something happen there as a missed opportunity perhaps for Hodix. Couldn't adjust in time. Pretty tricky angle. Longhouse control secured for Novaq as they've got 2 members buried very deep. So that's going to be hard to extricate. I really don't know that ex-Sabre are going to be able to pressure too much over there. It would require a very long and slow process. And with a minute left on the clock, there's time for it. Pump with the AWP. Watch out for that number 4 on the minimap. Obviously had a stellar performance on Inferno, but the Oppers have traded whose scoreline is what, as Hodux is playing a lot better than he did before, and Pump is back to the mean, perhaps. A little bit of damage finally comes through as Defizer throws a little bit of a spray. Good HE to send Cricky to half HP. A seems to be on the market here on the menu, but Novaq don't know that yet.
Yeah, they're trying to go for some pigs, but it's 15 seconds to go. You got to get on the site immediately. Pump needed to hit that shot, though, because it's 10 seconds, and Pump is the only bastion of this site. Buster gets one in, no way! Pump hits a crazy screamer shot, and now the plant will be going in. Your main job is just to try and deny it, but none of the CTs are close enough to do it. So a 2v2 retake. I think Buster's position is known as they plant on site. Looking to just get away a little bit, have this kind of crossfire setup. Timing is everything. Hodix there hits another good shot, and now it's just Buster. Certainly tier 1 experience is there, but can he do it? I think he probably knows where both players are, or at least expects somebody. Well, now he knows, but there's a kit in place. Unfortunately, I think he's just gonna try to save the op. Like, too many angles you need to try and isolate, and even with hitting that shot, it's just not enough time, man. You gotta get away. A well-deserved
gotta get away
for ex-Sabre, and yeah,
match
I mean,
point. There.
It's true.
Match point rather. Yeah.
I gotta give my props to Pump though. Like he missed the first one, which was an easy shot, but then he just hit 2 very. Like this one is crazy. Like keeping the dream
I don't
alive,
know how he
especially
does
with
that
the low
one.
time. Yeah. That was a game of milliseconds as well. Like it was possible they just don't get the plant in. No, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but it's gonna be map point to look and bring us to Mirage, something neither of us expected, especially done in such a dominant fashion. 12 to 5, man.
Yeah. There's another buy scrambled together for Novaq. They've got a couple of concessions. Defizer, no utility left, only the MP9 to hold beat. Can work in those close range, close quarters combat situations. Forky's still kind of mobile here on the B-bomb site. But that's a big concession in the allocation of players. You look at the fact that they have no coverage in mid. Forky's is hell-bent now to constantly jump boost, sworn to find that information in perhaps one of the more awkward manners, and also one of the more timing error-prone manners, as he could get caught on the swing. If the AWP is posted, he could get mistiming, then one player could sneak on through. You can tell this is not a comfortable hold for Novaq whatsoever. And with the AWP ringing out in middle, actually, Forky's abandons the post entirely. They're going to dispense with the last of their utility. ex-Sabre let their clock run down pretty low last round, and it looks like we've got the same recipe here. 35 seconds. They are going to be committing this time towards the B-bomb site. The smokes are erected for now. Cat control, CT spawn. It just feels like Defizer has everything that he wants here. Almost takes 3 because Hodix was rebolting, but god damn, that's impact. 20 seconds remain. Nader, he needs to crack off. Pump is ready. Pump is ready, and so is Forky's, dropping the last 2 Ts on the site. No chance for Nader, even as he clears the AWP. He'll steal it away, but that's a 6th round for the Kazakh lineup.
Man, I thought that was the game there. The MP9 flashing is beautiful. Like I thought, like the MP9 is gonna go down without a kill, but yeah, the flash just does it all there. But the fact that they I guess there's very little time, and they're just worried about all these different positions. But yeah, the fact that you can get 2 out of that corner, and only one is really looking at you, like that is a pretty bad thing to happen here. So 6 on the board. We did see the same from ex-Sabre on Inferno, where they were just clinging onto the game, grasping onto it.
Yep.
But Not able to convert. Well, now it should be 8, right? You just have to deal with the Tech 9s and 2 Mac 10s. And after that, it should be just the Glocks or maybe a Tech 9 here and there. Depends if they can get the bomb down. That's, I think, ultimately the goal of this round. Trying to pull some rotations on the
it can be
CT
so
side, perhaps,
scary.
and then... Yeah.
It's one of these things that these teams at this level, I feel like, really need to incorporate into their play a little bit more, even though it's a scary sight. It's a scary thing to call. But that incendiary is there. Wait 5 seconds. It's almost gone. Throw that smoke flash. Get in there. It's just a Pfizer with an off holding on the site. He is about to burn alive. He is almost dead. And here comes the window push as well to clear him out. This is exactly what we could have seen even 20 seconds earlier, and it would have utterly crushed Novaq. They need to retake 3v5. Well, 3v4 onto the B-bomb site, and it is such a tall order.
Look at the HPs, though.
Let's see if they can do it. Yeah.
Oh. Right.
Chasing ghosts, Buster.
There's a smoke. There's a molly as well. Unfortunately, nobody is on that head glitch angle, but 20 seconds to go. You have full kids. Buster sprays one down. I mean, Rodix has to hit the shot, and he does. That's huge. Jackass gets another, and another shot needed. Oh, it's almost there, but it's not. Damn, that's probably the worst way how to go out, right? You're clinging onto the game, and then you get eliminated by Tech 9s and Mac 10s. But deserved, very deserved victory here for ex-Sabre. They looked way better. I feel like if you covered the nameplates and just gave me the demo, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's Novaq, right? 13-6.
Yeah.
The game looked pretty much the same how Inferno did, just with the nameplates switched.
Yeah, no kidding. Even down to the fact that obviously Hodix was playing so much better in this last map. Nader as well really came back into things. Jackass doing pretty well for himself, and everybody else just doing what they needed to for the impact, for the support. That's exactly the opposite of what happened on Inferno. Hodix missing shot after shot on the op. A lot of easy frags. Nader, every time he went for his early aggression trademark, he ended up just getting dropped immediately by Novaq. They were hitting their shots in a different way on Inferno, and it just feels like, actually, we trade map picks and we go straight to Mirage. So we'll need a decider, do or die for real now. Might as well just be a best of one to split the difference between these two squads. One of them is going to be heading straight for that playoffs, and the other is going home, proverbially speaking. They're already home, I'm pretty sure. I don't think that any of them are in a boot camp. But do we have any last-second predictions before we go to our break, Davis? Do you have any thoughts about what we're seeing here? No, just you can't predict
I don't
this
give
now.
Any more predictions.
Just chaos.
Yeah, because I was so confident after Inferno ended. Like I was even more confident off camera than I was on camera. But it should have been should have been Novaq's pick. I don't know what happened. I don't know what went wrong. I mean, ex-Sabre just showed their A game, something that they weren't even playing in their C game on Inferno. And then Novaq just completely dropped the ball. Couldn't win out too many of those gunfights. Their star players in the form of Pumpkin also went missing. So, yeah, everything really went bad. And now we have Mirage coming up. We have that's a map that both these teams actually play a lot. And it's 40% win rate for both. Like, honestly, if anything, like I would kind of side with you where you said that like ex-Sabre probably are going to have that momentum now and probably carry it into Mirage, and probably Novaq are also like doubting themselves a little bit after what happened on Dust. So if I had to make a prediction, I'd actually go with ex-Sabre, but man, it's just going to be chaotic and it should be a lot of fun. Coming to you back in 15 minutes.
Look, I just been keeping my poise. Made by the million, but still unemployed. They text me about green, but not on Android. She not my shawty, she filling the void. I make the sounds that cut through the noise. He think he a man, but he chillin' with boys. Put down the liquor, start drinking LaCroix. The pain wasn't choice, but now I rejoice. My uncle had told me that I was the one. I played the shit smart, now my bragging and dumb. Lil' shawty had hit me, said she wanna come. Her dresses is black, but she not a nun. I'm so Pasadena, cause that's where I'm from. Some bangers, some hoes. Them with guns, they scheming for riches, they playing it numb. I'm second, I wins, cause I'm second to none. Look, what the you think I do it for? Do it for? Ay, looking in the mirror, you the go, you the go. Ay, I've been out here grinding 24. So in the mirror, you the go, you the go. Ay, what the you think I do it for? Do it for? Ay, looking in the mirror, you the go, you the go. Ay, I've been out here grinding 24. So in the mirror, you the go, you the go. I ain't had to get snooze in a minute. Got the bag, then I took it independent. Model 3, you know it's not rented. Authentic, every vibe is cemented. Fresh J's, now we jumping out the ceiling. Tough times made a diamond out of feelings. All facts, they can't question what I'm dealing. Got house, we must focus on the building. Just some love and now I'm feeling so prolific. Hustle loud, much you don't get it. Seen the highs and the lows, it's terrific. It's a job to hate, that's why I love the critics. Self-made, I ain't gotta ask permission. Turn my pain into fire, no ignition. Only when the money talk, when I listen. I put the city on my back and the dissing, huh? Look, what the you think I do it for? Do it for? Ay, looking in the mirror, you the go, you the go. Ay, I've been out here grinding 24. So in the mirror, you the go, you the go. Ay, what the you think I do it for? Do it for? Ay, looking in the mirror, you the go, you the go. Ay, I've been out here grinding 24. So in the mirror, you the go, you the go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more map in this do or die series between Novaq, the Kazakh favorites, and ex-Sabre, the Ukrainian underdogs. Davis, Twist2OP, and of course myself, Pernogo, are here to bring you the action on Mirage, which should be an interesting map. It's mostly considered a bit of an aim map, a puggy map, but there's strategic layers that I'm sure we'll be able to open up and dissect. The thing that I'm worried about, though, is are Novaq still here to play? Did they reset properly after that drubbing that they received on their own map pick? Because after dishing it out, I guess they proved they can take it. We need to see if they can mentally reset and properly aim back.
Yeah, man, this is such a curveball for me. Like, you asked for my prediction before we went on a break, and I honestly don't know, right? It's rare when you have not only each team converting the opponent's map pick, but also in such a dominant fashion, 13-7, 13-6, I believe. So, look, honestly, I'm happy we're here. I'm really happy we're here, because after that first map, I was, I always love a close game, especially when it comes to, elimination promotion games like this one, 2-2 Swiss bracket. And it did feel like, okay, cool. These Sabre guys, they were able to make it that far. And it would have been a little bit underwhelming for them to just go out in a 0-2, very quick fashion. So I'm happy we're here, and ultimately, look, since we're here, like, overtime, I'd be all down for an overtime. I think that'd be cool. That'd probably be the best way how to end it. At least double digits for both teams. Because, yeah, as you said, like, Dust 2 was just very one-sided for ex-Sabre, which we did not expect at all. So, I don't know, I'm in two minds about this. Because, to be honest, like, all that we've seen so far has just been aim... The team with the better aim winning it out, right? Like, no offense, but there hasn't really been that, that much in-depth strategy. Maybe on Inferno, Novaq had some nice plays, but at the end of the day, it does come down to the aim. So, Knife Round will be coming up, and we're talking about the aim. I think actually starting on T-side would be a pretty cool thing to do, because you get the AKs. I personally like starting on T-side, even though that's maybe not preferred. So, Novaq win the Knife Round, and we'll see. I'm expecting them to start on CT, but honestly, T would be fine as well. It will be a very quick CT side start. We get the reset going. And yeah your prediction. You always ask me for my prediction. I want to know yours.
That's right. Well, here's the thing, is that ex-Sabre have started CT side both times, both maps. So this is the first time they're going to be starting on the offense. And honestly, I still think that Novaq as the favorites, I'm always a little bit more biased towards the favorites, the ones with more experience, the ones with a little bit more that they've already proven. And I think that extends down to the lower level of Counter-Strike as well. It's not just a rule that you can use to predict success. For example, people talking about FaZe versus the Mongols. And I'm thinking, yeah, well, FaZe don't usually choke on stage, whereas the Mongols usually do. Well, I'm kind of thinking the same here. I think Novaq are going to be able to clear this up. And, well, perhaps a little bit of evidence to my point is we got the opening 2 kills going the way of the Kazakhs. Well, Buster might get peppered down through the connector position. There you go. Combining with Nader is Jacast for that kill, but he's traded immediately. Honestly, the dualies haven't even really activated. Forkeys might be able to finish the job. Instead, he's finished on. And, wow, just like that, a 3v2. This is starting to get a little bit awkward here, as the bomb could be recovered. Being held by Pump right now. Looks like plenty of time here for more Wax and Lyrical, especially as Pump spots another player. He needs to get the hell out of dodge, and somehow Nealon getting dropped. Now Nader combines. It's a 1v1, and the bomb is headed towards the B site.
A little bit of a cat and mouse game there. He wanted to pursue it, but opted to just relocate to short, which I think is a better option, because, like, I don't know if you can get the plant down here. Like, he's going to commit to it. Great molly. Nade on top of it, and oh boy, it's so much damage, man. That's beautiful from the Pfizer. Doesn't even have to use his USP, just molly and the nade combo. Good stuff. Perfect decision.
Yeah, no aim required, right? You were talking about aim being needed. Whew. Don't even need that. Just throw the nades.
Yeah.
Only trouble is the bomb gets down, so we are going to be looking at that T-Force.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of T-side forces. We have seen some of them convert. That's actually how we ended on Dust. But, I don't know. I feel like on CT side, on maps like Inferno and Ancient, like, there's a good case to actually go for the force. But I just haven't seen this working too much. Now, 3 Galils, though, we have a Mac 10 as well. Util is on the lighter side, so they just have to pick a site and push it pretty much.
It's kind of interesting. Doesn't this feel like a round 3 as opposed to a round 2? Like the way that they got the weapons out.
What? Damn, Buster, what a move. Trigger patience, gives all the callouts, and then drops down. That's such a good play as well, because like they just cleared under, right? So they're just not expecting him there at all. And man, Novaq, yeah, as you said, actually, a lot of strategy, a lot of like big brain plays coming in these 2 rounds already. So it seems like Novaq, they figured out, hey, our aim sucks in map number 2. Well, maybe let's focus on more of the brainy department.
Yeah, fancy footwork as well from Buster to sort of taking these spots. It's not really fights. He's just looking at them from up above and then drops down. Ooh, that's a nice shot from Fake Reality. Deagles can always get you somewhere, but the adjustment from Cricky a little bit less effective. This does spot them dropping down. Forky's actually going to hunt for this, despite already losing the opener. And Jacast, perhaps filled with confidence from his teammates' success, he's going to expose his position and be dropped immediately. Nader should be the next to fall. Oh, look at this little crossfire they've got set up with the Deagles. That's not what you would expect. Oh, I think, honestly, this is probably a round where Novaq were expecting things to be a little bit easier. They're thinking to themselves, oh, yeah, we got the time. We got the easy round here. And honestly, Fake Reality, I felt like those were bang on. Maybe a little bit of just slight adjustments would have gotten him a couple of frags there, even more so than his opener. But they've had to work for it. They suddenly had to, you coast up to work for the first time, You think, yeah, this is going to be easy. And then suddenly you realize, wait, hold on, we're about to be out of our depth. They're about to overwhelm us on a job we thought was going to be a open and shut case. Sort of, stop alt tabbing and check your Spotify. No, we got stuff to do. We got heads to pop. And so they had to work for it, but it looks like they should be good on the trot. Nealon very low, but not exposed to Hodix, who will go down last, and that is a third, of course, in a row here for Novaq. But also, most importantly, they keep majority alive. You need those bodies to stay alive, to keep your economy flush. They don't want to be spending down the reserves that they've accrued from the first 2 just to buy up next. So Pump will grab that AWP. The Galil still being held by Buster, which makes a lot of sense on the CT side. You can spam smokes a bit more, go for those more exploratory plays, and well, we'll have to see whether or not ex-Sabre even give them time. Already posturing towards mid, bomb left towards the T stairs. As the smokes are cleared by HEs, Jacast pushes into the A main ramp area, and Fake Reality will open us up here. Instantly traded, but that's still information about the CT setup ex-Sabre can use to piece a hit together.
We have to remember this is exactly how Dust 2 started, right? Novaq got 3 rounds and then 7 in a row went the other direction, so this would be a huge round to just lock in. We've seen them having troubles when they're ahead. Nader, though, great timing. Oh my god, that's a double. And that, I don't want to say seals the deal, because it feels like Nealon should be getting this frag, but actually Nader gets off at good timing. Now, surely Nealon clears this and should just be pre-firing it. The kill, no way, Nader, what? Perfect time to peek, perfect execution. He was a bullet, a top still away from dying, but instead, it all goes the way of ex-Sabre. And again, I can't help but draw some parallels from that Dust 2 game where it's an easy 3-0 start. It feels like it's going to be light work, and then ex-Sabre just wake up and destroy. And what a round for Nader, the MVP of the previous map as well. He got a 20 bomb here, and I mean, he's on good footing to do it again. A 1v3 would be necessary from the Pfizer to keep it going. That's a 1v1, though. Hodix knows exactly where he is and has the bomb as well. 25 seconds to go, but I actually like that he's kind of slowing down a little, right? Because now the Pfizer has to respect the fact that the player just went B, so he goes towards middle, and, well, at least they get the plan down. Anything else really is okay. Well, up to Hodix, and he does deliver. Great headshot through the smoke. Puts the first on the board for ex-Sabre, and, yeah, Novaq just feel like they just got completely destroyed by that Nader lurk that turns into 1, that turns into 2, that somehow turns into 3 with the low HP. Really good stuff. Lovely from ex-Sabre. Again, I just want to see a close game, man.
A tale of really lazy clears towards that window position, if you think about it. Pump, very lackadaisical, not even have his gun ready. Had no idea that they could have boosted up Nader to that position that fast. I don't know why that's not on his mind. And then Nealon thinking, well, where is he? Did he go towards market? I guess he's probably not here. And then that's when the swing happens, when, again, the reaction time should have been in favor. So Novaq are breaking up the double op setup. As miraculous as Nader's push was, they're certainly going to be watching for that again. And if Nader's jumps up, oh, if Forky's looks over to that side, surely he'll spot him in just a moment. Instead, he's pushed through the smoke. Man, this is the duel. This is what to watch, because this is actually going to dictate where they go. And there it is. Forky's dropped. The rotation's probably going to be starting to move a little bit away from the B bomb site, and that's exactly where ex-Sabre are hitting. Another shot from Nader, once again clearing Neil, and that was the secondary sniper. That's one of them that needed to go very, very well. And Defizer, he should have been heard. They should be able to spam him through or hard clear him here. He needs to go nuclear in the apartments, and he's not going to get a single frag. This is all the save of the FAMAS and the op. And that's assuming they get away with it. Nader on the hunt. Should be cut down here. Oh, no. Oh, dear. If you give him an inch, he feels like he'll take a whole kilometer. Yeah, that's right. I said it instead of mile. What, do you think I'm American? I don't know metric? Get out of here. That's
I
it.
really
Second round for
appreciate that, actually. I think it sounds better with the mile, but yeah.
Oh, it's way better with the mile, yeah. But, you know, just like, listen, guys, I got to be real with you. As an American, I'm out here. If I ever visit Europe, I'm going to be proven inches are, in fact, better than centimeters. Just like miles are, in fact, better than kilometers. Sorry, I had to do it to you.
I feel like, you know, pound and mile just sounds better than like centimeter or kilometer. But,
Sure.
Yeah, it sounds better, but it's worse for like actual use cases.
Oh, yeah.
So that's
Don't ask
probably
me
one
to
of
do the
most
math.
American things ever.
Yeah. Don't ask me to do the math. That's it. Yeah, we're all bluster and gusto, right? We show you the good stuff that sounds really good, and then you try to dig into it, and it's like, wait, but I can't use this.
Yeah.
No. That's the way.
At least you guys are like counting up to 10. You know, it's not like 8 is the number, and then it's like like 8-11 or something. Because I know, like, I believe the Aztecs had like a system that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it was up to 8.
Not a base 10 system, a base 8 or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you ask our computers, it's base 16, so it's even more wild. They ran out of numbers. They start using letters. What is this? Hieroglyphics? Get out of here.
Man, it's the same start.
I think Pump to come back. Oh, no, he is. Yeah, it is. You're right. It's the 3-0 start for Novaq, and now they're under the pump. No pun intended.
Look, I don't know. This is like the 5th time I mentioned this, like in general, after I casted the Twisties and he said it, but I can't help but feel like Inferno was just a warm-up. Like, they just needed some time to really lock in, and once they do, I mean, ex-Sabre, what a comeback it has been. Looking for the reverse sweep now in one of the most unlikely circumstances that they're doing it in. And I kind of need ex-Sabre, or at least Nader, to drop that aim routine, because he was just not doing much on Inferno. And then in 15 minutes, like, right. I don't know if it was aim labs. I don't know if he was like, just, you know, if he chugged like 2 energy drinks or something. But my man is locked in. Crikey still.
I like the idea that his aim routine is losing Inferno really badly. That's his aim routine. Yeah. Then he gets back.
You need that motivation, man. Like, oh, actually, yeah. That's true. Like, for some teams, especially for some players, like when your back is against the wall, like some feral, some primal instinct kicks in, and somehow you just start playing way better. It's, you know, pressure makes or breaks a player. Creates diamonds sometimes, and seems to be the case for ex-Sabre, as they just get rid of all the USPs. Not a threat in sight. And man, that will be an equal scoreline where, again, Novaq, I feel like just if they want to convert, they have to be better aimers. It does come down to that they just haven't really been able to win out their gun duels in the last half an hour.
Yeah. Team ace there from the side of ex-Sabre and the Eco. Makes sense. You were talking about pressure creating diamonds, and, you know, that's probably one of the major little hallmarks there of the reason why we like best of 3s more than we like best of 1s, right? It's exactly what you say. I mean, the number of times that, for example, Vitality, who obviously lost their streak to Legacy of all teams, end up, you know, dropping that first map, that would have woken them up. I think they 1000% smash through Legacy in the next 2 maps if it's a best of 3. And you're still talking, wow, Legacy, good job. You guys managed to grab a kill. And you know what? We're saying the same thing about Jacast as he gets flashed in and clears 2 blind CTs. Easy as you like. And, well, I think Hodix might want a little bit of action himself, but not quite able to get the kill onto Defizer. No opportunity to reveal his presence just yet. And they are pushing through this B site. There it is. Through the smoke, of course, no less. All down to Pump.
Yeah, Pump is hurt, M4 in hands. Now, he has a good relocation, but Hodix just P250 dropping on him.
Pistol whip.
Mid-air, gets the headshot. Man, talk about having great aim. Like, the fact that Jackass gets away with 2 there is just such a robbery. How often do you see a double ramp setup that doesn't even get 1 kill? And there was no support, like, there was no refrag or anything. My man just woke up and, all right, fine, I'll do it myself then. Great stuff from Jackass, and I mean, that opens and shuts the round for ex-Sabre. This is, again, literally the same thing we saw on Dust 2. Man, Novaq really need those pistol rounds, otherwise it's going to be a really difficult game for them. And that's also kind of why I think, like, starting on T-side for ex-Sabre is actually better, because, you know, AK is just so much better to play with than that M4, and when how you're kind of winning these rounds and winning these maps is purely off of aim, like, you want to start on T, or it's AK, it's one-shot headshot, you know, working very well for them right now.
I think another maybe underrated aspect of how ex-Sabre have been playing the CT side is even when they got their 2nd round win, they finished that round by wiping the deck, going for the hunt. That's how confident they were, despite the fact that their money wasn't exactly like, you know, it was good, but it wasn't beyond reproach, right? And so when we think about the message that sends, Novaq have no time to start calming about the next round, to start thinking about what they're going to do next. It's always, I gotta hold, I gotta stay alive. And Forky's does not do that. Despite some great damage to Fake Reality and citing multiple players, the only rifle in the round for Novaq just hit the deck. And that was the one that was saved over previously, of course. It's going to be a 5.7-2 Deagles and an MP9 left with only a single smoke to their name. That Buster will certainly be dispensing with soon, or he'll be cut down to size. Nader, 6th sense, pivots around to clear Nealon. Deagle boosted up on the bricks, but Pump not able to finish the job. Finally, maybe there will be opportunity for a CT blood, but instead it's just another defender falling on the A site. Swinging down, Nader brought low, but it doesn't matter. Defizer hits the deck, and Pump recovers the A1S. We're talking about them attempting, once again, just to save the rifle, just to see what else they've got cooking. And they are being flanked. Fake Reality pins them to the wall with the sniper. And just like that, a 5th round, 5 in a row for ex-Sabre. And not a single gun saved over. They get nothing for free. Novaq have no easy rounds, and really not the greatest economy either. So this one will be a full investment, but they've got nothing behind it. They need to win this one. They need to win it with pose. Otherwise, we are going to end up seeing them, you know, having a compromised buy into the next, even if off the back of a victory. Ex-Sabre are on fire.
Oh, yeah, and it's not like, you know, sometimes you watch a game and it's like, well, maybe the losing team actually should have been ahead, you know, it has been close. It hasn't been close. Like, Novaq are struggling to have like a 3v5 that, you know, they can attempt, because every time the opening picks again go the way of ex-Sabre, they actually have good pace control as well, right? Like, they find a kill and then they let the CTs panic, over-rotate at times. They make a different setup, not just spearhead a site. And, I mean, all of that combined, yeah, the score is going to be 5-3 and a tech pause now coming through. Maybe I honestly think, like, whenever, like, you're losing like this and it feels like all the momentum is on one side, like, tech pauses actually give you, in my opinion, some kind of an advantage in the sense that you can calm down a little bit, just, you know, breathe in and, you know, kind of take the matter for what it is, instead of like just feeling down, oh, how are they doing this, and you know, being very emotional about it.
Technical timeout here as we wait for Novaq to kick back into gear. And you're exactly right. I mean, close rounds would be one thing, in some ways more frustrating, but when it's a blowout, you start to feel hopeless. And that's another thing about ex-Sabre going for the hunt and wiping the entire map clean of enemy dots is, we're talking about a Novaq, a Kazakh lineup that this should be, again, the team that is favored to take it. But ex-Sabre are on a tear. They've already dispensed with the former Rush B squad 33, or I mean, I'm not even going to attempt to say it the right way, but you said it earlier on Inferno when I was talking about that lineup. The Russian squad was almost able to clear them out, and they were leading from the front for a lot of that until overtime, double overtime, in fact, on the third map to decide things, and that's how ex-Sabre got to here. A very unlikely story. We were just waiting on them to turn back into the pumpkin, so to speak, the Cinderella story coming to an inglorious end, but that's not what we've seen so far. They've resurged on Dust 2, and it seems like they are still set to be the firepower favorites on Mirage, even if bookies' odds would have told you that Novaq should have won this. It can be a pretty, uncanny sight to see the more orgless side end up getting a bunch of, power. As you see in the bottom right above the player names, their official team name is LFO, looking for org. But that's a little bit drab, isn't it? So we'll call them ex-Sabre, as that's the most recent one that they have been on, and also what they're called on HLTV, of course. But these guys, I mean, if they make it into the playoffs, who knows what kind of damage they could do there as well. Not much, you would say, but they've been defying expectations so far to get this far and to now be leading in the decider of the do or die match. Feels like I don't know what it feels like, Davis, but I'm thinking it feels just a little bit too good to be true. Novaq are going to try to make it so. We're back into the game here, round number 9. Looking to halt the streak just as it gets going, with another full buy here from the Kazakh side.
Ooh, this one is quick. Novaq won't actually get aggressive towards mid, and it's good they get the information, but there's also a trade coming through, and now you're just fighting short alone. I'm not sure about that play. Like, they're expecting you to peek from there, so they do put... What is that? Jackass gets a frag. Look how far up the Opera is. The A side is clear. They don't even know this. Damn, well, that's a bad miss. But still, they just have so much map control. Hodix, second time's the charm. Forkeys gets one back, but it just feels like they're just completely getting blown out of the water right now. Like, how often do you see just an Opera alone, just solo, casually strolling onto the A side? Nobody is defending it. He catches the perfect timing, and just the perfect storm here for ex-Sabre, as the Pfizer still gets one. The bomb is planted, but it's $350 on each, so you go for it, you lose the rifles. It's a tough decision to make, but it seems with the backstab they're still hoping, but the read is perfect. Fake reality takes down Forkeys, and it does feel like a little bit of a fake reality after how Inferno ended, that Novaq have just not really been able to do anything. Dust 2 looked pretty horrid, and now Mirage, well, literally the same story. They win the pistol, they're up 3-0, and then 6, and I believe on Dust it was 7 or even 8 in a row, until Novaq, yeah, it was 8 in a row, and then Novaq finally got that 4th round. So I don't know what's happening. I do feel like Novaq are just too close to the sun. This is their second attempt to get to the playoffs in Galaxy Battle, and just, all comes crumbling down, it seems. And as you mentioned, ex-Sabre, they're looking for an org, and yeah, certainly, I feel like if you just make it to the playoffs of a Tier 2 tournament like that, definitely, that's a big plus to put on your CV, to put on your resume. So I think they're just very hungry for that org, for that, monthly paycheck if possible, and, they deserve it. With the way how they're playing, they certainly deserve to be the playoffs. More than Novaq. Forkeys, though, gets one, and now Nader goes to get him, gets one. Oh, beautiful. Again, that's 2 kills. Not even a possibility to go for the refrag. Nader has been doing it all, man, on both maps. 12 and 7 in this one, and that's a crucial double to get to disallow Novaq to get this lower buy conversion. Just Forkeys and Buster left alive, and they're pretty much saving at this point. It's going to be a B hit, and they're nowhere close by. Nice shot by Buster, but they're just so far away, man. Saving rifles seems like a much better option.
They can only save for so many rounds before the total that ex-Sabre are up to becomes way too tall a task to scale. And that's essentially what ex-Sabre are doing. They are building the mountain, mostly out of the bones of the Novaq players.
Damn. That's poetic, my friend.
Yeah, it's a grisly sight, but listen, you got to scale it back somehow. Buster not going to be able to get out alive, so his armored pistol will hit the deck. Forkeys bringing the AK over is a Pyrrhic victory consolation prize as he grabs a hold of that gun and holds onto it for dear life. 7-3. You know, we're talking a lot about streaks. We're talking a lot about mental game as well. And, you know, when these rounds aren't even close, when you're constantly in a saving position, when Mirage looks more like Inferno than Inferno looked like Inferno in this series, I don't know. There's something different in the air now. Or ex-Sabre just feels like they are on lock. It's not like they're cruising. It's not like they're not going up against a CT side that's changing up the protocols and moving around in a different way. We saw the double op come out super early, for example, and now another investment here. But Pump, not a shot hit. Cricky will take him out of the picture as he tries to exit ladder. And that is a critical kill to miss on Buster as well. So Jacast opening things up to the site. It's Nealon and Forkies who will combine for 2K. But Nader, do you really want to be dueling this man? Turns out you have to. Or you can swing out to clear out fake reality in mid. That's an option as well. Locked into a 1v2 with Hodek so low and bringing the bomb to A. Defizer might have an
They're actually
opportunity.
quite disconnected here.
Yeah.
This could be really bad. Defizer has found the perfect timing. He's hurt, sure, but look at the low
Oh!
HP. Hodix doesn't matter. A headshot for good measure. And man, ex-Sabre literally doing the same thing they did on Dust 2. So I feel like at this point, when you're 5 rounds away from going to the playoffs, like, you become your own worst enemy, right? Like, I don't think Novaq are going to be able to switch up how they're playing, you know, so quickly that they suddenly start winning rounds. I feel like, you know, they might improve a little bit, but at the end of the day, like, if you're ex-Sabre, you just want to keep this momentum going as much as possible. Don't get into your heads too much. That's why, again, I feel like the tech pauses is something that Novaq should be using, because it just slows down the tempo. You know, it makes maybe ex-Sabre go, wait, hold on, how is this possible? How are we doing this? This makes absolutely zero sense after how Inferno went. So yeah, it's gonna be a tech pause now, which again I feel like just helps Novaq. But still, man, it's 5 rounds away, and yeah, as you said, like, Buster missed a crucial shot. Like, it has ultimately come down to the aim. Like, Crikey is still on 2 kills. So it has been mainly just 4 players doing all the heavy lifting. Mainly Nader, he's on double KD. He would 20 bomb on the second map, and now looking to be the MVP again, close to it already.
Feels a little bit like, you know, we're essentially watching a funeral for the Kazakh hopes here. There were a decent number of teams from Kazakhstan in this tournament, actually. Obviously, Marius versus Novaq earlier, a bit of a regional highlight, but Novaq win that 2-1, which is maybe the most shaky match that they had managed to claim victory over, but that was, of course, in the opener. And then, you know, along the way, we saw them drop to Astrum. Then during their 3-0 campaign, no real harm in that, but they make it to the 2-1 pool off the back of defeating UNiTY, Czech organization, in 2 very closely fought maps, and then on the receiving end of Leo. So this could be a second Ukrainian lineup to defeat them in series play in a row, consecutively in this tournament. So that would just sting a little bit, I think. But at least Fake Reality's already been plucked out of the air. So that's Forkies with the opening frag. And with the bomb loose on T-steps, has to be collected there by Hodix. Or the next available. They're continuing to joust for map control here. It looks like a window boost is in the cards. And once again, Nader fragging out on his 15th kill. And round 12 is not even over yet. This looked good at the start, and maybe it still does. Defizer might have a timing here. Does he expect him? He does not, even though he saw him technically on the right side.
Again. How does he keep getting away with this? It's insane. Nader, again, a huge backstab. And, well, that's a 2v3 where he's just going to tuck into this corner, be a menace. I don't even think Nealon is going to clear it because there's more angles to worry about. Nader just has them read like a book, and it's Hodix to connect the shot. That will be ex-Sabre actually breaking the script that we've seen, because Dust 2 was exactly the same, round for round, pound for pound, for 11 of these rounds played. You know, Novaq winning 3, and then 8 in a row for ex-Sabre. Well, now that's 9, and Novaq actually won the pistol to make it a little bit closer on Dust. So here, it just feels like it's over, man. And you touched on Novaq having that, you know, Kazakh derby to start things off. I actually casted that game, and Mirage was the only map that they lost against Marius, and they actually looked really just disconnected on it, especially on their T side. So I just don't have high hopes for Novaq, but I do have high hopes for the giveaway, and my high hopes don't really pay off. Congratulations, Bathroom 7. That's I guess Bathroom 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 was taken, so just went with this. No, that's
Listen,
an MP9
if you got
chain.
7 bathrooms in your house, you're sitting pretty. You don't even need the skins. You know, at that point, what are you even doing in the giveaway? You know, so unless of course your house is entirely made of bathrooms, in which case I don't know which tub you sleep in at night, but I hope it's comfy.
One for each family member.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. I mean, they tell you not to shit where you eat, but I guess you can't really follow that advice when you're in a bathroom house. Very different than a bathhouse.
Good point.
Very different than a bathhouse, but you know. Yeah, 9-3. This is a very stark difference to how the first map went, of course, and a little bit different even than Dust 2, as you mentioned. It was 8-4 as opposed to 9-3, but still not a good scoreline if you're on the Novaq side. And you touching on their T side on Mirage being a bit disconnected and uninspired, that is the opposite of what they need right now. Grouping up towards the A site, we only have Pump on the other side, currently staring down for any underpass push, but it's not to be. We'll hear a couple of footsteps, and more importantly, Cricky will go down and sandwich. That's an opportunity with those dualies off the offer. Porkies is going to use that as they try to run him down. Nealon around the corner, it felt like bending time and space to pick Jacast from the sky, and it's only the last remaining 3 CTs as they're on the push. Dualies are available. Nader opens up, of course. Who else but Nader? But now he's locked in the 1v4, and it was way too much to ask of him. That'll be a 4th round for Novaq as they secure the pistol. It would have been really, really bad if they didn't, but that's both pistols on Mirage secured, and still the scoreline looks like this. The Kazakh lineup has a mountain to climb indeed.
They've yet to win a rifle round, actually. That's a pretty crazy statistic to think about. I think on Dust 2 it was actually the same. I think they won 1 rifle round of those 6 rounds they won. So, yeah, it's a must-win conversion. Good for Novaq. Like, truly, I am happy for them because I came into map 3 just wanting a close game, and we've seen the opposite.
Right.
I do like that ex-Sabre just go full eco. You know, they're not messing around with the 5.7s and MP9s. You don't need to. And too often I see teams having a pretty big lead, and then, you know, they go for the 4s because they're feeling confident, and suddenly you've given away 3 rounds. Instead of 3, it'll just be 2. So we should be seeing a 5-9 here, and then, well, opportunity for Novaq to get their first rifle round going. Which, again, like, I don't really fancy their chances. I think from all the maps and all the sides on those maps that I watched from Novaq, Mirage T-side has been their absolute worst. Maybe it kind of works out in their favor, or they've actually analyzed the demo and now they've improved massively on it, but I wouldn't have high hopes. Please, they deal with this with ease. You know, just some eco frags, but at the same time some confidence that maybe, hey, at least we can out-aim them when they have the pea shooters.
That's right. That's right. And good fragging out there for Pump on the Mac 10 as well. At least change up his financial situation a little bit. Plus 600 for him. Double value on the kill. One of the main reasons why it's always good to have at least one SMG in these anti-ecos. You don't want to get too many, though, because if it's a force, then you might actually find yourself under strength. All right. Avoiding double digits. Novaq trying to delay that for as long as possible. They're chained together 2. Needs to be a 3rd. It's 4 A1Ss, a single A4. Plenty of rifles on the side of ex-Sabre. They are happy-go-lucky in that respect. And they've got limited utility, but they almost don't really need to be dropping those flashes until they see something from Novaq. A couple bullets get chucked through mid. A little bit of an exchange of utility. They keep the smokes, which is the most important part, under wraps to continuously delay Novaq's ascent up this mountain that they have created. Just going to make it hard to breathe. But so far, Novaq are wandering back towards T-spawn, maybe thinking about splitting A. Nealon not able to find anything in apartments, so mostly just forcing utility to be used, clearing a couple of default positions. Buster's on the lookout for any cheeky boosts or anything like that, but it's Nader around the back that is going to be moving for a swing. He's actually looking for feet. This is a funny little timing for both players. Buster ends up, yeah, looking for feet, looking for feet. He finds bullets instead, which, you know, some would say deserved.
Oh, wow,
there's the
okay,
swings.
they do. Damn. Well, that's a rifle round. Hey, boys, you've secured it. Almost. You know, there's 2 more to go, but at this point, just looking for exit frags. Looking to maybe save the M4. Not going to be happening there. Crikey goes down. Fake reality already. Well, this will be 40 seconds of Jame time. All right.
Indeed.
Good. Happy for Novaq. You know, it would be really bad if ex-Sabre just completely dropped the ball now and, you know, kind of get in their own heads, which I was a little bit worried about. You know, just so close and then everything starts falling apart. But it's good to see Novaq fighting. Only a 3-round difference now. And instead of that 13-6 that we saw on Dust 2, this one should, and I think will be closer, especially given the cash that ex-Sabre have here. This is going to be a 2-round game, man. I don't know how. It feels like just, you know, I blinked and it has become a close game, but really good stuff for now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if Novaq can continue this kind of streak, and they should have a pretty good setup to do it. They're up against, what, 3 Deagles, an MP9, and of course the save day 4. And it's kind of funny to me that they keep it on fake reality. I know he had the gun, but surely you hit tab and then look at Nader and like, damn, dude, take this, please.
Yeah.
I put my hopes and dreams in you. But that's not going to happen this time around. They're going to be hunting for double digits with a bit of a different look as they mostly stack B. It's only Cricky with the Deagle. You think he asks you to say it with like emphasis on the Y's? Cricky. Just like fake reality. But only a little bit less so. It's only 2 Y's. As opposed to 3.
I think it's just one of those where, you know, the username you wanted was taken. That's why I'm Twist 2 OP, because Twist was taken, so I was like, oh, I'm 15, I'm too overpowered. Let's do Twist 2
There you go.
OP. Actually, this is still a pretty competitive round for ex-Sabre. They could make it that, because they get a better buy than I expected. Sure, they've lost the hero rifle, but Nair, there you go, he has retrieved it.
Yeah, there you go.
Novaq are quite disconnected. Like, look how far up fake reality had pushed there. There was a world where the bomb goes down and, you know, that's that. 50 seconds to go. They try to fake out B, but I think ex-Sabre are smarter than that, already moving masses towards that A site, which will be under siege in around 10 seconds, 10 to 15. But given the time, like, I kind of feel like you have to make your move a bit quicker. 35 now, and Cricky, he has spotted the connector player. That should have the alarm bells ringing that, hey, it is going to be that A hit. Now, Cricky is no, but that's a great shot, and now he just needs to survive. 25 seconds to go, and he's trying to fight the Palace player. Almost gets a shot off on Pump, but now Nader is the next in line, but Pump just clears him. Pump with a 3-piece. All right, no worries, boys. We have Pump. This is the guy who on Inferno was the MVP, and I think has been just an MVP for Novaq recently. He went completely missing on Dust. Seemed like he was not going to wake up on Mirage, but I do almost feel like, you know, when Pump is doing well, the whole of Novaq are doing well. Like, that is still could have been a very close round, could have been ex-Sabre's round if not for Pump there, especially given how low the time was. He needed that double. Third one was just, you know, for extra measure.
I got to double click on the Nealon little position there in ladder room. I felt like he was super, super disconnected indeed. You were talking about that. He was not paying any attention towards short while he had a player, Forky's, in connector, just trying his best to be taking a clear without, you know, any coverage from short. And they had no smoke for it. They had no utility for it. So I just want to point that out. I feel like that's one of the signs where if ex-Sabre decide to start exploiting that with a more default setup, with more rifles to their name, that could easily be a position to dismantle Novaq's push, because that's just a beginner mistake, really. It's not what you would expect out of a more experienced IGL. So maybe we'll have to keep watch on that. But right now, things are looking a little bit nicer for the Kazakh lineup as they are making this map competitive indeed. HEs and Bullets have already brought Hodix down and out, bombed away. So ex-Sabre are going to be playing this one with a man down. Nealon, Bogdan's Log, grabs the AWP, and look at that. Buster was ready for Cricky there. Easy push. And Pump will put his best Nader impression on, right? Coming in through the window, a single tap away. And you speak of Nader, he is the last alive in this 1-on-4. Only 4 keys going down. Despite the HP on the IGL, Nealon is still standing. Just a flesh wound as he's holding that up, and Nader's just going to try to keep his talons over this A1S. What even is a Novaq? Is it just like Nova with a Q on it? Do we know? Is there a Kazakh lingo that I'm missing?
Actually, I had the same question a couple of days prior, and yeah, I think it is just. Oh, well, Novaq, the AI overview from Google. Novaq most likely refers to Sun Nova Energy International Inc. That I don't think that's it. Yeah, as much as I see on Google, that is just the esports org.
Right.
Not sure if it's Novaq or NovaQ. I would actually go with Novaq, but well, it sounds like
Novaq
some
sounds
kind
a little
of,
bit better.
Yeah, it sounds like some kind of medication that has like 50 side effects.
There you go. Yeah. Doctors recommend you ask your doctor before you take Novaq. Side effects may include throwing to a Ukrainian organization and losing out on playoff spots. Well,
that is
it wouldn't be much of a throw,
effect.
actually. It would actually be the opposite at this point. I mean, ex-Sabre have been, shall we say, slicing and dicing through Mirage. And Novaq would need to go Supernova to make this streak turn into a victory. So there you go. I got my little poetry out. That's what I was looking for with regards to the name. I didn't want to start talking about the sun and then find out in Kazakhstan, Novaq is a drink. I don't know. Whatever. They like horse meat.
They do. They do like horses in general. Mongolia as well. Conquered half the world that way.
That's right.
The
the Pfizer just got conquered himself. Yeah, see ya.
Yeah. Khan with his pants down. These are, I feel like this is the round that ex-Sabre is going to win, and that's often the case.
Yeah.
Like you're just not doing well in the rifle rounds. Like, you know, the pistols force you to be creative, and yeah, that's exactly what happens. They completely switch their game style, and Novaq don't know how to respond to it. This is now a 2-player advantage, 2 AKs retrieved as well, and if you're ex-Sabre at this point, you know, you just step on the brake as much as possible. Just slow it down. Wait for them to come to you, and even though you still have the lower weaponry, just overwhelm, set up some crossfires. Seems like Novaq will commit to that A site. Honix is there, great refrag. Forky's position now known as well as the Molly tingles him slightly. Didn't try to just drop in, but oh boy, well, neither gets him with the deagle. Crikey doesn't even get the chance, and we'll actually finish off the last player. So, damn, man, this is a tough round to lose for Novaq, and I feel like this kind of switches the momentum up completely, because Novaq, you know, they were feeling it. That was the equalizer. All you had to do is just wait, you know, hold some angles for a little, expect that, hey, they're going to have a lower buy, so their only option really to convert is to push up. If you hold angles with a 5-7, you'll get destroyed 9 times out of 10. Actually, maybe like...
Yeah, that round is all down to Defizer. Yeah, Defizer goes for a walk, and the scenic route leads him to death. Like he trips into a lake and drowns or something. I don't know what the hell happened there, but there was no reason for him to be that far forward with a nade out. Especially since no information had been given over, and now Cricky dropping. I was going to say...
What is happening, man? We're 15 seconds in the round. This is a rifle round.
Yeah.
What the hell? Did they
that's a much better showing, shall we say? And now it's just a save. Fake Reality is going to be maybe looking to grab that gun short. He's a little bit too far removed from it. He might be able to grab an exit here, especially with the low HP. No, Nealon will send him off. So I want to talk a little bit about not even this round, because we'll get the replays on the kills. That'll be instructive for, I think it was just, you know, good pace, good aim duels. But that last one before, it really does feel to me like Novaq just kind of got a little bit lost in the sauce, right? You think about how they were on a streak. They had chained together 5. They were on fire. They were on fire, but not quite able to make it happen. And now Odix getting gunned down, run down, burnt up to a crisp, cooking in kitchen. That'll be a 9th for them. And the other thing to point out is that economically speaking, Novaq had enough for another buy, even if they lost that round, but they win it. So they're going to be building cash on top of cash, and cash was bought by Valve. Oh, wait, sorry, wrong cash. We have double op for ex-Sabre. So that looks like it'll be a very different story. I wonder where Nader's going to go with
that.
it. Yeah.
I think if you're ex-Sabre here, you're on 10, like you need 3 rounds and your defaults are just not working at all, so just go for some gimmick plays, right? Like, surely you can come up with 1, 2, maybe 3 gimmicks, like we saw in that lower buy round, lower investment round, or, you know, the gimmicks can't convert, it's not going to win you the game, but when you've already gotten 10, like, you just need something to surprise Novaq, because right now holding angles is simply not working, so the double op, we'll see how that one works out. Currently, one residing towards B and one holding down the ramp on A, so it's a good split. The big problem with the double op setup is that you can't give away the opening kill, right? Because as soon as you do, God forbid a bomb plant comes through, like that is just an instant save. For one, you need the, you know, they're expensive, and for two, just very difficult to, you know, move combat op. It's a difficult task. So we'll see how things go. One of the slower rounds we've seen. The previous rifle round was like 20 seconds in, and there was 1 or 2 players alive from ex-Sabre. Now they go, and Fake Reality hits the first. Buster gets a refrag, and now the op, the double op setup. Nature is there, but only good for 1. But Jackass, he activates. They were not ready for a third. Trade for trade, kill for kill. It's down to the 2v2, but they've yet to make it out of apps, and unfortunately, the bomb is dropped. So that's a big problem. Pump is just going to be holding the angle, and that's so smart. He's hoping that Hodix overextends and he peeks into the angle, but this is just a battle of hard scopes, and Novaq are the one who have to make a move. Hodix hits the second, but he doesn't know that the cross has actually been made, so an element of surprise for Pump. A 1v2 scenario, but he has the op, picks up the bomb, and now sound cue made. 15 seconds, and all you gotta do is just play a little bit of hide and seek here. 5 more seconds, and then no more bomb plan, no more possibilities. He actually spots out both. Oh, that's a dink with the Glock. Pump gets one, tries to run them down. No way, Pump! What?
How is that possible?
He's insane.
How does he get the last second Glock headshot? Of course, it had to be an unarmored CT, or an unhelmeted CT that was left with Hodix. I was thinking there's no way he does that, but the call comes in, or desperation play. It's the 3rd to last shot. Yeah, that's a tactical timeout, dude. You got to clear it. As phenomenal as that play is to close things out, as miraculous as it is to tie us up, I'm reminded of a story that was told of the classic original NIP lineup, the Swedish team that went 87-0. And there was a point where somebody ends up getting a ridiculous, like 1 versus 4, similarly ridiculous to what we just saw in many ways. It was miraculous, right? Not at all what you would expect. And a little bit upset, the clutcher looks to his team, you know, he's like really reveling in the moment, and they're like, it's fine. It's just a round. Keep going. And he wants to live in that, but no, you got to let that out. You got to let that energy go. You got more rounds of Counter-Strike to be played. This is a serious match for some serious semi-pros. So let's see if they can get a little bit deeper in. Novaq taking that moment to breathe and see what else they can come up with. 10 for 10 right now. Tit for tat. Can't separate these 2 squads, but Hodix with the 5-7 is able to grab a couple of frags, and only 1 trade comes out. Palace also collapses. The bomb recovered. Needs to be going, I think, a different location. And with the nade out, Jacast strikes. Of course, it's the force buy. Of course, it's the one that they shouldn't win that they do. And left on the 1v4 clutch is Pump. Minute 10, bomb not on his back. That would improve his odds somewhat considerably. Well, I suppose
man,
the first
I want to live in
will
that
have to
last
continue.
round.
Yeah.
I still don't understand how. Well, he'll find a kill. Unfortunately, the bomb is dropped. Like once Pump, all right. Surely not a 1v4 to follow immediately after. 40 seconds this time, his exact position known. I feel like he has the cash, so you know why not go for it? 8.3k to your name. Like this is still going to be the possibility to convert.
Wow. Nader has a helmet. The others don't. Watch out for this guy's pistol. We'll grab an AK instead. And it'll be dropped by Jacast once more. 2 very impactful frags from him. And really important that Cricky ends up clearing Palace, because basically everything went from bad to worse in that round for Novaq, where they don't actually cleanly trade out. Hodix getting 2 with the 5-7. This man's a nuisance with both that and the Tech 9. His pistols, his automatic pistols, if you will, are absolutely ridiculous. So that's just one of those things to think about if you're going up against a low buy. Is so far that's actually where Novaq have stumbled. They win the rifles sometimes too easily, and sometimes with a ridiculous clutch, but most of the time these force buys are where ex-Sabre actually posting dubs. Back on the buy. AWP on Hodix, and he's got Nealon dead to rights if he moves from this position without a little bit of help. Oh, well, apparently not. Through the wall instead. That's some damage dealt. Information gathered. A little bit of a sound cue as Buster falls back from Palace, but no real information gained as you expect somebody to be there. Now just trying to clear connector. No smoke up. Pop's playground there for Pump. Novaq are going to win this rifle round as well. It's going to start here. It's going to start with Defizer coming up to clear Cricky. Problem is, Op is rang out elsewhere, and Jacast is easy to trade. Nader, oh, man, of course he's going to pounce in this position. Nealon brought down so low from before. Fake Reality holding the cross, and that puts the IGL in the clutch. 1v3. And he's just going to get gunned down, sprayed down through the smoke. No chance. That's a 12th, a match and playoffs point, elimination point here. It looks like Novaq are once again going to fall to a Ukrainian side. First Leo, now ex-Sabre. Can't get away from their neighbors. They've got 2 chances to bring us to the playoffs for ex-Sabre. Conversely, Novaq need 2 rounds to go the extra mile. You were talking about that OT curse. You still got it?
Yeah. Honestly, I'd be down for it. Again, I feel like in the situation we find ourselves in, yeah, I'd like to see it. But it's just the Tech 9s, and when Novaq have lost twice to these very low buys, you know, now they have to do it themselves. Yeah. What could go wrong here? Because it has to be ex-Sabre making a mistake. Hodix holding the angle, that's a great first shot. The bomb actually going towards B, and currently only 1 player residing there, so Fake Reality... Oh, well, that's one way to deal with it. Great smoke, now they have to wait it out, so at that point, you know, some more angles will be cleared, and I think by the time they actually get to execute on B, if they choose to, enough time has been run down the clock already. It's a minute to go, and a very difficult decision for Novaq to make. In my language, we have saying, run from the wolf, run into the bear, and it does feel like one of those situations where, you know, whichever site you choose, it's just, there's no better option here. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. 40 seconds, I guess it will be the B call. Well, the smokes are coming in, and Fake Reality, smart play. Gets off the angle, you don't have to challenge them. You know, you just got to double up, triple up your teammates and have the number advantage going. Good shot from Buster. Actually, let's see what... Oh, they're going back, man. But ex-Sabre know this. They hear all of this, right? Nader was on short, so he knows. And the bomb is going
clear
towards
the bomb.
short. Nealon, that's around. Yeah, that's just
it.
poor calling, really. They have to retrieve the bomb, and Hodix gets another frag. Ex-Sabre... I don't know how, but they've done it, man. I thought the pump 1v2, it would inspire Novaq, would push them forward, and props to them. I mean, they do make the comeback somewhat possible from 9-3 to what should have been 10-10, but actually was 10-10. But man, losing twice to just 5-7s and MP9s, yeah, if you're playing like that, I mean, that's a rough reality. You know, it's MR12. There's not really that many opportunities to make it back. So 10-13, we get a closer map. We get a screamer of a clutch. I'm going to say that's certainly the best clutch I've casted in this tournament. Could be in the top 3 for clutch of the tournament from Pump. Honestly, I'd give him the MVP just for that play, because I think that inspires the whole team. Should have, but unfortunately not the case. Hodix actually snatches the MVP out of Nader's hands.
Yeah, just barely clutching it up there with that AWP. Big ups there. And honestly, great performance from ex-Sabre all around, except for Inferno, which we can easily forget, dispense with now out of our memories. Turns out that mountain was too steep to climb after all. And unfortunately, our Kazakh representation will be exiting at the final hurdle. From 2-1 to 2-3, eliminated by Leo, and then now ex-Sabre. Defeats racking up. The Kazakh squad is going to have to go back to the drawing board. They were I would say, reasonable favorites, not super heavy, but also not super slim. And ex-Sabre, I mean, they defy the odds. 2 series in a row to go down from 1-2 in those games, in those elimination stages, all the way through. The former Rush B team, now this squad of Novaq. We are seeing maybe the birth of some new stars, right? We saw, obviously, Nader looking really solid, and of course, makes me think of old sweet America down south. Nader is a name that I'd probably name a dog or something if I was writing a southern little epic. But we end up getting a different look, and it's really nice to see him firing on all cylinders. Really nice to see Hodix as well, coming back from a disappointing performance on Inferno. Multiple stars on the ex-Sabre lineup. I think you'd really do poorly to overlook Sabre now. The Ukrainian side will be seeded into the tournament in the playoffs. Probably one of the less favorable matches for their opening gambit in the round of 16. But hey, after today, we're going to know all of the members, and presumably the seeding of the bracket will be available then too. So thoughts and opinions on ex-Sabre's chances once we get to the playoff stage?
Yeah, I feel like I don't want to, like, obviously you'd want to go, oh, they'll get immediately eliminated, but I feel like something has to be said about the fact they're even in the playoffs, right? Like they've defied odds, as you said, all throughout this Galaxy Battle Phase 3. So I don't want to make any predictions. I feel like my predictions have been way off today. If my predictions were right, we would have been done like an hour, 30 minutes ago with like a 13-3 for Novaq on Dust 2. Instead, they go out. Somebody please save Pump, like sign this man up. He deserves it. Like every single map that I've watched, like I just have to gloat him. Like every single map that I've watched, he has done absolutely amazing. But yeah, for the most part, that will be that. ex-Sabre having a chance to, now be picked up by an org, at least seen by one of the bigger orgs, making it to the playoffs of a tier 2 tournament, which is already great achievement. Have to give it to them. But yeah, with that, we will conclude the first best of 3. I do believe we have 2 more coming up today.
That's right.
It won't be me. It won't be you. It will be a different pairing of casters. But we have FAVBET versus UNiTY, and then Copenhagen Wolves up against the ENCE Academy roster. So those are pretty fun matches to watch. The Wolves especially, I feel like they've also been a huge surprise. They were up 2-0, man. So now they're kind of fighting to, still remain in the tournament. Watch that match. I think I'll be keeping an eye on it. But with that, I think we can pretty much wrap this one up. Any last finishing thoughts here?
Just that it'll be interesting. FAVBET against UNiTY, the Czech team. UNiTY, obviously, looking to represent ever since the Conquest of Prague took place. There's maybe a little bit of an infusion of more interest in the Czech scene locally. But I'm thinking also about how FAVBET, that's a chance for a third Ukrainian roster to make it in to the playoff stage. And so that could also be an interesting angle to take. FAVBET had a poor performance against Roller Coaster, but not many teams have had a good performance against them. In fact, only Astrum clinched out a series against them before. So that lineup of star-studded Russian players will also be in the playoffs, and most likely will be able to go at least a couple rounds deep. And so, yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing what the playoffs bracket looks like for the roundup. Certainly looking forward to those aforementioned playoffs games as well. The round of 16 is where we will begin, but we've got 2 more series, as you mentioned, to get through in the Swiss stage. So thank you for joining me, and thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be back. Well, not us, but some other casters will be back very soon. It'll be a good time there. So join us for that second and third series of the day for the final day of the Swiss stage here in Galaxy Battle Phase 3.
So I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. Cash that check, get that money, man I jet set and invest that P. Ask respect, man I get that honey, show interest and I set that feet. Man I go red but it ain't that sunny, so complex for my empathy. So I might laugh when it ain't that funny. New project, let me send that beat, let me send it home. It's too late. late for the endings, bro. True say, got a friend in Rome that'll set this tone for the pending loan. Ending tears when I end that show. Breaking bones, paintings here, but I ain't that low. The end is near when we take that dough. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I'm a man of my word and a man of my pride. I put that in reverse and put that on my life. Shit, I don't wanna talk too much, but now is the time. I can never be right back, I'm out with the tide. Riding the waves, boy, surfing the web, man, I'm balancing mine. Hiding away won't serve you respect, boy, damaging ties. So I wouldn't wait, I deserve my respect, boy, I'm out for the night. Finding the time and the place for this next dynamic of mine. Shit, I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below,
Flying above what was planned. Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man.
highly in touch on the low, shit blow up with a bang. Slyly in love with the blow, try come fuck with a fan. Sharp like a cut on my throat, leave with a couple of man. I'm not asking to double my dough, so he should have run to the bang. Breaking it in, facing your fears when you're faced with the king. Say with your chest, get lace in your limbs. Aiming correct, now he's tasting his chin. Aiming the left, try raising their sins. Saving the rest, man, I'm waiting to win. Pay me your debts, ain't safe in the bin. Aim for the chest, hearts racing within. So I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Riding above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. Cash that check, get that money, man I jet set and invest that P. Ask respect, man I get that honey, show interest and I set that fee. Man I go red but it ain't that sunny, so complex for my empathy. So I might laugh when it ain't that funny. New project, let me send that beat, let me send it home. It's too late for the endings, bro. True say, got a friend in Rome that'll set this tone for the pending loan. Ending tears when I end that show, breaking bones, paintings here but I ain't that low. The end is near when we take that dough. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I'm a man of my word and a man of my pride. I put that in reverse and put that on my life. Shit, I don't wanna talk too much, but now is the time. I can never be right back, I'm out with the tide. Riding the waves, boy, surfing the web, man, I'm balancing mine. Hiding away won't serve you respect, boy, damaging ties. So I wouldn't wait, I deserve my respect, boy, I'm out for the night. Finding the time and the place for this next dynamic of mine. Shit, I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned.
Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I'm a suffering man.
Highly in touch on the low, shit blow up with a bang. Slightly in love with the blow, try to come fuck with a fan. Sharp like a cut on my throat, leave with a couple of man. I'm not asking to double my dough, so he should have run to the bank. Raking it in, facing your fears when you're faced with the king. Say with your chest, get lace in your limbs. Aiming correct, now he's tasting his chin. Aiming the left, try raising their sins. Saving the rest, man, I'm waiting to win. Pay me your debts, ain't safe in the bin. Aim for the chest, hearts racing within.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to the broadcast. Here we are at another best of three, an important best of three for either squad, because this is a chance to qualify for the playoffs at Galaxy Battle Phase 3. Up next is going to be FAVBET versus UNiTY. And to bring you the action, you got me, Sir Danny. Alongside me is, of course, Dutch Boy. And, well, jumping into this best of three, I feel like we had a chance to actually look at the odds right now. Yeah, FAVBET are the favorites and whatnot, but I kind of feel like this could be a really interesting game ahead of us.
Yeah, particularly because of this UNiTY squad that's played here, Danny. Happy to join you for this one, because we got ourselves two very nice matches to end of the day. Woozy on the bottom right, which I'm honestly super excited about. I talk with him from time to time on Discord as well, as he was a part of the Entropic Future lineup at times, a really big up-and-coming talent in the Czechian scene. So I look forward to see him on the AWP after his slow and steady stint at Nemiga. But on the other side, one of my favorite tier 2 teams at the moment being FAVBET. Merrick's always a player I look forward to. I look forward to seeing Bondik, even though you're wondering when it's gonna stop, he's continuing to frag, right? You're waiting for it to stop, but he doesn't stop. And then you got yourself like Jackie, which has always been stepping up in the Iron Branch lineup back in the day. So I look forward to seeing it, and we're seeing some different maps as well, right? We're starting off with Train, then we're going towards Inferno, which has definitely been a map we've seen from time to time, and then the least played map in this tournament so far, being Anubis as our potential decider. So I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, man, just to return back to your point about FAVBET, I think I haven't seen them play that much, but the times they have seen, I feel like, man, like this team has got some pretty good structure. They have a really cool way on how they approach maps on T-side, and I was so sure that at some point, they're just going to be a top 40 team, right? I felt so confident that I could have placed a bet on it. But honestly, I haven't surprised that, they had some, dips in performance. They do a pretty good job in one event, then they just go out last in the other. And it feels like they haven't had that consistency that is necessary to reach top 40 in the world.
And the same, that's probably the reason why I'm saying, like, yeah, the odds it should be in FAVBET's favor, right? It should be an advantage. They should be taking it, but it hasn't always been that way. So maybe kicking out of 2-2 would be what is then to be discovered. We're gonna find it out. Smash, though, starting things off strong. There's a lot to prove from UNiTY, that's certain. They're trying to have a double heaven stack. Woozy kind of baiting his opponent here, but has a chance with the dual Berettas to line up. Marine, the color on his dual Berettas shining bright as he wants to go for more, gets dinked in the process, and so two of the UNiTY players left low, while FAVBET looks to rotate A.
I feel like this is the exact change if they needed. Neofrag is a good player, and he demonstrates us why with the USPS struggling to drag on an incoming Bondik. Oh, that's a big frag by him. Got a chance right now for FAVBET to at least secure a bomb plant. Of course, we still have Darber, who has sneaked his way through. I feel like Bondik, he's gonna go for the frag instead. Good timing being found. Purdy, so focused on the player in electric, and now positions have been compromised. 30 seconds remaining. It's not like FAVBET have loads of time to work, and of course for Bondik to get that bomb planted is difficult. And he's just taking matters into his own hands. Already a massive frag, and now Bondik this time, he's gonna stick it, and tension is gonna land it. 1-0 is the start for FAVBET.
I was pretty surprised that Bondik went for the stick after all, because I felt like he was gonna constantly fake into oblivion. He's faked 3 times already. Each time he got a kill, and the final time it's tension to help him succeed. But that's the thing I'm talking about with Bondik. You think every single time, right, oh, this fight he isn't gonna win, and he keeps on winning those ones out. Such a skillful player still till date. And one of the reasons for success, his calling, really stretching, lead Merrick's to do his thing right, get him to rush on angles, clear it out, play that pugger style that he loves, the Luxembourgish Ukrainian player. Both nationalities flip to his name, and we're gonna see that by coming out from both sides, right? FAVBET taking Ivy, but at the same time UNiTY still forcing with these 5-7s, and his position is pretty good from Darber up close, right? The 5-7 can deal loads of damage, but they will certainly clear this with utility.
a booster down would work so well for Darver. Sadly, though, FAVBET will try to avoid any contact as of yet. I kind of like this double advancement, right? We have also players in A main. Marik's actually swinging out wide with that one. That could be dangerous. And yeah, Jackie gonna get a Darver who gets caught off guard. Vuzi as well taking the hit. And I feel like, yeah, FAVBET's approach of this round works out pretty well for them. I kind of got a little bit scared once I saw that Marix had to push through the smoke in order to kill the A main player. But apart from that, we got a cool radio phone. Wait. It's actually a working radio, right? Did I just hear a tune?
Yeah, there's
wow,
a tune.
I actually did not know that. Wow, that's actually quite cool.
Yeah, that's really cool. And with Terrain, I also like the sound that you hear on the CT spawn every time you spawn. It's just a really nice benefit there as well. There's lots of details in this map.
Yeah. Like the trains moving as well. That's kind of sick here at T-spawn. Some cool details.
It costs FPS. That's the thing. The rain and stuff. Oh my.
And I know that because I currently have a really weird setup where I've given my main gaming PC to my father. And I got this old PC we got from 2013. And I'm currently rocking a GTX 970. And it was an an i5 3470. So that's a third generation Intel processor with like 4 cores, 4 threads. And playing CS2 is just... oh boy, it's difficult.
Painful.
What?
Yeah, it's
you know, 4x3, black bars. You can get 60 FPS. Very low graphics, of course.
Let's get it. Lowest res. I mean, friend of mine plays with that as well. Now he's upgraded, but he's still playing with that sense because he just played for so long. But, I mean, in my team we avoid Train. We insta-ban it because one of our guys then rocks with like 60 FPS and like that's the only map that is not working. So unfortunately, we don't get to play this map, but FAVBET and UNiTY do. So we're playing an eco here, at least UNiTY is. Tension is just gonna spray them all down. The on HLTV ranked highest in terms of the rating-wise, but it definitely shows that everybody from FAVBET has the capability to kill all of them around the 1 to 105 rating. So a force to be reckoned with all 5 fragging out in this round. Tension with 3. Let's see what Purdy can do with the Zeus in his hand, waiting for some aggression. I gotta say though, do you hunt this player down knowing that the weapon from Tension hasn't been picked up and they have all USPs? I don't think so.
Yeah, I'd say it's just not worth it at this point. Especially because he cannot recover a better gun, so he himself will not go for the hunt. It looks like, so yeah, that 3-0 scoreline is looking very good for FAVBET. I do feel like the big question is what kind of setup will we see from UNiTY's CT side. We haven't really touched upon this, but I kind of like that initial setup that CTs have been playing in Brown Holes. You know, having a couple players push up from Pop Dog and then have that one player back holes who basically just works as a kind of decoy. You know, all those T players moving in, they're so distracted by him that suddenly those players from Pop Dog move in, can swoop in, find some good damage, frags as well, and the best part is then the player up in heaven can also just keep on re-engaging. And I feel like the T's have a really difficult fight, especially in those pistol rounds with the Glocks and whatnot. And yeah, you can obviously give it a shot on the CT side as well. But Vuzi opting to go for the AWP. Purdy has picked up the AUG for Brown Holes, a weapon I don't expect to be picked up so early.
We'll have to see. Vuzi known for his AWPing. And as a CT, you can take loads of control, you can take loads of crossfire, so we're gonna see what FAVBET can put up against it, considering they're the ones picking it. While at the same time, originally 4 towards that A side. No really any utility, right? Everybody keeping theirs from FAVBET, making UNiTY anxious of whether or not it might just be a straight up B exec. Well, FAVBET just waiting it out, and if you look at the utility on the UNiTY side, they're left with no smokes, 1 flash and a nade, and there's still a minute left on the clock. So I think FAVBET has played this round quite well, just keeping the UNiTY side at bay. And this is going to be a tough round for UNiTY.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised why they've expanded their utilities so quick, especially like Purdy. Initially, I thought, you know, him having the AUG, he's going to take that fight from ramp. and he's just gonna hold that angle. Once he spots out someone, that's when he's gonna deploy that smoke. But yeah, I feel like they deployed all of their utility just a little bit too early. And now the CTs, well, they can still go for some of these fights. For example, Woozy gets one, Jackie getting up close. That is Purdy now out of the equation, but Woozy still with a great response. The bomb plant is looking good as ever. And this is exactly what you expect out of those T's, to keep on fighting for control. And Marek, in the backlines, will be going down. Darber, what a great response. And now it's all up to Bondic, the man of the hour. He's been hitting some great shots lately, but this time he will be going down. UNiTY pick up a very important gun round win, but again, I was a little bit perplexed. They ended up using so much utility early on the B side, but then again, it kind of felt like they were anticipating this B side hit eventually. That's why we had 2, even 3 players at one point just defending this B side all day long.
It's great. It's great to see Woozy get those great crazy frags with the AWP. Someone that helps NeoFrag a little bit in the killing department. This event, NeoFrag has been rocking an average rating of 1.33. Needs some help from his team, right, to control and keep on going on that 2-2 path, but the players stepping up that big. You need your team to do so as well. Darber did good work, Woozy did good work. You need that to help NeoFrag succeed. But the B-side retake's always going to be so easy when no control is taken. FAVBET attempting at doing so. In the end, of course, no cigar whatsoever, no real presence. This time a little bit more utility from FAVBET towards A. Makes this B push a whole lot less anticipated upon. So it's only Purdy there. No rotations yet called. K1 Fight are coming in just now while the steps are being made. They need to clear under heaven. Purdy's still going to have a shot. Gets one. That should be it. Nope. 2 kills from him. Molly burning K1 Fighter to a crisp, and that makes this round a whole lot more interesting. Side is taken again. Tension still watching for this lurk. FAVBET's in control and have a lot of work with Marek's up close. This is an important fight between the AWPers. Woozy, will he be ready for Tension? Or is he not going to be peeking into this? Woozy, here's the scope. Molly might shut him down for now with a no-scope. Woozy's taking everyone. Woozy makes this round possible. And with his no-scope and a second, it's UNiTY to strike for 2.
Oh man, that really sucks for the T-Opper. I mean, we saw him fire up the shot. I mean, I was wondering, is he just waiting for a chance to spot out the player, and then in comes the quick scope? Looks like that was exactly what he was hoping for, but then he just gets stuck there on the wall, unable to retreat, and Woozy, by the looks of it, just jumps up. AWP, no scope gets him. And of all the pieces in that round, you see Woozy with the AWP in holes. You get to see 2 players in CT spawn, right? And you're thinking, okay, it's the 2 players in CT spawn. They got to move in first. They need to get some attention away from Woozy. But it is, in fact, Woozy who moves in simultaneously with the CT players and is able to find just so much impact. Impact I did not expect out of the Opera. So a big victory for UNiTY. They absolutely know it. Purdy this time has a long-range weapon. I like that, depending on the weapon he has, he's, consistently changing up his positions. When he had the MP9, he was playing close by ramp. Now that he has the M4A1S, he goes up more in heaven to try and spot out any of these players. He has backed away. Out in the open, though. Ooh, yeah, he doesn't have to worry about ramp. I mean, okay, now it looks like they have communicated this one better. Woozy is just keeping a close eye on heaven. Gets the tag. Not enough, though. Obviously, on FAVBET's side, they don't have any utility remaining, so at some point it will have to be just a final commitment on one of these sites.
Yeah, as more and more rounds go on, they've tried B 3 times in a row, FAVBET. And, yeah, we know the outcome of that so far. 3 rounds lost. Music still on, but FAVBET needing to make it ring when they're pushing A. 30 seconds left. New frag up close. This could be make it or break it for this round.
Oh, he hears the footstep as well, so he's absolutely aware what's about to happen. Push comes in. They're hoping to get maybe a frag or 2. That would be nice. But, yeah, just not able to find anything. Bondic will just run away. Save that AK-47. Keep it for the next round. Why not? It's going to come in handy, I'm sure. Oh, Darber still looking for that engagement. Can't really blame him. It would be cool to take away that one AK-47, but then again, not much out of FAVBET in a round like this as to be expected just with the pistols. Though I am always a big fan, even in a round like that. I feel like picking up a pistol is, you know, sure, you have to go for it. But, you know, just kind of smoke a flashbang or anything like that. I feel like the T's have a really good chance, for the most part, whenever they hit the inner bomb side. That one smoke, a couple flashbangs can be so effective to at least get on the side and play at a post plant. Sure, it's still difficult. The odds are stacked against you, but I feel like Tech-9s have a much better chance. But now it's not up to Tech-9s to do all the talking. It's up to the AK-47s. And right now on FAVBET's agenda, they're expecting some CT aggression. We can see the players still practically in T-spawn. They were expecting some IV push. Even just about now, they're going to try to clear out Pop Dog. They stayed in brown holes for a very lengthy period of time, expecting a heavy push or anything like that. But UNiTY, no, they're just not going for any aggressive plays.
Now they're waiting, wanting to see what FAVBET does when they're the ones making the decision. I mean, we've constantly seen this B hit. The nade. Now some push from Darber to take control over Ivy. If that's clear, maybe B rotation starting to happen, but before they do, the side is already taken. It's gonna potentially be a 5 versus 5 retake, but Purdy needs to be careful because players are entering the side, are really close. This could be a double kill because no one's checking for Purdy. 2 kills in quick succession and make it more all down to Bondic. And everything falls to pieces. A pretty weird round, all of them pushing up really close. Bomb then planted away from heaven. When that's a position you've sort of cleared, I'm not too sure what went on there. Because you plant in the open and you're not really checking for Purdy. A little bit of a misplay it felt like from FAVBET, but they still have loads of time to fix these small issues.
Yeah, luckily for FAVBET, I guess you could say they're on the T side, right? So you're not expecting to pick up a lot of rounds from T side. So if you do make those mistakes, you can always say, yeah, T side is difficult and all that. But then again, FAVBET is a team that does play a fair amount of train, so I would assume them to finish off the half at least 5. That's my expectation. Right now, it's a really good start, I mean, for FAVBET. They pick up a big frag. That's a weapon recovered. Vuzi, of all the players, has gone down, and what a big gun to have. Oh, Purdy. I'm going to go aggressive in a round like this. Bondic has the superior angle, though. Yep, there we go. He's got the advantage. A big one as well, and now when there was the aggression really that necessary, they should be aware that what they're up against are just mere pistols. In that sense, you have just delivered another gun at their doorstep.
And they will take that all day long. A free gun delivery. Putting it to use, FAVBET start grouping up together, realizing that they can use these weapons to their advantage. But looking at the setup from UNiTY, they have predicted it well just now. Realizing that they might have to put pressure elsewhere. They make a step towards Long Dog, while then focusing back on B. This is actually still a round that UNiTY can take when I think they just originally wanted to save. They're now playing for a round like if they're trying to win. And the crossfires are good, but they need one more. Darber, originally wanting to save, now pulls the plug out of this round as well, as UNiTY made it more and more possible with the kills they found, but too little men to fight for. The crossfire not as effective as they wanted to, Danny. They lost it.
Hold up, though. Darber is giving this one a go. But he's just low in HP, man. And that's the most difficult part. Molly is going to force one of these players out of position. He's just not in the right time to try and get a frag. So Darber, yeah, will simply back away from this. No chance to win it. Nade is actually pretty good, but I believe Tension still has a pretty good chance to back away with this one. Yep, there we go. Bomb radius, not as mental as on a map like Nuke. So luckily for FAVBET, they take a big win. Big guns acquired And UNiTY, luckily they have won some of these rounds in a row, and they've done so with like 4, 5 even players surviving, so that has been a really generous thing for the CT economy. That's why another reinvestment is about to happen, but Vuzi, man, he's got to be careful if he wants to go for some of those aggressive peaks. Right now, FAVBET, they're coming alive, and they're starting to look a lot more dangerous.
That's the thing with Vuzi. 18 years old, a very young and up-and-coming hopper, but maybe that professionalism sometimes still lacking in a way. And then losing those fights out, Novaq definitely can help out. Vuzi up close, look, he's hitting sharp shots, but he's taken by tension. Up to ask, flank comes in, Jackie only good for one, Bondik having to clutch.
If there's a man on the server that could pull off a clutch, it's gotta be your man Bondik. He now has a really good opportunity to get onto the site. Oh, he must have seen that. Did he see that? Oh, there we go. Swings out wide. Someone from his team must have given them the intel, and look at this. Not gonna go for the plant. Oh, that is a ballsy move out of Bondik. I feel like for Novaq, it's still not that bad. He's definitely not aware that Bondik is in CT spawn or anything like that, but the longer Bondik takes time, that's where I feel like Novaq is about to just return on A's side, wait for his chance to strike. Yeah, right now being in connector is just the most optimal play. You could still make it back towards the A bomb side. Whereas Bondik, I feel like a big mistake would be to try and, fake it out with the first one. I feel like he has to go for the insta-plant in order to succeed. There we go. He is going to stick it. Novaq will give it a shot, though. Whoop. But we might see some headshot angle engagement. Nothing of the sort. Bondik has tried to run away, but I wonder... Novaq seems to be aware that a player could very easily be in camera, but once you take that yellow train position, I feel like for the CT, it becomes so much harder to try and hold on. Oh, Novaq, he's stressing. He doesn't know where he has to look. And he doesn't have to look far to find a Bondik that is, again, hitting his shots time and time again. Has been finding some huge impact on Train.
Yeah, a 2v1 being clutched out. Originally, the round looks great. And this lurk from Jackie making things a whole lot harder. And yeah, you're probably wondering, was it being played 1v1 there by UNiTY as well instead of sticking together? Was that the right move? Potentially not, but did they have much time to prepare? Maybe as well not to be. Bondik stretching it out well, taking them both, and so the round goes to the FAVBET side, who have now found themselves at least into a more comfortable position, at least 5 rounds on this T side, and 1 away from putting UNiTY back to an eco once again. So definitely troubles on the horizon. Darber that might have a chance to spray them down. That's a flash giving away the position. Jackie clears hell, but has to go for more, as with Darber up close, still a fight is not guaranteed. Everybody from FAVBET is picking him up left, right and center. No way to stand for Darber. It's so awkward here, as everybody is just on thin ice.
In particular, the CTs, yeah. 4v2 right now, Marks. I like the fact as well that FAVBET, even though they have a clear advantage, they slow things down. Now they, of course, know Purdy's position, so that's going to be a big swing from Smash. And there we go, a big round again, going the way of FAVBET. This is actually one of the cooler things from a team like FAVBET, I feel like, that I could stress. Whereas I have noticed, teams finding an opening frag on a map like Train. It feels like once they get that frag, they're like, okay, now let's just push on this one bomb site. But luckily for FAVBET, they already had a fair amount of control on A. They find some big frags, and in that 4v2, they're like, okay, let's just wait. We can wait for the CTs to make a mistake, and that's exactly what they do. The CTs, they have to go out there, fight, put it back into even Stevens, and it's really difficult from there on out. And speaking of things that are starting to look pretty difficult, it's this first half for UNiTY. Right about now, I sense FAVBET sitting comfortably on 7 rounds. Oh, yeah, K1 Fighter trying to use those footsteps to his advantage. But yeah, I feel like for UNiTY to just end this half with potentially 4 or 5 rounds, man, it's really, I don't know, it's not going to cut it, I feel like.
No, it really isn't. And yeah, a good point you're making. why that round doesn't really go. I mean, FAVBET, because they're taking so long, UNiTY is going to make overzealous decisions. They don't really know where to stand, where to hold. Darber has switched positions like 5 times in that previous round, just because of FAVBET's push being really awkward. And it all just works out wonderfully. 7 already found. And the final round that's still being called upon to have a tactical pass, even if you're ending it on a 7-5. Even if UNiTY finds this final round, you're still gonna have a whole T side to fight on. Doesn't look promising for you. The train being as it is. 28% win rate for UNiTY total on this map. 7 times played in the last 3 months. Won it only 2 times. And then still comes the fact that their CT side has been the best of their sides. 54% against 46. So really all the stats against them in that one. FAVBET picking it. Looking strong on the map on paper. It all really doesn't help, Danny. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I like this aggression from K1 Fighter, though. I feel like this has been something not really explored by the CTs. You know, this pop dog push. Obviously, there's a smoke now on Heaven, so we're not seeing those engagements happening. Whereas Darber, I feel like it has been time and time again we've seen FAVBET try and exploit Ivy, and this is a good chance as any. Once you lose Ivy control, holding on to the A bombs, it becomes so much more difficult because camera is a powerful position for the T's. You practically have a lot of side vision for where the CTs should be playing. Right about now. Attention. Oh, that's a big frag being found. They wanted to reaggress. They figured out what's happening in Ivy. There's still a player here. And some of those CTs are being pushed further and further back, and the timing. Oh, it's everything. Purdy sees the player at least. So this gives him some breathing room to actually hold a position in Pop Dog. There is a smoke that has been deployed by the T side, but for FAVBET, this is a great chance to at least secure the bomb plant. However, that smoke in Pop Dog has faded. In fact, all the smokes have faded. And I feel like this is where FAVBET slowing it down might be detrimental, but at least the bomb is being planted.
Boosting over it. Neofrag wants to see this kill as tension just stretches, but not too far. The boost works as Neofrag finds him, then jumps back down to have cover from his teammate. This is a promising retake. Although, you gotta be careful though. You gotta clear tension. You gotta clear Jackie. Oh, Heaven is held. Jackie tries to swing. Right shoulder advantage. Can still make this happen, but he won't. Tension though has the bomb. That's the only thing that helps in his favor. He needs to take the diffuser down. Shots the feet. Tries to go for more. But K1 Fighter helps in time. Neofrag survives with a slither of health still left, as the shot in his leg was not enough to claim victorious. UNiTY survives, but a close call it surely was.
Yeah, it definitely has been, and I kind of felt like FAVBET had UNiTY on the ropes, but apparently not. UNiTY still managed to bounce back. That I feel like is a big win, because to end the half 8-4, yeah, I feel like it would be such a difficult bounce back for the CT side, but yeah, they still have a chance to prove themselves moving on to the second half, whereas right now, as always, we have our giveaway bonanza going on every single halftime. This time, it will be the Emphasaurus Emperor Renes going the way of Talaki. So congrats to you, my man. Obviously, if you want to participate in the giveaway, be sure to type in !Galaxy in the chat for your chance to win. And like I said, we do these giveaways every single halftime, so give it a shot at least. If you're watching the games and you're interested to see who's going to win, hey, you might even get a chance to win big. Some players have won knives, I believe, Dutch Boy, so that's quite sick.
Yeah, I've not been actively in one where we give away a knife, but I've also seen AK Night Wishes given out, which are also really nice, or a Deagle print stream, so there's definitely some great skins for you to take. And all, because we love the viewers out here. Push towards B. UNiTY wanting to immediately start off strong with those Glocks. A retake is quite easy on this map on B. At the same time, if you don't have the advantage and control like Darber has already taken, it would have been a whole lot harder, but he gets taken without a player capable of trading, leaves it down to a 3 versus 3.
Oh man, this could get risky though for the CTs. They're wasting valuable time, let alone not having a defuse could make matters so much more difficult. No, Jackie! How does he get them both? That's insane. And now Neofrag in the Heaven position. Oh, gets one big frag. Oh no, it's the low HP players defusing. This could be disastrous. Marix, you gotta defend, but he simply cannot. It's Jackie again to land a tremendous headshot, but despite taking best effort, I still. Well, that's the thing. Jackie just amazing shots. I'm quite surprised that Neofrag can clutch it out.
Yeah, this is tough. Merrick's there in the open, maybe taking a little bit more coverage, might have provided him with a fight, right? Always, every single fight from Heaven is going to give you that right shoulder advantage like we just saw, meaning if you peek from Heaven, you're always going to see your opponent earlier than your opponent's going to see you, and then out in the open, gives for an easy fight. Unfortunate for FAVBET, they were in prime position, and Jackie was really delivering on all fronts, but you gotta take those final pieces, gotta put them together, and they didn't. Tension up close, won't be clear. Darber gonna be taken away. Jackie swinging out to help, and that's Ivy taken under full control. The CZ from Bondek takes it, and that's the bomb taken down. A lovely beginning, with even the CZ getting active. I don't know how pros do it, because when I shoot with that thing, it does like 0 damage, but Bondek makes it happen. An old hat, of course, from the old times where the CZ was really viable. Now, he's able to find a kill with it as well. 4 versus 2, Danny. This round is definitely great for FAVBET to take. It would put UNiTY into real troubles, economy-wise, when a 4 spy's been won like this.
I kind of see the reasoning as well by UNiTY to take Ivy presence. After all, you have those. Ivy is a great chance to go for those long-range engagements, but I feel like what people really underestimate is when you have to exit out of Ivy, and it is one of the more uncomfortable positions for the T's to exit out from. Let alone, UNiTY was also pretty dry on their approach, not really deploying any smokes or blocking out vision for the CTs. They basically, whenever they wanted, they could have just gone out there, look for those fights, really practically uncontested. So yeah, UNiTY, I feel like they make a big mistake. They basically just walk into a trap, as we can see the replay here as well. It's not even a really like well thought out trap. I mean, you basically had tension and Jackie with a crossfire, and that was more than enough to just dismantle this entire UNiTY push. And with that bomb being dropped, yeah, the remaining team players just have to focus on recovering it, and that is of course a great position for the CT side. So great recovery for FAVBET. Yes, they lose the pistol, but now they win a much more important round in my book. Up next, of course, is the UNiTY Force Buy. And with those pistols, I want to see something fast.
And they're trying to go fast B without utility again for UNiTY. Now, there is obviously a reason for it, because they don't have the buy necessary. But last round in Ivy, Darber just pushing out without clearing the left-hand side without a flash. Feels like a little bit of a misplay. This time is rectified. 1 UTO kit in total, not the nade, but the smoke, the molly and the flash around different players can still be used to potentially execute A. Only 2 at the moment to deal with. Well, there's one pushing Ivy real fast. It's Tension, who's going to be aware, who's going to hear the steps, and will realize rotations can be called. He's going to get active. Tension will find Darber. That might make them anxious of rotating back. Yeah, they are. Careful about the tension behind them, needing to kill this before they go elsewhere. But the MP9 is so easy to farm with, as Tension takes them all, finds 2400 added to the bank, 8k in total. And FAVBET that have an eco to face up against next. This game looks real far gone at the moment. There's gonna have to be a miracle for UNiTY. Not in this one, but in the full buy coming up next, when you're only 3 rounds away from losing out the map completely. FAVBET are in striking distance of winning.
Now, they said the MP9 is easy to farm with, but tell that to Cadian. Not having a lot of success with the MP9. Even though I feel like it's such a versatile weapon in a lot of engagements. This one in particular, Tension. Okay, the numbers game is against him. I'll give him that. But then again, this is practically an eco from UNiTY, so you do expect FAVBET to take away a win. Maybe inflict some more damage on the CT side. That would be quite great because some of these CTs have been racking up loads of cash. Like Tension is almost on $9,000. Yeah, 10 rounds, double digits. Looking pretty damn good. Surprised as well that we did see some like crazy aggression coming out from FAVBET last round. I feel like that was quite the risky move to make, especially was the MP9 that has pushed up all the way. Yeah, Mavericks though spots out the first players, is anticipating this to be the final destination, especially with now Brown Halls being cleared out, them having control over A main. Yep, this will be a clean round for FAVBET. This is exactly what you need on the CT side, because I feel like winning, you know, a CT round on train with just you know, all 5 players surviving, I feel like it's quite the rarity. For the most part, on a map like train, it feels like it's like maybe 2 players surviving. It is quite difficult to have like a truly solid hold at the CT side without dropping any players.
Yeah, sometimes it can be really tough, but for UNiTY, it is tough as well. We're seeing the same theme as I mentioned earlier with Neofrag on top of the scoreboard, Woozy. We've seen him get some crazy kills on the CT side, but on the T side he's been quite silent, and the rest is just hanging about, right? It's the instantaneous needing from Neofrag to go absolutely wild in order for them to be successful. For now, running into the B side, and came on Fighter taken down. At least we got Neofrag still alive. Let's see what he can bring to the table together with Woozy. Now as the AK watches back. 3 versus 4. Neofrag wants to make a hero play, but can't. Bondik takes him down. Woozy goes aggressive, but with him still having to clear heaven where Merrick's is waiting, there's no way for this round really to go to the UNiTY side. Darber's gonna have to go huge, but can't find it. Such good support from FAVBET every single time they're getting 1 kill, UNiTY. It feels like FAVBET have a plan to outmaster this, to take him down, to trade. Every single time there's an answer for it. That's what makes this FAVBET team so strong. Jackie on 20 kills as well.
Yeah.
In striking distance, I said. Now they're even closer with this full buy round going their way.
I'm here quite surprised as well with the call from UNiTY, because you realize, okay, there's an AWP that's pushed up from Pop Dog. Let's just go get him, right? I feel like the Opera in that position doesn't really have a lot of opportunities to back away. So I realized that the whole game plan initially was to hit that lower bomb site. But come on, you can still wait it out just a little bit, get that Opera out of the equation. Because even if they do commit on the side, by that point, CTs have clear line of sight to move in Pop Dog, make some very quick rotations. And even if you hit the B-bomb site, it could have been so difficult as it essentially was. Now then, the A side hit is where it's at. Of course, you're seeing those bog standard smokes for camera, for the cross, as well as for connector. But the problem is, FAVBET are just hitting all their shots, man. Like, look at this as well. Like, sure, we have been talking about how Bondik has been finding impactful frags and whatnot, but Jackie is on 21. Like, he's also been a mega impactful for FAVBET.
Yeah, this game, very much. He's always been hanging about lineups a little bit, and yeah, for everybody that's kind of been the case, right? Always in those mixes of Ukrainian players, now finally find themselves an org that wanted to back him up, give them that chance, and build into a strong foundation. They've certainly done so. Merrick's careful though, the flash also hit him, so he wasn't able to find it. Jackie goes insane. This game he's been, and in this round with a double kill, make it 3. Nope, not gonna happen. Neofrag stops him in his tracks, but he's already done the work. A 3 versus 2 as FAVBET is so close, on fire at the top, but on fire in the server, as they need 2 more kills to win this game.
There we go, Neofrag. Oh, he's gonna move on in. Bondik. This is such a difficult fight to take. Yeah, it's just not going to go his way, but luckily, Smash is close by and 1 bullet away from winning this first map. Tension gets it across the finish line, and it is a 13-6 scoreline. A big win coming out for the FAVBET guys. 13-6, their map pick. Sure, I kind of felt like initially this might just be an interesting game of Counter-Strike, right? UNiTY was able to win some big rounds on the CT side, but ever since we saw just, you know, FAVBET winning those last few rounds on the T side, it was I kind of had my doubts. And then once they lose that second round, UNiTY, man, I feel like from there on out, they felt kind of lost on the map. They didn't really know how to approach it. I think pressure was definitely mounting on their shoulders after losing that second round after the pistol. So yeah, 13-6 will be the final scoreline. It's I feel like it's a bit dissatisfying because it's not like UNiTY are slouches on this map. I mean, they have played it against some pretty okay opposition, but then again, for the most part, they have been losing against them. I guess their biggest win is against Yano, 13-3. But then again, everyone and their grandmother can beat Yano.
Okay, shots fired. Now, all things considered, though, I mean, you can clearly see that their win percentage on this map and their T side, you could really see it there. It's usually very hard to play a T side on train, so definitely them getting the pistol and then losing things out after, it was gonna be a losing battle either way, right? Going onto the CT side, you could really see the control that was found by FAVBET, the control towards Ivy particularly, main as well. Merrick's going very aggressive. He had himself some great moments. FAVBET was really ready. This map, we didn't really expect UNiTY to do all too great on, and then after that 7-5 half, we kind of confirmed that was going to be the case. We'll have to see though how Inferno is going to be played, right? A more stable map from UNiTY, one we expect a lot more of, and hopefully they can find themselves some momentum there. We're gonna see that Neofrag show. We'll see you guys back after a short break as well, because when we return, we're gonna have ourselves some Inferno action, and we'll see if FAVBET can be stopped by UNiTY.
May the truth be told, I was down bad, now I got it on go. Finna count my dough till my thumb got slit. Put my neck on glitz, put my name on the list. Finna shine on the bitch, I'm from the bay, been player one, way too clean. I was born this way, this my DNA. I was EBT, now the bread on the way was the ETA. I done took my payment, it sound too clean. I'm a trail ass nigga, never thought I can't. Got $1 on me, what is life but a dream? I've been living my faith, nigga turn me up. I ain't even hit 10, bro, this shit like wait, let them feel my bass. Finna test your jaw like my last name Davis. Heard your slap, but it sound outdated. Wouldn't rate it. I got a 10 in the backseat, peeling off clothes. I'm 5 in the crib, and she putting on a show. Tell him eat my dust when the green light show. I'ma peel it off, niggas don't want this smoke. Little nigga, you don't want this smoke. I'ma spark that shit, I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. Spark that shit, I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ash get cold.
I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. Spark this shit, don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold. I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, no fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, no fire, no fire, no fire. I'm lying. I jump up and count my blessings. Yeah, I ball out so hard, got them thinking I'm man productions. Yeah, look at me manifesting. I'm in love with the bread and look at the spread. I'm thinking I'm blueberry central. Sign on the dotted circle the amount. Hella O's like I went running routes. I wanted this since I jumped off of the porch. I've been in free since I lived on River's couch. Gold frames on me leading the charge. My eyes is open, I can see it to Mars. I'm Steve with the Max serving up genius bars. Reach for the ceiling, nigga. I'm the same little nigga with a gap too smile. I never backtrack. I'm a long way from home with the block too hot. I ain't touching on road, break ground when I grow. I was kissed by a rose. Niggas wouldn't go a mile if they lace my souls. I could walk on air like I'm stepping on stone. I'ma spark this shit, don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, no fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, no fire, no fire, no fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, no fire, no fire, no fire, no fire. I'm lying, no fire, I'm lying, no fire.
FAVBET take their own map pretty convincingly. It's left us with way more matches to check out in the second map, Inferno, where UNiTY is going to try to put a little bit of a redemption arc on. My name Dutchboy Jesse, still joined by Sir Danny for the final 2 games. And going into Inferno, I think you're expecting the same as me, and that's a little bit of a better showing than UNiTY, because they really couldn't get things on the move, right, on train. It was definitely a good showing from FAVBET, nothing to say about that, but I think UNiTY, we can expect a bit more from them here.
Yeah, I'd say so, right? After all, a map like Inferno, it has been played to death. It feels like as well, I have been saying this a lot of time on broadcasts, is that Inferno is one of those maps where even if you're on the T side, it's really just about, primarily you think about CS is, oh, I have to kill like all the opponents or, you know, get a bomb plant. Inferno is the type of map where if you just kill 2 CTs, for the most part, that is enough to win a round. So if you're capable of killing 2 CTs on T side, you can just practically win on the back of it. The remaining players will just opt to go for a save. So I feel like even if you have for the most part, a pretty weak T side or have a difficult time of conjuring up some playbook, you know, this is where you can perform pretty damn well. The problem is, though, both teams can actually perform pretty well on T side. I've seen some great set pieces from FAVBET, but also UNiTY most recently. I enjoyed them. I believe they played, was it against Modine or maybe some other Kazakhstani squad here in the tournament, where I saw them just absolutely decimate them on Inferno. They played some really good CS, and honestly, I really hope they could bring this to FAVBET, and something tells me we might have a very close map. But then again, that is Inferno, baby. You, for the most part, you expect this to end like 11-13 or 10-13, just the way the map rolls. But UNiTY, as to be expected, T side. Well, actually, whoa, yeah, gonna be seeing just some util. Okay, I was wondering what kind of purchase we're gonna see out of UNiTY, but utility is what they've opted to go for.
Yeah, one of them. At least. Triple B setup with the dual Berettas up close for FAVBET. Pretty standard, although you do tend to see some second mid pushes from time to time by the T side particularly. C2 setup, one towards short, one in apps. And that's where UNiTY is gonna go for. As soon as this info piece is found, trying to play a crossfire. It's up to Tension and Jackie to find their success. That's the smoke. Double flashbang. It might be thrown in apps as well, where the push is bound to happen. Jackie turns his head, needs to find his kills, but with the USB up close range, the Glocks reign supreme, and there's the A side under control.
Now that's pretty big now. UNiTY, they have control of the site, and like I said, I mean, you basically get those 2 frags, and you've won the round. There's really not much FAVBET can do. They could basically try and attempt to go for the retake, but honestly, like, I don't know how UNiTY could mess this up. They have every single angle covered. They have crossfire set up. It is an impenetrable fortress on A bombs that I guess they could just linger about, you know, close by A side, maybe kill some of these players once they get softened up by the bomb explosion. But really, even that is questionable. Bondic does go down, smash as well. Marix might at least keep the dualies for the next round, and honestly, not a bad shout. I have been noticing that teams on CT side, if they're going for a force buy, they have been opting to even pick up the dual Berettas. You know, not like a 5.7, a CZ75, Deagle, or even P250, you know, your box standard pistols. Nope, dualies also have been a fan favorite, so we'll see what's up next. Well, I kind of feel like what's up next. That's going to be a force spray from FAVBET that is practically confirmed at this point. Yeah, there you go. See, Jackie, just with the dualies, man.
Yeah, I've not seen it that much, but hey, I'm all on for it. Definitely some fast fire rate with chances to headshot, but yeah, with players not having the small armor without the helmet, you gotta do some significant damage. Double nade on long, expecting for a little bit of a stack. And up close, let's see what the dual Berettas can do. Smoke will make sure they get forced away. Wanting to bait them into going back to B, because that's where the triple setup originally was. Bondic though will join them on A. considering that's where the fight has been happening. Questions, though, still on the horizon, what side of choice it will be, because it seems like the T's have still chosen A, and now no one is playing there.
50 seconds, man. Look at this. They got the players, but is that going to be enough? Apparently not. Let alone Bondic has been, you know, put in an awkward position by that smoke. Nade barely does anything. Oh, okay, actually does a fair amount of damage, but obviously the CT is unaware of it, so a retake gonna go on as to be expected. Once they find those initial few frags, UNiTY, they have full control of the bomb set, and of course they have this round on lockdown as the remaining players will back away and save what they can. But yeah, that's a good push coming out there from UNiTY. Good work being done by Darber. Can't really say that he had a tremendous game on the first map. It felt like Neofrag had some great individual performances, but hey, maybe the T side is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Definitely so, UNiTY. Good start. Eco to come next up. And with that, a chance to finally stabilize coming after this one. So 3-0 for UNiTY could potentially be found, the same as we saw on Train. But then for FAVBET, obviously. So yeah, definitely a good beginning. That would be nice, particularly on this T side. With the whole talk that you had about how good T side can mostly be with the easiness of executing. When things don't work, it's also a bit of a rabbit hole. Inferno is when you're not able to get any control. Finding banana, you're finding apps, but you're not able to find those entries. Sometimes becomes a bit of a loophole. You're not being able to get anything done. This instance, UNiTY haven't had too much trouble with that. They fake towards B, causing FAVBET to stack 4 up, even a 5th coming. And after that, they execute A, maybe with a little bit too much utility that's going to be used here, because there's literally no one on the A side right now.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I kind of respect what FAVBET is doing in a round like this, trying to maximize their options and their chance of winning this round by going for a stack on the B bomb side. Initially, it looked pretty good for them. UNiTY did fight for that banana presence. Of course, like I said, yeah, map like Inferno, it feels like there's not a lot of room to fight for control of the map. It does feel like you basically just have to go straight up banana. Apartments, sure, and brackets. That's just about it. There's not a lot of room to cover for the T side, but man, oh man, UNiTY is taking this one mega slow, but I like this at the same time, you know, running down the clock, but making sure, okay, there's no one hiding in the side, there's no one in pit, and now we've smoked off any potential retakes from FAVBET, so that's good, right? UNiTY want to win these rounds in convincing manner, obviously. That's the difficult part as well on this map. I feel like you're just getting a lot of rounds in a row in Inferno. It does feel like so difficult. It feels like if you're able to get even 3 or 4 rounds, string them together, that's already pretty insane. But obviously, UNiTY have the benefit of just winning the pistol in that second round force buy. Neofrag is on the hunt, which he wants to get that momentum in, wants to get some of that confidence, but he might be going down, which is not that great, but honestly, I'm sure they won't care that much, because up next is a real purchase where instead of Galils, you'd be better off opting in for an AK-47.
Yeah, good stuff for UNiTY here. 3-0, finally having that buy to work with is FAVBET. And they will answer with a triple B stack here. If there's a time to answer, it would be this one. Like you mentioned, getting a bunch of rounds in a row might be hard, and FAVBET is going to have to get something going now that they're going to have that full buy. Double stack towards long, and it works out wonderfully. Tension and Jackie sing together to string together this opening duo. Opening double has been found. Up short they go with one from Apps. Dropping down is Birdie's probably not going to be seen all too much of, and there goes the first. Then Smash tries to chime in together with Bondik, and they get sent back in. Upside still Jackie to clear. A triple kill was found, but a fourth is here in Jackie, who's finding 3 kills. Only left is Neofrag, but needing to find them one by one would be an answer to this. But Jackie has been insane today and shows it once more. 4 kills from the Ukrainian. And he's one of the sole reasons FAVBET is actually winning this round. A kill from Long. This kill on the side when Woodsy not being aware. And this is just lovely.
Especially, I find that round somewhat awkward because just how well UNiTY has been, deployed their utility as they take map control. And that round, yeah, we saw that Brackus player getting caught out there in the middle of nowhere. But man, like the most surprising thing was how UNiTY made it close. Because despite FAVBET finding those initial frags, I mean, UNiTY almost turned it to a 3v2. And if it hadn't been for Jackie, like that's it. That round would have gone UNiTY all day, all week. So yeah, great individual performances, which is something, that's the one saving grace I feel like for FAVBET in some of the more difficult situations, is that they can rely on their individuals to hit some great shots. Like, yeah, Jackie is one of them, but remember Bondik as well. Oh no, they just pushed through the smoke. Yeah, that's frustrating, man. That's really gotta hurt. K1 fight and Woozy. Okay, shenanigans. Big frag being found by Smash. Of course, the CT rotation is pretty slow because they're not 100% sure what's going on. Yeah, I'm even surprised they're giving so much room for a guy like Smash. But yeah, 2v3 retake on B site nonetheless. And this is one of those bomb sites where, yeah, you could hold on to it pretty damn well with a disadvantage. In this case, with an advantage, it becomes nigh impossible for the CTs to recover. So yeah, that'll be UNiTY claiming yet another round win. A big round win, I feel like. But after this one, I think FAVBET should have just enough cash in the bank.
Yeah, 2 players surviving will definitely help, but this is tough so far. A B hold that is letting the UNiTY players get so far as CT for that fight. Smash then on the back of the side, actually finding 2, but he didn't help when his team needed him to, potentially. 2 of his friends dying through the smoke of CT, a push, and just chaos striking. Then you find this double kill, but what is it worth when you're melee traded and your team has to retake a 3 versus 2? I'm not too sure. FAVBET fighting a uphill battle here, with particularly UNiTY looking really good. Again, Neofrag that's leading the charge in the killing department. Nothing new to that. The fact that Merrick's is still 0-1, like you said, individuals from FAVBET. They're one of those teams that, looking stat-wise in the last 3 months, all of them are above 1 rating. But all of them not that far above 1 rating. Merrick's though pushing. This is what we love to see. Aggressive style where Merrick thrives in. And FAVBET particularly just rush everything, push everything. A double kill towards Apps, 2 towards Banana. Fighting fire with fire. As UNiTY have no answer to it. Thinking they're safe to walk, thinking they're safe to play. When they found so many rounds, FAVBET says no.
A big round win coming out from FAVBET, and that's one of the change-ups that is possible on this map, is obviously by pushing aggressive, throw in that deep smoke at bottom Banana. And I was quite surprised just how much success the CTs found, because it wasn't really on the back of just, nades and Molotovs softening up the opponents. No, that was just basically just raw firepower that won them the round. A big round nonetheless. Still, tension with the AWP out here in middle. Some I thought he might get naded early on. If anything, some nades will be flying in top Banana, but it doesn't matter. Again, it's Marix just with the spray. Like I said, usually you expect the CTs to throw down the Molotovs, the cheap grenades to get some damage, but these guys, they don't care. They're just going to keep on spamming through the smoke, and for a second time in a row, they find some huge openers.
Yeah, Merrick's definitely a guy. If you let him do his thing, he will strike real good. Played for Entropic for some time as well, where he was always the top fragger when he had a good game. his team would shine. If he fell down, there was nothing. In this lineup, you don't really need him to always step up. When he steps up, it's a big bonus. Smoke towards B. Double kill has been given early in the round, so UNiTY just tried to enter the site. But Merrick's still waiting. Now he's falling back behind, waits for Smash to swing with him. The flash is good, Merrick can go for the ace. Smash will steal it from him. The tag in the end becomes too much, and FAVBET take yet another round, put UNiTY onto an eco. Such a great double kill from the CTs in the early round, and then when they fall back to the site, there's simply nothing they can do with the util stacked. What a good hold from FAVBET again.
Yeah, good hold indeed. And yeah, they did really even have to, you know, fall back all the way to the side. They still took some pretty open fights, I feel like, FAVBET. But eventually, yeah, they do come out on top. That's to be expected in such an advantageous position. UNiTY might just go for a very fast finisher, I feel like. Darber finds... Oh, that's a teammate going down. Not a big deal. Again, it's just the eco, whatever. But man, like this B bomb set has been, you know, warming up. Like Marix has been hitting some insane shots as well. Smash doing good work. I feel like UNiTY might have to reconsider their options and once again just test out the A bomb set, because if it hadn't been for Jackie in round number 4, primarily, you know, UNiTY might be sitting on, you know, 5 comfortable rounds, if not even more. So perhaps they need to test out the waters of the A side once again, see if they can actually break the defense.
Yeah, FAVBET have been playing aggressive, and as soon as you push them back further, as soon as you make sure you get Banana like late in the round, FAVBET have to play from the side, and that becomes a real big issue. If you give them early fights, that's where they're strong. And so, a slow and methodical round like this really feels like a good switch up for UNiTY. Take Banana slow rather than fast, and they immediately take Banana with it. So, this is looking good for the Czechian side.
Oh, lucky for K1 Fighter, that is incendiary rather than a Molotov. But once again, they will push the B-bomb save, but the pace is pretty damn good. Smash is able to find 2. Again, the most important thing is for the T's to get that bomb plant as early as possible on the B-bomb site, so they've already done a really good job at it. CT rotations are pretty slow. This double peek from the T side, it looks pretty uncoordinated. Well, luckily, they'll just back away from it, probably for the best, but yeah, they're practically just playing on the sides themselves. Not having any presence in Banana will hurt them. And luckily, the CTs still have some Molotovs, nades remaining. This is really going to come in handy to flush some of those players out of awkward positions. Arbor goes down, Purdy with a good spray. Oh, it's a gunfight bonanza. All those fights happen everywhere at once. Well, luckily, Jack and company have plenty of time with the defuse, and I said that they might have to use some utility, but they just won the round without using practically none. So, really good hold here. No flashes, no nothing, just the dry peaks, and this is where confidence is booming for FAVBET, whereas for UNiTY, yeah, now I'm starting to see some cracks in the mental.
Yeah, the thing is, utility is usually nice to throw, but when you're getting 1 kill towards second oranges, right, and that leaves you in a 2 versus 4. You gotta basically just clear out those angles. You know they can really only be on triple and dark, and with you 4 players swarming in, yeah, you could have molly triple potentially, but the fight towards coffins comes and one is on top of dark. At that point, you're just going for fights. At that point, you're just trying to take them all down. But FAVBET do it well, right? They take their sweet time, wait for UNiTY to basically have no utility and no time left. They're squeezed into the angles. They have to hit their shots. Panic comes into play. FAVBET take matters into their own hands. And now even if B is being lost, FAVBET can still retake. So my question still remains at this point. What can UNiTY do about it? As soon as FAVBET get online, get their players to frag and play like this, I feel like they're always fighting an uphill battle here. Having to go fast B again. Let's see how FAVBET can respond to this.
I guess the one saving grace. Ooh, tries to play right before the smoke. Smash. Oh, Bondic with the big plays. Damn, this could have been so well timed with Marix, I feel like, but even Marix had no idea Bonnie will play so aggressive. Jackie, no, I'm not a big fan of this. Luckily, Jackie, okay, he's the guy that can land a shot, but man, if Jackie goes down in that situation, then Tension just left in a somewhat more difficult 1v1 with the AWP nonetheless. And here as well, Bondic just goes for the push. He was thinking, wait, Marks, I thought you were in trouble. And he's like, yeah, I'm just hiding, waiting for reinforcements. So, yeah, pretty damn big win for the FAVBET side. I mean, in general, if... what are you thinking?
Yeah, no, UNiTY thought they were safe like 3 times. Like, no, okay, now we have killed the guy pushing. Oh, no, there's one more pushing from the smoke. Yeah. Now we have killed him. No, there's one more. It's so crazy. This game, I mean, Inferno is usually a long map, right? Because there are so many saves. These teams don't like to save. These teams are just constantly going for fights. We're actually having ourselves a short Inferno for the first time in a while.
And I feel like one of the problems as well with the banana control from UNiTY is that I feel like they've been deploying way too many smoke grenades. I feel like, if anything, the smokes have been too advantageous for the CT side because it has been time and time again, Marix just going for the aggressive sprays, Tension as well. Just a good timing found, good frags as well. Marix now moves in from banana because he's tired, man. He's tired of just not finding any action on B, so he's just going there where action is found. And obviously here, again, like this banana control, like I feel like we were just seeing these banana controls happening way too early in the round, where there's still plenty of smokes, where vision is obscured for both Ts and CTs, but despite that, still Marix is able to find just huge impact just by spamming through the smoke every single time, and I feel like UNiTY needs to change it up. They don't have to go out dry to take banana control, but I feel like just using primarily like Molotovs and smoke and like flashbangs, that would be much better. But once again, there's the smoke deployed. Neofrag uses it to avoid any CT molly, but Marix is again close by. I mean, he has been killing a player right by the broken wall every single time, and this time is no different. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, thing with UNiTY that I've heard in the past as well, Neofrag not always the I mean, how can I say this nice? Less talkative guy. I mean, I don't want to use the word toxic, but there's definitely some mental things going on. Having youngsters behind you now dying early every single time. They've tried banana like, out of the 12 times, they've tried it 10 times, and they've lost loads of those fights. They keep on trying it, keep on attempting to go for it. So, at what point is the mental of UNiTY gonna start breaking? For now, luckily, after that entry was found, they're fighting their way back. They haven't really called in too many tactical timeouts as well. It's been hard to continuously try without success. K1 Fighter can luckily find this AK. The only one left on the side will be Marix. He will get help soon from Smash. Guy in with definitely some chances here is Marix. Dark is a pretty good position here. Not one that you're going to molly. Maybe one that you're going to check, but might go overlooked as well. Smash wants to try and help. Darber, not the first position you're clearing. And that's why Marix finds at least one. Flash is good to support. Marix taking them all. This man is on fire. He's trying to fight more. Smash joins in. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. UNiTY gets allowed to. 7 straight from FAVBET.
Yeah, again, like I said, I mean, it's so hard to see a team win even 5 rounds in a row, and now we just had a great example of FAVBET even winning 7. That's pretty insane how well they managed to play it. And again, like, huge shout out to Marix. I mean, his efforts on the B bomb side, he just found all the important frags every single time. It felt like, you know, absolutely, well, legendary stuff, as I'm sure Ashwanda will be quite happy with the skin he has won. I wouldn't call it necessarily a legendary skin, but a nice one to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's CT side performance, man. It was really solid. I feel like, then again, I call CT side performance. Really, it was just the P bomb side. You know, it was just the P bomb side, because look at Bondic. He barely had to find any impact on A, because apart from the initial few rounds, it's just been B and B and B.
Yeah, and the thing is, they have found success towards A. So I'm a little bit confused as to why UNiTY haven't gone A that many times, right? You're gonna continue to try and try and try. I mean, okay, eventually it's gonna work, and it did work out once where they took the side, but after that, the retake is still a second thing, which simply just hasn't worked for UNiTY. Hopefully, they can get things going onto their CT side. Maybe lesser about strategies, more about the aiming. Let's hope the youngsters can get themselves involved. Right, Darburn, a big talking point in his previous iterations of some of the academy teams that he's been a part of, right? He's been playing for Gamer Legion Academy for more than a year. Always been a talking point in that regard, but yeah, K1 Fighter, Purdy, Woozy have to get involved as well. Neofrag, can't always find him having to do everything, and you can see him on 8 kills, but yeah, that's also not enough to get involved. Merrick's on 15, he's going to try and go for an entry again. Let this guy go. Let this guy entry, because he will certainly have a chance to shine too towards that sandbag. Neofrag, this time good for 1, then gets taken. Do you check for Woozy? You don't. You do after he gets himself 1, and so the trading game begins. Leaves it down to a 3 versus 3. You would usually say that favors the T side, but K1 Fighter can still find 1, and now you can play the numbers game. Now you can play the retake if you're gonna have the advantage. FAVBET having to fight themselves out of this.
Oh, a low HP K1 Fighter wins it. I think Bondik had no armor on him, so that aim punch was just too huge, man. Tension. Let's see, 1v3. Oh no, already being spotted out. K1 Fighter wins it out despite just having 3 points of health. Wins 2 big gunfights. So that's at least a bomb plan for FAVBET, but then again, UNiTY, they absolutely needed to get a round like this on the board. Need to get some momentum flowing their veins. But I'm sure you're FAVBET. You get that bomb plan. You're up against a squad. You managed to almost wreck completely on that first half. So what I'm expecting next is just that straight up Galil, maybe some Mac-10s kind of forced by.
It also depends on how many players have been alive. And yeah, they are going for that, not Galils, because in the current meta, you cannot go for a armor Galil anymore. Unless you have found a kill. And then you go without any utility. The money simply just isn't that great from the 600 that everybody is getting instead of 800. But they're still going to go for this buy, as if they're kind of faking out this B presence and potentially go in A after. I like it from FAVBET, but it's going to be tough to actually take a site with the pistols in hand. Like I said, they do have the utility. They don't really seem to have the firepower to make it happen. Waiting out for the utility from UNiTY to be wasted, and yeah, same on train really happening. The first few seconds have been gone, and look at what utility UNiTY still have left. They've 1 smoke to be deployed on K1 Fighter. He's on B. He's now thrown it as well. Purdy is the one still having a smoke towards Pit, and you have 2 flashes that are on the B side. So FAVBET has played this well and might have a chance to execute B without any utility left. Yeah, 2 flashes, that's it.
Yeah, the Rec 9s are pretty good nowadays, I feel like. It's not like they've been, particularly buffed, but yeah, the Tech 9 is just able to land some insane shots.
Here they come.
2 players on the B bomb site. Here we go. Typical Bondik waiting 20 seconds before the final commit, but Neofrag and K1 Fighter won't wait for anything. They're out there ready and more than happy to get some big frags their way. Bomb plan at least for FAVBET, but they don't really care as much about just doing economical damage or, getting a bomb plan. They went for a force play for one particular reason and one reason only, and that is to get this win across the finish line. And right now, it's not looking good. Bondik out in the open. I'm not really sure what was the thought process. I was kind of hoping that Bondik is just the player who will just stand there and wait. I guess he was hoping that, yeah, those CTs probably expect me to be in dark, so I just might try to go for the swing and fire off a shot, maybe get a headshot, but it didn't even stood a chance, to be honest.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm okay with him peeking there. Like, the problem is, you don't have that standard crossfire, right? Usually you would say, okay, one is towards triple, and one is gonna be towards dark. And with him swinging out, and he hoped for a kill, then UNiTY's call would be, okay, they're playing a dark triple crossfire, but it was in second oranges, so it was to try and bait to make sure they weren't ready for tension, but unfortunately Bondek couldn't find a kill there. So there was definitely some thought behind the play he was trying for, but of course things gotta work out for him, and him being the IGL, it's always hard to get kills on the board, to get some promising numbers. Now unfortunately on 3 kills in this game, definitely letting his team down a little bit in the killing department. Let's hope he can find a bit more in the latter stages of this game. Up close, Tech 9, great to find that kill smashes. Still having to kill some more, and Long now being smoked off. It's going to be Woozy getting himself involved. Merrick knows he's there, so only one to find on this A side in pit. Purdy baiting as much time as possible. He's ready for it. And Woozy to chime in to help in time to find success with a triple. He gets UNiTY over the line for one more. And now we're going to see that buy from FAVBET. Now we're going to see the full buy against the full buy for round 16. UNiTY can tie. FAVBET can take the lead once more. This is going to be an important round for both sides.
Yeah, because now, like I said, we can see a real investment coming through, not just pistols. And yeah, this is the big challenge for FAVBET, and also the first time experience to figure out how UNiTY is playing on the CT side. Early on, you can see loads of util deployed, but CTs going for them spams. I guess we might see some late banana control. Yeah, that seems to be part of FAVBET's game plan. Marks has pushed through all the way near the logs. 20 seconds left on the clock. We've actually don't think we ever saw this intense banana control from UNiTY on the T side. To be fair, it felt like whenever they tried to set up for this control, Mardix was just out of nowhere find 1, 2 frags, boom, that would be just the round over. And with that pressure now mounting on the B bomb site, a third player has made the rotate in. Oh, they're going for the aggressive play, and it simply doesn't work out. Where was the flash? Anything? They just tried to go for the dry swing. I guess they were hoping that FAVBET is just getting ready for the execute, so they hoped to catch some of those T players off guard, but all of them still had their weapons and more than ready to take the fight. So a big round win for FAVBET. Garber and Purdy, there's no way they're attempting a retake.
And that is how you take that B side. Triple B setup. Immediately drawn apart. FAVBET to take matters into their own hands. Another style points added for both Smash and Merrick's, which have played insane on that B side. On the CT side, and now on the T side, that continues. Previous game, we saw particularly Jackie and Tension step up. In this game, it is Smash and Merrick's, and that adds to the point we were making all day long about how FAVBET is mostly known for their individuals, that everybody can have a good game, everybody can have a standout game. Bondik can also be fired up at times. This series may be more silent, but he has his team doing so. And that's why the numbers from the FAVBET players are so all-round, most of their games. And why this team can really perform, and sometimes maybe even underperform, because then we don't have that step-up. Everybody playing about the same, and not having that 1 or 2 step-up players in their team. We'll have to see how this continues. Technical pass for now. Hopefully not that big of an issue. That can easily be sorted for us to continue, because this game has been quite fun. Let's hope we can continue the fun. Although UNiTY, we see their economy. For now it's still good, but if they lose one more, 1900 at it, means FAVBET can go to 11 before we know. This can really be a FAVBET game within the time span of 1 or 2 rounds.
I'll say this though as well. We can actually touch on briefly like on UNiTY's run, and I kind of feel like they've been given a really good chance to qualify for the playoffs, because like initially they got an opponent in the form of Modim, which they managed to beat, which is fair enough, as to be expected. Then they went up against Copenhagen Wolves. Now, Copenhagen Wolves have been undergoing some structural changes themselves, bringing in players, kicking out some guys, and I felt like, okay, that's got to be a UNiTY victory, but they didn't get it. Okay, up next, Novaq. Novaq, a team that seems to have, like, on paper, some pretty good players, but then again, what they lack is obviously the tactical element, and I was kind of hoping that UNiTY might win it out. Still a close game, didn't pull it through. Up next, they got a forfeit victory against Ruby because they didn't turn up on time. And yeah, I feel like UNiTY has been kind of given such a great chance to qualify for the playoffs. And right now, it would be such a shame that they couldn't make it through after all the layups they've been given.
Yeah, same for FAVBET goes, kind of. They played against Roller Coaster, team that came from the open qualifier. Still some good names in there. Not to be disrespectful, but 13-3, 13-4, so there's definitely something to say about both teams and about the FAVBET maybe choking aspect that we talked about when we expect them to do real good, race to that top 40 in no time, but haven't been able to make it past that final hurdle. A win of this caliber, 2-0, would then be potentially expected, and we would be happy about the FAVBET performance to make it to another playoffs, where they're going to have a chance to show up against some real tier 2 opposition. But yeah, it's all going to have to be found. Merrick's, his opening kill could mean a lot onto Neofrag. He can't find that kill, and with the opening kill originally going to the side from UNiTY, tough things might be laying up in front of them.
20 seconds, man. Again, this is the bonding special, right? They're trying to finish the round with so little time remaining, and luckily, they're up against a UNiTY that don't really have a good purchase, so they could pull it off. Smash will get it across, though, but if Darber is aware of his angles, he might just go for a very lucky spam. Oh, no! It could have gone for the bomb planter instead. Anyhow, it's still a very winnable round for UNiTY. It is a 1v3 Lonesome Tension. First and foremost, he's looking towards Banana. Can always readjust towards CT spawn. Oh, I love the aggression from Tension. But he was so hoping the Banana player is just going to peek out a little bit sooner. But eventually, that is a big round win for UNiTY. Good pickup for them. Obviously, it kind of helped them that we saw a very heavy rotation towards B-side later on, because Neofrag primarily was just holding on to B-side by his lonesome. And then when the eventual push came through, luckily, at least two players have made that rotate, and I'm sure as hell they made a big impact. That impact is definitely being made. 8-9 is the scoreline. Remember, we ended the first half 8-4.
Yeah, UNiTY is making him sweat a bit. Spoke about CT side briefly. The T side every single time. The versatility was lacking here on the CT side. We see constant variation to setups, and players individually have more room to shine. Particularly Woozy, and also Neofrag, that's picking himself up a double. This B side is under big pressure by FAVBET early. And the same goes for UNiTY, as they have taken B side early quite a lot on their CT side. Smash, good way to find that kill onto Neofrag. Still, you gotta deal with a K1 fight on the back of the site. Mollies to give K1 fight a little room. He burns down, which actually gives them a fair chance. He hasn't seen an opposition, and he's finding himself falling. Woozy, though, helps out that he finds that kill. Taken by Smash, who is up for the ace clutch. Two more necessary for Smash to make this one his. Sneaks through into Church, where Darber was up close. Wants to push CT to help Purdy get across. No fight given, although Purdy is in the open. This could be a kill. Ooh, he sneaked into the corner there. Smash now seeing him. Providing with fights. Little bit scared about that, because Purdy not waiting for example, a Darber to peek with him. He wins out the 1v1, and so it's 9-9. We're all tied.
all tied up, man. I was kind of hoping that Smash might get it across the finish line. But yeah, this game is turning out to be pretty damn close.
Yeah.
I feel like, yeah, FAVBET, sure, you've tried out towards the B-bomb side more than a few times now. Maybe it's time to change it up. Tech9s are here. I'm honestly a big fan of the A-side push in a round like this, especially that pop through balcony. We did see some of the UNiTY players peek out of brackets, just they didn't find anything, and they might feel like, yeah, probably second mid is empty. So if we see what's happening on the minimap, banana control is firmly in the hands of UNiTY, and I was kind of hoping that K1 FAVBET will just keep on holding banana up close, but he's just taking a longer range fight just in case if he sees those players, he'll try not to fight them, but to back away more than anything. Right now, it looks like FAVBET is setting up for what I potentially anticipated, the pop through balcony. So that's a pretty good flashbang for one of the defenders on the side. Works also for the pit defenders, so this could be big. Right now, Darper is just looking for those fights. Oh, eventually goes down. Smash finds a couple. Neofrag just keeps on spamming with the M4, but this is a great chance for a bomb plant. Again, a post plant. A 2v2 post plant on the A bombs, and I feel like those once again just favor the T side immensely, and that's also an AWP recovered.
Yeah, attention. If you want player in the hands of the ARP, it's actually the ARPer that picks it up from FAVBET as well. Woozy lost it. Smoke will be thrown. Molly on the back of the side. Will it hit Tension? Waiting for the flash. Here they come. Tension right before the flash. Second flash pops. He finds the kill. Up close. Looking for Neofrag. It's Tension to do it. With pistol and armor. They strike like they're having rifles. And it's the A side hit that does it. Fade away from B. Because A is the play. Darber trying everything he could. And then Tension. Look to make the ARP sing. And it sings beautifully on the A side.
That's an amazing round to win for FAVBET, and they absolutely know it. And the implications of this victory are actually quite immense. Look at the economy of UNiTY. It has been basically shattered. So for them, even if they go for like a full-on eco this time, the problem, they still wouldn't have just enough money for a proper investment. So what do you do, man? They could go for the eco, but it looks like the force buy is the option. But again, you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself to perform in this round. And albeit this is Inferno, right? And there are a lot of close quarters engagements where those MP9s and pistols can do a lot of great work. I would probably, because they are about to lack a lot of serious utility, would consider just maybe holding on to the sides for as long as possible. Just default it out and hope for the best. But obviously then you give a chance for FAVBET to dictate the pace in this round.
Yeah, it's tough. What do you do? They try it. They try to go for this buy. Hoping for the best. Going B will be the answer. 2 players to deal with. Not much utility to go for a smoke and then a flash. Neofrag is going to rotate about, so no chance to double swing. Sneaking through is already Jackie. He has something cooking at the moment. K1 FAVBET still holding his flash. Should be a kill here for Jackie. Has to turn from the flash, potentially has to kill. Yep, K1 FAVBET gets taken. That's why Neofrag had to help him. Because now the side is fully under control. Was waiting for the call for the flash to be made and no call came. That's the side under control, and now Pistol scraping up the pieces, hoping for something to be provided, as UNiTY might have to play for overtime here.
Yeah, this is... I feel like that's the implication, right? That they're just about to play for overtime, and the most awkward thing as well up next is going to be at least not a full-on eco, because these players did survive. So maybe they might prompt to, I don't know, play a bit of a stack if they feel like it. But yeah, you're absolutely right about it. Up next is just another, like, silly investment. They will maintain their weapons from this round. But at that point, there's a chance that, yeah, FAVBET will be sitting on those 12 rounds. Now, again, maybe it's not the end of the world, because if FAVBET get 12, that's still just a 3-round difference between UNiTY and FAVBET, right? So it's not like it's a, you know, some huge distance, like 5 or 6 rounds that they have to claw their way back in. And pretty sick stuff there as well for Jackie just to walk into the bomb site. It's like, oh, this guy is setting up for a flashbang. Well, the only flash he'll see is the tunnel at the end. Or actually, no, the light at the end of the tunnel. Hold up.
Hold up. Wait a minute. And then something ain't right at the moment, because UNiTY is picking this map, but are down to an 11-9. Up close. Ooh, the scout, double stack, taken. Jackie just rushes them down, batters them apart. FAVBET F8. FAVBET F12. And now, what do you do if you're UNiTY? You gotta win 3 in a row, Danny. Looks as if FAVBET has shown us why the bookies suggested it was gonna be a pretty lopsided series, a pretty one-sided one. Lopsided. Because the first map was very obviously taken, and the second now looks really great as well. No one from the UNiTY side on a positive KD. And even though things have been pretty okay when it looks at the beginning of the CT half, as soon as that one point of breaking happened again with that pistol armor, the full buys from UNiTY have then looked very bland afterwards. All about the mental, potentially.
Yeah, it's important, right? Especially when these rounds are coming as close as they possibly can be. And I feel like, yeah, for UNiTY, I'm not sure if they have the mental fortitude to bounce back after that tremendous loss with the pistols. That's actually... Oh, okay. Okay, one finder. Lucky bastard. Still gets to keep that AK-47. I'm sure that's a nice gun to have, considering up next... they need all the firepower they can get, and an AK-47 definitely is a nice gun to have. So I was wondering whether we might see a tactical pause from UNiTY or even FAVBET, to be honest, but I guess not. They're just going to play the way they will. That should be a smoke landing, I believe, for Banana. There we go. That smoke has now been deployed. Seemed them early fights as well. Woo! Oh, the triple nade stack. K1 fighter up close in car. I want to feel like Jackie has been so good at this position. No! Oh my gosh, the crosshair was just a little bit off. They should be expecting, and I mean, they have intel. FAVBET know there are 2 players right behind the smoke. It's again K1 Fighter and Darber. This combo is decimating this banana push, and even though initially it looked like it's going to be FAVBET's round, it looked like the nade stack gets that one player. Jackie now moving up in a prime position. They will pull it through. But no, UNiTY out of nowhere. Big round. Darber, K1 Fighter, phenomenal performance.
Both players, or both teams rather, not calling it a tactical timeout. And it's like UNiTY think, yeah, we're just going to play the same as we did before, right? Push banana, take fast control, because that has worked for us. FAVBET answer with, yeah, they're probably going to go back, and we nade them down. After that, because no tactical timeout is called, it's an absolute bloodbath. Pushing through smokes without utility, taking fights, UNiTY wins it, but my god. More strategical approach can definitely help them. I mean, FAVBET lingering in the shadows. We're just going to continue to have those fights left, right, and center. There's no strategy involved. It's just, let's play a default, and there's already 2 dead within the time span of 20 seconds. Who will be the victor after? That's the key part. FAVBET definitely have the momentum on their side. I feel like definitely have the chance to play this style more. But my goodness. Just fight over fight over fight. Luckily, some silence now in this round after a little bit of early battle. It's FAVBET to play it a little bit slower. Triple A setup, only 1 left on B, being Woozy with the AWP. It looks as if FAVBET walks right into the stack from UNiTY. But will they be ready this time? Darber into his favorite position behind the site. Birdie up close, dealing with them, the flashes, not really collapsing, as Birdie will not collapse just yet. Him together with Darber, this time hold on. Against pistols they couldn't, but the AKs are not enough to deal with this crossfire. 30 seconds left as Merrick's It's up close on the side. Could find Darber. The spray. It's a little bit awkward. He needs to find both. He can't. We're going full distance into round 24 with UNiTY on 11 and FAVBET on 12.
Well, that's kind of what I was predicting for this map, that Inferno, it is a map where you can expect a lot of these rounds to be just going down to the wire, mega close, as to be expected. Now, FAVBET, I guess, feeling the pressure, will consider taking a tactical pause as well. Yeah, you gotta wonder, I mean, they just didn't really do a good enough job at selling that fake on the B-bomb side, right? Vuzi was still capable of holding a very forward position, and despite the nade and flashbang that came his way, he's like, yeah, just, I'm just gonna keep on holding this, man.
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe if FAVBET want to find some more success, they probably have to be more convincing with their fakes, which I feel like this round, they'll probably slow down the pace and just do a classic Bondic, 20 seconds remaining, let's go execute on B sort of strat.
Yeah, more versatility needed from FAVBET. They have tried that A push once more, where they found success with, but this time UNiTY that was ready for it. And yeah, also with that utility, like you mentioned, but I do like the approach from UNiTY to say, yeah, we'll leave just an AWPer alone. And we're gonna stack towards that A side, feeling that that is the position that FAVBET is pushing, and exactly that also occurs. Love to see it. The gambles that do work, because they know it's gonna happen. Reading them like a book. Slow round from FAVBET. No attempt at taking B just yet. Fast play towards A, it looks like. Bondic ready to molly. Under porch is played by Woozy. Looking with this up to find an opening while FAVBET pushes A. The flash sending him off. Necessary kill from Woozy, not able to do so.
This is looking good now. FAVBET with the commitment on the side. Darber still doing phenomenal work. Oh, Smash getting caught out there, but luckily comes out on top. Bondic, he's been so good, and this time he will not miss. And just like that, this could very easily be the end of UNiTY at Galaxy Battle Phase 3. Just one player in the form of K1 Fighter remaining to try and stop the madness. So far, he gets it. It's still a 1v2 post-plant. Oh, the nade. That's some more damage intention. Was wondering whether the nade might be deployed for Smash's position in the pit, but yeah, he is simply running out of time. Smoke deployed though, but Tension, I mean, he's right next to the smoke, right? He could just keep on stabbing. And, oh, there we go. K1 Fighter gets it. Smash.
No!
No, no, no! Why?
What?
Why? Oh my god.
He thought with 2 left clicks it would have been enough. I thought so too. 2 left clicks not making it happen. Oh wow. K1 Fighter right next to Smash there. But not the half expected. And now it's painful, right? You gotta watch 30 seconds to this screen. Smash just wants to disconnect out of the game. He sees the CT right in front of him. And I get it.
And you gotta wonder as well, like, why not just go for the spam? You got 2 players.
Yeah,
they could very easally just... You had 2 AK-47s. Surely, with both players spamming, you could have got a kill, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's also that if you go for that spray, he would have been able to walk out of it and potentially know where both of them were, right? The pit guy was still unknown till this date. So if you go for the knife on just one, the second player is still unknown. Of course, after that he goes for the stick straight up, but you think the time is too low to even go off the defuse. So then knifing is the easiest of chances. I think they made the right decision, but it's just unfortunate that player wasn't tagged up left click more by the first player initially going into the smoke. Right, I get it. Spraying, of course, it could have also worked, but he went off the first defuse as well, right? For a reason, because then he could have killed them. Let's say he would have been able to find out where Smash was. He might have been able to flick on him in the first place and got the kill. So I don't think it was necessarily bad to go for the move, but hey, it didn't work out. K1 Fighter still clutched it. I think it's a miracle he did it. Because usually when two players are starting to step you down in the smoke, you're a dead man walking.
Yeah, I kind of wonder now how much that's going to affect the confidence of FAVBET, and something tells me it actually might. This might be a big loss that I'm not sure they can bounce back from easily. Tension is the first to take the hit. He was the operative, though. They at least know Woozy's positions, and if you wonder as well, like UNiTY, they ended up losing a lot of those rounds in a row just because they started to struggle in terms of money. So if they would have had just enough money, maybe they win this map and we're done with it. Now I feel like they have a second chance to give us a good showing. Maybe not to say goodbye to the tournament because they were just milliseconds away from doing so. And now this is a chance worth fighting for.
Yeah. A chance certainly now in the hands of them. That opening kill really doesn't help. Tension wanting to take the upper. It's a good position for him to initially go for it. Birdie shutting down Smash. He was still trying to look for something. Brilliant round from UNiTY as well, realizing where the up was going to peak. Woozy just posted up and doing great with the big green in his hand. Now we'll see if the momentum can be kept or if FAVBET have been able to think about the situation a little bit. Find their form back, but they're definitely still, we see on Bondik's cam as well, he's visibly frustrated of what just occurred. A technical pause. I think this is also a little bit of a tactical one.
Yeah, maybe it can be used for discussion, though I feel like that probably more or less against the rules, though. Technical issues should be, used for technical matters, but on the side of FAVBET, no real conversations ongoing. I feel like the guys might be a little bit deflated after a loss like that, so yeah.
And Bondik is calling, but there is one player off his PC, so yeah. I mean, of course you cannot use the technical timeout for the tactical purposes. But if a player really has an issue, then you can obviously talk. And he's asking for IDs. He's asking for what particularly Merrick's needs, I think. The rest just listening. Well, I feel like they can still do this, obviously. I think this is pretty nice for them to have some more time to think and talk over things. But yeah, need to get back into that headspace in order to get it over the line.
And maybe the tactical pause, or shall I say technical pause, might actually work out for a team like FAVBET to, relax a bit, like chillax, have that breather opportunity. Because if we were to just keep on playing, I feel like they might just get crushed, to be honest. But looks like Bondik is trying to hype up the guys at least, saying, guys, it's not over. We might as well keep on playing. At least that's what I'm hoping for. I hope he's not like going full emo that, oh, you guys lost the round and like we were screwed. That's not what I'd like to hear out of my captain, and I hope Bondik is not saying that.
No, I mean, Bondik has experience in that regard. I mean, all these players have experience to deal with these type of situations. But yeah, like you said, a tactical timeout or a technical one in this regard might have been the way for them to just chill, think over things, and get back to focus. And now we'll have to see if this is going to be the change that they needed. Smashing Merrick's still playing really good in this whole game. Boosting up into the apps. Definitely some IDs that are still rocking, which makes me smile a bit. What just happened? Came on Fighter. Pushing down as the Molotov will be thrown, making him go all the way into the cubby. Well, with all of that control, FAVBET might have to accelerate into A in order to outsmart the UNiTY players a bit. Because soon, that setup up close is again going to fall into, tension can bait a little bit towards B. If that's all that you can really do, there's not much of a fake to be sold. Darber. Wow, what a read from Jackie there to take him down from Apps. They're gonna find him. Trades are great. On the side, still Neofrag that gets battered apart. What a triple entry from Jackie. Lovely work there to take the A side. And even though there's 3 players to deal with, that kill towards the box immediately puts it down to 2. Just a beautiful read with Darber almost always playing there. Gets FAVBET very comfortably into a tight spot again.
That's actually insane. I mean, there were 4 players on that A bomb site. I mean, so many players to go up against, and still FAVBET come out on top. Yeah, Jackie, he's your man. Like, in those tough situations, it feels like he's able to perform, like, out of his mind. Smash as well. Mar also worth the shout. But yeah, at least they get this 1 round in FAVBET. I'm sure they'd love to get a second, but not sure how successful they're going to be. But yeah, these hits on the A-bomb set have been pretty splendid. Even when they walk into a stack, I feel like UNiTY might get a little bit disenchantment that, okay, maybe these guys are still ready to play. We shouldn't just give up, absolutely. But also note as well that, yeah, solid hold. So many frags to find. 13 to 13 we go. This is also at least a good situation for UNiTY, right? They win the first one. Sure, they lose the second, but they at least still have money on the third, because always the most riskiest thing is when you lose like 2 rounds in a row in OT. On that 3rd round, you basically just don't have any money to play with it. That really sucks for either team or either side. Now, luckily, we have at least avoided that, but someone still has to come out on top here in OT, and we'll see who it's gonna be.
Looking at a FAVBET A take is making me smile again for them, because that's the side they've had most success on. B has been UNiTY's terrain on the CT side. B has been UNiTY's terrain on the T side as well, while FAVBET has taken all the control necessary. Yeah, and A is with only 2 now. A good crossfire is being played. Darber not playing behind that default box anymore. All people do in fact change, and they're gonna go apps again with 2. 2 from short, the flash send in. Same execute as before. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Again, this time, Jackie is once again the first point of contact. He has found success before, but Smash will find the opener. Again, this time, it is just 2 defenders on the side itself, whereas the rest of the boys were hanging around the B bomb side. Woozy was, I believe his position was, in fact, towards Arch, so he just wasn't able to get quickly enough in time. But now this is one of those post plans where, I mean, I just don't see a world in which the T's lose this one. They should not mess it up. They should get this one across the finish line. Wow, a lot of time has already been wasted. 20 seconds, and if they're just gonna make their way through short, I just don't see this happening. Like, I feel like UNiTY have already wasted too much time. How can they get back into the side, especially if Marix is alive? And the answer is they will not.
The talk from Bondek has done them well. The speech for him. It's lovely to see the switch up. FAVBET constantly going A. Never change a winning plan. UNiTY expecting them to go after 2 rounds of A. To finally go B. They stack B with 3 once again. FAVBET doesn't even attempt to go B in this one. Every halftime we see that skin being pulled. It's a Mach 10 Sakaku for Urahara. 500. Congratulations, man, with your Mach 10. Pretty nice one. Not that expensive, particularly. But that's not important. You won yourself a skin. Congratulations with that. FAVBET 2 away, Sir Danny. And they've definitely found their stride back. UNiTY, they struggled on their T side a lot. So I still feel like this could be FAVBET's game all day long.
Definitely feel like it. Up next, though, UNiTY T side. Again, like, this is a team that I've seen them pull off some pretty nice setups. On the T side, I've seen them have some set plays they have basically from the get-go, from spawn, which, again, it's cool that they have these. think it's important in a map like Inferno, but right up next, as we see, Banana Control seems to be the name of the game for T-side. Though CT's not really fighting for it from what I can tell. There's the one flash. Marix, I mean, I guess... It is Marix, and he has been performing out of his mind on Banana, so that's a guy you can allow him to go for that peak. But UNiTY, apart from, firing off some shots, haven't really done much of control, but now, I guess, okay, now it's gonna happen.
Yeah. They wait a little bit. But eventually B is still hit. This is the Neo-Frag special. We'll have to see if Smash can deal with them. Hearing the stabs, hearing the utility. Smoke towards A is going to keep FAVBET at bay. Not a third player being rotated over. Although it is a B exec to come. Now, rotations might start to occur. They still got a molly on Smash. Back of side is Marix. He doesn't have any utility. But that's not a problem. They gotta deal with the players coming. Smash can't. Taken down. Marix in the open due to the Molotov being thrown. And UNiTY, exec B, with a good outcome. Will we see a retake from FAVBET?
Probably just have to give it a go, but I don't know. If Tension is not able to find a single frag in like the next 5 seconds, maybe it's just not worth the trouble. But they still have some utility remaining, which could actually work out for them. 2 players are in Banana, so this is now a really good chance to just keep on pushing to the side. They are trying to go for like a double stack, but is it going to be enough? I feel like the bomb can still be defended pretty damn well. Oh no, this is terrible. Or is it? Woozy! Second shot is with the Glock, and Tension comes out on top. Is there time? No, there is not. But Woozy with the Glock saves the day, man. I'd love to see his POV. How did he get that second kill with the Glock? The first, sure, but the second guy? Was he really that low in HP? I wonder, like, how did he die so quickly?
Bondik at 50.
I guess we're not going to see the full replay.
Bondik at 50 health, and he shot him like 4 to 5 times, so that was really, really tough, but he had the lineup. He had the capability, and he just went to blindly shut him down with the Glock. Brilliantly played from Woozy, brilliantly played for UNiTY. Around is around in that one, around is around in OT. Not really having to care about economy. Neo-Frag goes aggressive towards B. Not been seen, Marix finds him. Rushes for more. B is under his control now. Again, Neo-Frag left alone towards that B side. We haven't seen him have all too much success with that. And I'm wondering why he's continuously trying to do so. Attempting A, it looks like, for UNiTY, but now you got 3 players, even a 4th joining. Still having to make a decision with a minute left.
Luckily, they still have, I'd say, a fair amount of time to work with. Though, the one thing I definitely would not want to see out of UNiTY is just, a porch hit on A-bombs. I feel like those are not the best, to be honest. Actually, now that I think of it, we haven't really seen a lot of, A-side commitments where you would have players taking short control as well as long control. And that, from what I've seen in some of the earlier games I casted, that's a UNiTY specialty. And this time, they might have prompted to do so. To actually, push on the A-bomb side through a couple angles, though from what we can tell with the current position, that's not the case. This will just be a hit on the bomb side. Luckily, there's no guy in the pit to try and stop him, so they can be happy about that. But Jackie, again, in this position, finding so much impact. Tension does find the 1, but it's a 2v2. Still quite doable for UNiTY, as well as the CTs. There's another smoke deployed. Obviously, Woozy is quite low in HP. Does take the high ground. The most important part is, of course, clearing the pit. He needs to survive. Oh no, that's big. All up to Marix. He's been hitting some insane shots, but this time it will not go his way. So 15 to 14, UNiTY bring it back. And despite losing that first player, they still have a successful commitment on the bomb site.
Yeah, Jackie, double kill was all he needed to get. Player crosses into the side before he can take him down. We've got a birdie step up in and since the second half. Really showed what he needed to. Good that UNiTY called this tactical pass. Because even though the round goes their way, tactically speaking, that round still was quite questionable, right? A neo-frag alone in B still makes me question myself. Still makes me question UNiTY's play. At the same time, the fact they win it in the end and have found success towards A, it's really making me wonder what UNiTY will do this round. A Wuzi Zaibu Bananamus maybe. As he has himself an AWP. And is initially going for that. A walk up together with Neofrag looking for an opening. They need to find that opening kill. After that they can slow things down. Neofrag is looking for it again. Initially 2 towards B are being played. No banana control from FAVBET. Originally that means they're only playing 2 towards that B side. So accelerating now could be the name of the game for UNiTY themselves. Smoke gets used. Merrick's having only an MP9 to work with. Will be Nade. 2 rounds in a row lost. So you can see some consolidations in economy to be made. Looking for an opening kill. If they find that. That would be huge. Could be round changing, game changing for UNiTY. To find their own map pick by the skin of their teeth. 50 seconds to actually do it. Second smoke deployed, but that's it towards the B side. That's it in terms of utility. So waiting this out and be exacting. Uzi make the jump. That's the smoke. The execute comment. Merrick's waiting for the flash to pop. Smash. Also under a lot of pressure as he has an MP9, but Merrick's having him ready and set up. Can put in a new mag and takes them all down. Merrick's with 3. What a absolutely ridiculous spray down that was. Shutting down the B play completely, even though they had just 2 MP9s. Ridiculous work from FAVBET, and we're going for another overtime.
Yeah, that's the one thing you gotta always worry about. If you lose those 2 rounds in OT, that 3rd round purchase is always so weak, and this was a great example of it. I mean, FAVBET had to play with the MP9s, and you're thinking, like, how can they even possibly do this? And this is exactly how Marks, even though this time he has a worse weapon, he's able to find so much impact single-handedly. I mean, once he gets those 2 frags, you feel like, yeah, I don't see UNiTY getting back into this one. Oh, he even gets a 3rd. Yep, yeah, it's definitely over. So really well played. The smokes used to his advantage. And right now for FAVBET, okay, they're on the CT side. Now, I feel like it's still quite hard to call, like, Inferno as some sort of CT side paradise. No, I still feel like you have to fight quite heavily for some of these rounds, but now, at least that, once again, alleviates some pressure for the CT side. Now they have a much better purchase, and even though I say alleviate some pressure, I guess, like, the one important bit is for them to at least get these 2 rounds in, right? I feel like they get the 2 rounds, at least, that's doable. Free, obviously, is the most optimal position. And speaking of optimal positions, Marks and Banana, we've seen this time and time again how well he's been playing, how well he has been just abusing those smokes. Quite surprised as well that despite all that, haven't seen those banana takes with nades from UNiTY. And hold up, Darber, big frag being found, tension up close. Oh, big shot with the op. Still has Smash to help him out. Oh, it's tension again with another. He is not slowing it down. It's a good thing Bondic will find the final player. But oh boy, tension just got himself a highlight reel.
Yeah, really crazy. The second shot mainly. And then the 3rd and the 4th coming in quick succession. Tension single-handedly wins them the round here for FAVBET. Originally they boost Jackie up, thinking that he could get away with some. UNiTY pushes fast. Have that kill, then thinking the path is free into the A side, but there's a tension in the way. A highlight play, a highlight reel makes that so much more. As now UNiTY, after having the chance again to win this one out, and now the 1st round going their way. We're speaking of momentum every single time. Is FAVBET finally pushing their ticket forward? Are we gonna see some more pressure to be alleviated? All of them now in the smoke. Smash might not be aware of this. The double setup towards short tension. Having to have a step up again. Up finds one. Up close. Now dealt with by K1 Fighter. But they got a Bondic to deal with. Who do you expect in this round? Not a fourth towards A, right? Apparently, they just had to expect that. Merrick's up close with Woozy. The bomb is on A. Neofrag is on B. This round just turned on its head because Bondic didn't expect to have 4 towards that A side. They didn't see the bomb. Otherwise, you wouldn't push towards B. Bondic up close. Is Neofrag anticipating on this? So much on the line of this 1v1. They still don't expect this bomb. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had a Merrick's push towards B. But does Neofrag expect Bondic? No, he doesn't. What a weird round to win for FAVBET. But they do it.
It definitely is a weird round to win, especially now. Like, look at the play we saw here. I don't know why K1 Fighter believed, yeah, we got those 3 players. It's got to be the A side empty. And that's usually how it is, but this time they still have plenty of time on the clock. Maybe they should have just slowed down the pace just a little bit. Maybe not go for the insta-bomb plan, and we saw FAVBET just capitalize on that. And they've already reached, I feel like, the bare minimum of those 2 rounds. And the best part is, up next, it's not like UNiTY have a truly bad buy. That's at least good for UNiTY. They have those AKs out. But yeah, I mean, FAVBET has been looking pretty damn solid. And it's interesting that they're the ones to take the tactical pause. I was so sure that UNiTY, after losing 2 rounds in a row, they might want to whip out the tac pause, but apparently not. Oh, and by the way, Tension again, like, we saw how well he played in just that first round of the second OT. And then in the second round, man, like, he's been hitting some crazy shots. I feel like he's been saving FAVBET a fair few times now.
Yeah, Merrick's as well. I mean, I don't think we touched on him that much. He's been left free here on this map. Really not a map that I've seen him perform all too well on. It's more of a structured map, but pushing down Banana, pushing down A, he's done it all. And he's really been striking great. On Ancient, I particularly see him play on Mirage, on Dust 2, but on Inferno as well. Shows that he's still got it.
It's quite insane here. I mean, Marek spies Lonesome, just pushes up aggressively again. Like, the confidence he has to go for these plays, and I guess for him, he's kind of like a solo wolf in that sense that, no, I don't need any flashbangs from my teammates. In fact, if I don't have any teammates, they're just, you know, in the way of me finding big frags. So, stay wherever you want. Don't get in my way. Let me do my thing. Fair enough. It's working out. Once again, as FAVBET have the advantage. 50 seconds remain, though. And this is where playing on the default, it's a good choice. I feel like in a round like this, you do not want to overcook it if you're a FAVBET by making some, you know, rotations or anything like that. If you just play on the defaults, that should be good enough to trade effectively. And they're trying still to get some sort of fake going on that B-bomb side. Tension, oh, it's actually rotating away. So it's up to Jackie and Marek. I mean, these 2 guys can definitely hold their own, so it's not that big of a deal. Bondic, they find K1 Fighter. Now Jackie holding his position, finding himself 2, and even the last guy. There wasn't even no need for Marek to step up. And 3 big rounds won in a row in overtime. So this is a massive, massive statement from FAVBET. From here on out, this should be easy peasy for them. All they got to do is just win that one simple round. But we know how sometimes it can be difficult to win even the 1 round in T side, as UNiTY demonstrated.
Oh, Prince Stream.
Not bad. That's probably one of the better skins I've actually seen in Phase 3, to be honest. But yeah, I believe as the deeper we go in the tournament, I believe the odds are increased a little bit. So that's obviously, yeah, that's actually a thing that happens at Galaxy Battle. So guys, definitely tune into some of the more important playoff matchups that will be happening. Actually, after we're done with today, and we'll figure out which are our final teams to secure a spot in the playoffs. We practically already know teams in the playoffs, so obviously playoff matchups are going to matter a fair amount. So obviously, if you're watching the games, don't forget to type an exclamation mark Galaxy in the chat.
Yeah.
Woozy! There we go. With the AWP, he finds a big frag.
Yeah, and also those matches with the prize money coming into play, they do matter a lot more in terms of VRS points. Right, a win is nice over a team, but as soon as you're getting more prize money from events, your VRS is going to go even further up. So let's say you win the finals. It is not only because you take a team down, but also because you get a bigger chunk of prize money that your VRS points are much more increased. So those playoffs do matter even further for the teams that are playing here. For now though, we're watching the end of the Swiss stage, who will be in the playoffs, and FAVBET having a bigger chance for it with the 3 rounds lead, but the entry that doesn't go their way, woozy, that's been insane on the CT AWP, and he immediately shows that with the opening. Mid now left a little bit open, that smoke on long might get Darber to rotate over. With 40 seconds, FAVBET have to make a decision. I like that they're going A again. Looks like long might also get challenged. Bondik just wanting to flash over towards the long side, and woozy is waiting here. Ready for it. Darber behind the smoke. This is huge. They're not checking for him. He's not able to find the intel he wanted to. As they're rushing towards CT, at least trying to clear it. Bomb still has to cross, so A will be the striking point either way. Oh no, Merrick's a lineup. That's mandatory. That's necessary, and he finds 2. Drop it into the pit from Big Pit as well. Mini Pit and Big having to get cleared. Tension finds the Big Pit 1, and Purdy gets taken as well. Oh no, the rotations, they aren't anticipated on. You heard them going CT, you've seen them going CT, but Merrick's just jumping out of the smoke like a joker ready to fight. And he's making jokes. He's not making jokes against UNiTY though. Neofrag. Can he be the joker in this round? No, he can't. FAVBET go to the playoffs. A crazy round to end it on. A Merrick's 4K. A game that should have been finished way earlier with that retake, with that knifing in the end. FAVBET still though, that are laughing at the end of this game. That are happy at the end of this game, but definitely breathe a sigh of relief.
Oh yeah, I mean, if they were to lose this map and having to go on a 3rd map in a best of 3, like that would be so frustrating, I'm sure of it. It's a really good thing they still closed it out here on Inferno. Sure, it took us some time, but they eventually get the win they deserve. And again, this is one of those teams I expected to see in the playoffs alongside UNiTY, actually. I was kind of hoping UNiTY might actually appear in the playoffs. Instead, what we have is obviously Marix appearing to be the MVP of Inferno, and fair enough, he definitely had some amazing performances, especially the way he held on to Banana more than a few times, just finding that opening frag on the CT side time and time again. And I was quite surprised just how the T players like UNiTY just weren't able to dispatch of him. It felt like they would just, you know, throw a lot of smokes in Banana, and Marix would just keep on spamming through the smoke, fighting the player close by the broken wall time and time again. And I was quite surprised, like, why are you giving like these opportunities for this guy? Like, we saw that big change up from FAVBET, for example, when they were on their teams. Like, they were consistently throwing down mollies, HE grenades at one time. Even I think that might have been maybe the last round of regulation where, they actually chucked in those free nades and took care of one of the UNiTY players on the CT side. But in general, I felt like obviously FAVBET had some great individual performances, sprinkled in with a little bit of more teamwork, and it's no wonder they managed to win the 2nd map.
Yeah, it could have been more convincing, of course, and like you said, that triple nade I still remember as well. After that, I don't think they ever went for peaks again, UNiTY, right? They didn't peak car anymore because they were so like conditioned as well as to, they could just triple nade, they could just double molly, and it got a whole lot harder. FAVBET are in the playoffs. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to UNiTY, but we got ourselves one more game for you guys today. Lot less lopsided in terms of the bookies, almost tied between Copenhagen Wolves and ENCE Academy, making it a very, very nice game as well coming up. We will see you guys after a short break. When we come back, we're going to have that final game deciding who will be our 16th team going into the playoffs. Copenhagen Wolves or ENCE Academy after the break.
What's up, everyone, and welcome to the final showdown that will be ENCE Academy versus Copenhagen Wolves to see which one of these two teams can finally reach a spot at the Galaxy Battle Phase 3 playoffs. The name's Sir Danny, joined here by Dutch Boy. And up next, well, it's a matchup that is probably as even as it possibly can be, because I have no idea who is supposed to win a matchup like this. Because on one hand, you do have ENCE Academy, right? A roster that has been together for, I believe, some of these guys have been playing together for more like a year. In some cases, almost a year. Like, these guys know how to play with each other. They know how to play off of each other. At the same time, though, man, this team, is still young. You could say they're making some mistakes. They're trying to play, I feel like at times, a bit too individualistic. Up next, though, Copenhagen Wolves, a team that in general, like on paper, this could be like a pretty exciting roster to watch, but they've also they've been undergoing some roster changes. They've been swapping players in and out, and it doesn't help that right now they are playing with a stand-in. So they have Jorko standing in for Becker, and having the stand-in with a team that is also, I guess you could say, relatively fresh. Yeah, it's gonna be quite difficult, Dutch Boy.
Particularly on Nuke, where we're starting off on, and picking that one.
Yeah.
Already a very good map for them in the past, and still is. Still the same core as we know, of course. Zwaarts, Too High, Temmie, Miltsy, and Millard. And then going over to Ancient and Mirage could be a little bit easier for the Copenhagen Wolves, but definitely on Nuke a chance to not only prove themselves, but also really step out and basically win the series. Let's say if they win Nuke, we can definitely be assured that on Ancient and Mirage we're going to see an equally as good showing. So we'll have to find out. They're starting on the CT side. The names that we know, and of course Jorko coming in for Becker. 16 years old. We already saw him on the cams with his little glasses as well. He is benched from Mouse NXT. Hasn't really had too much to show for before that, but has already been a substitute for quite some time as well. He played 4 matches with Copenhagen Wolves in the CCT close qualifiers in June, and also inside of the close qualifier of the Winline Inside tournament where they qualified for the Season 7. So, okay, some showings here and there. 16 years old, still quite new, so I look forward to seeing what he can do. Opening fight. Hasn't really gone to either side. Some damage has been done. Mateos has been hit up. And the double doors will open, which is where ENCE Academy could find themselves an entry point in towards that B side still. 2 from ramp that will also get flanked. They find that kill. Maybe this round turns on his head.
Potentially, but look at that setup at lower side. I mean, you got free CTs here. Bomb carrier as well. And the problem is, I mean, they're expecting those players that the A side can be somehow faked out, or they might get some big frags. The problem is they just simply didn't get them. Now they might actually... Okay, so Too High gets a frag on Villani, so there is a chance to move up the vents, but Jorko completely unaware of that, and now T-Side have a good chance to get that bomb planted. Sure, Tapeware is able to find one, but ENCE Academy now in a great position to just win a round like this.
Ooh, Tapeware up. He's gonna get chased, of course, by Millard, who's going behind him. Too High has moved into Squeaky. Time is really not on his side. Halfway ticked already. Too High swinging. Millard helps. That's great. Although low, not afraid to go for fights like that. I love to see it. Ends with a good start. A little bit of an awkward beginning, right? With Jorko as well getting some important kills towards the B side, but simply not enough to stop. And ENCE will be 1-0 up. Doesn't seem like a force bias in play for Copenhagen Wolves. Them playing this as a full eco should provide ENCE with a decent beginning and a second round.
Yeah, at least a good start for ENCE Academy. Why not? Interestingly enough, though, again, we haven't really talked much about the veto, but it's interesting that Copenhagen Wolves, they still, picked this map despite them having a pretty poor track record on it. So I would assume this is not necessarily, them putting a lot of hours in the practice server and grinding it out. And that's the reason they picked this map. I feel like it might just be just a preference thing that you have a core of players that are comfortable with playing, let's say, the CT side of Nuke, or even comfortable with finding some of those engagements on the T side. So that's probably the reason for it. Because if you are a relatively established roster, like the relatively fresh roster, then I feel like playing Nuke, having those setups, it is quite difficult, right? Speaking of which, though, things that are not difficult is obviously this round for ENCE Academy. Up next, you're going to see a quick mop-up in Garage. And even better, ENCE Academy don't lose a single player.
Yeah, and we're all also wondering, we were wondering that with FAVBET as well, when will this ENCE Academy lineup really take off, right? Number 100th in the world. They have been fighting around that top 100 spot a little bit as their peak. It's currently being their peak as well, 102nd in the world. While they've also dropped to like 200th when there wasn't really too much to fight for. But on these events, you're always kind of thinking, okay, this team has been together for so long. Strategically speaking, they're quite good. But they also have the youngsters that are capable of putting up some real big numbers. So when will they take off? Maybe the Galaxy Battle playoffs might be a place for them to shine. And a good start for that has definitely been provided. And a team that they're definitely capable of winning against in Copenhagen Wolves, with all the consolidations made, the UNiTY of the lineup, but also the stand-in that has been played. We'll have to see. Mateos, though, says no to that. And a third will also be taken. Too high. Needs more. Can't. The outside hold is great for Copenhagen Wolves.
There you go. A pretty big round. Mateos, I'm also always a big fan of actually going for some of those secret engagements. I feel like a lot of teams don't really go for that fight anymore. I feel like at least initially it could be a pretty powerful position, though obviously if the teams are fighting for outside control and they're throwing down the wall of smokes, up next is usually a Molotov for secret in particular. So even though we did see, a bit of a change up of frags, no one seemed to have a huge advantage. Later on, it became pretty obvious that the Wolves will just simply run away with a round like that. And we did have some technical issues by the looks of it. Millard had some, but now he's back in the game. We're good to roll. And it's actually quite good to see that ENCE Academy, they remember just the second round prior, they managed to win without dropping a single player, which was obviously a big boost for their economy. If they had dropped even a few players, right now it's questionable whether they would make this purchase even a reality, but now it is a reality. And it's also Millard on the sniper rifle. He might be going for some of those engagements outside, but he's currently the one responsible chucking in a bunch of those smokes in outside to give players like Schwartz, just a chance to move in. There we go.
Yeah, they're moving. Oh, Millard. Good opening with the AWP there on to Jorko. Pushed down from heaven. And he's going to try to go for more. Gets sprayed through the smoke. Mateos chiming in. And that's lovely work from Copenhagen Wolves to shut down the ENCE Academy players early in the game. And if they can really start things off strong here on Nuke, like I said, Ancient will come, Mirage will come. Then the individuals from Copenhagen Wolves are all of a sudden going to come into play. And Mateos has shown up great. Triple kill in the previous round. Now already rocking a double. Smart might be down into the B side, but the bomb is still on ramp. And that one might cross down as well, which could provide them with a bomb plant, as no one from Copenhagen Wolves is intending to rotate down. But the round itself, you can plant the bomb, but will you be able to hold on to the after plant? That's the second thing that's going to be necessary. Doesn't seem like that is to be. Although Miltsy doesn't want to go down yet. Swartz has been watching this event for a very long time. And now Miltsy is finally starting to make his way down. Will they go for the plant, or is it going to be too scary to punch in the digits?
Yeah, right now they have a really good chance to get that bomb planted. Makes sense to plant for ramp. Ooh, that really sucks for Schwartz. I mean, he was holding that event position for what looked like an eternity. Just to catch that player on the rotated, he simply goes down. So, yeah, a bit dissatisfying finisher, I feel like, because once they get that bomb planted, I have hopes for players like Schwartz to find a frag in vents, to stall the CT advancement even further, but Yeah, I feel like it's a bit of a dissatisfying round to lose if you're in Academy, and also doesn't help that more technical issues are plaguing our matchup. So it looks like we're just gonna have to keep on waiting to see what's gonna happen next. But so far, so good. Yeah, some really good holds towards the outside. The Wolves are doing a great job at it. I wonder how well can actually the in-game leader of the Wolves properly integrate, playing with a stand-in. Because that's something, people don't really talk about as much, It's not like you have a stand-in and like, oh, Mr. Stand-in, you'll have to just play the same positions our guy has played. And, for some players, that is doable. Others might have to incorporate the stand-in a bit better, maybe giving away their positions so that the stand-in feels better, that he could actually perform. But yeah, problem is, tech issue is going on. Bilani is not, that does not seem like a happy camper to me. Not too happy about the tech pauses.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too. It's just lots of momentum that gets pulled away from you. I think Copenhagen Wolves, though, pretty happy about how the performance has been so far. And for Tapeware, yeah, he's going to have to incorporate Jorko into the team, being the IGL for Copenhagen Wolves. He's already worked with a bunch of new people, Mateos, that I personally have not seen too much of in the past. Doesn't have a Liquidpedia page as well. Only thing we've seen from him is really his performance in Copenhagen Wolves. A little bit of a time somewhere else, maybe in the FPL as well. But yeah, LFO3 I see him having played on. A lineup with a bunch of newcomers, Chill, that later made a name for himself, the Belarusian. The rest is all very, very new. Just been playing some high-level Counter-Strike and now found himself with an Orc, Jorko. Good start with the AWP. A nice opener to find there. And he goes for more. Beautifully done for the 16-year-old. Lovely way to frag these players down. Sure, there are pistols, but that makes the kills even more important. You want to keep this AWP alive as long as possible. Damage has been done. Dying is not an option. He doesn't seem to go for that. Nade gets chucked. A lot of players low, softened up. Chance for particularly Tapeware to get involved. Yeah, this is a pretty clean round still. If ENCE find one kill, I think they already are quite happy about it, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to.
There we go. This one is now in the books. Copenhagen Wolves have been doing a pretty good job at the CC side defense. Obviously, Jorko, great shots with the AWP. Sure, against an eco, not really contested. Obviously, it's a lot more difficult to hold outside with the AWP once your opponents have like a proper investment, because that's when the smoke's right in, the HE grenades and whatnot. Obviously, the smoke's really messing up the vision for the CT opper. And the scariest part is, as well, that sometimes they might even go for a straight-up aim duel against the opper in garage. This time, though, ENCE really changing up the pace. Look at how quickly they're about to explode on the side. There we go. Some players trying to play in front of the smoke. Delani is able to get one. Nixon, oh, that's so awkward. He had no one. And I mean no one to help him out in heaven. And this was one of the few times they had just a two-man setup. This is still quite doable. Look at Mateos. Oh, I say look at Mateos. The only thing we can look at is his dead body. So 2v3. Jorko is going to try to move up HUD, but that is just such an awkward position. He's the first point of contact as well. He gets the one big frag. Now he's got to... Oh, look for a second. Oh, down to the 1v1v go. Jorko. Oh, pulls it up as well. He's happy. He's absolutely happy. That is a huge round to win. Copenhagen Wolves, man, the stand-in, doing some phenomenal work.
And he's hyping up the team as well. Great stuff. could really see him screaming in his mic. He feels like a little bit of a streamer, the setup that he has. The lighting, all just positioned so well.
Oh, yeah.
Here, look at this. It's crazy. Such a good camera as well. Good mic. Streamer in action, 16 years old, the AWP to work with, and a 4th round for Copenhagen Wolves on their opposition's map pick to fight for playoffs. A very nice story, if you ask me. That deserves something. Too high. Deserves more. Good opening kill with the AK. So he sends the first player from Copenhagen Wolves down into the bin.
Yeah, Tabler is the first to fall. Usually he's not a player I expect to see on the front line, so it's quite surprising that he's the first to take the hit. Again, this is a round where ENCE Academy should not be winning it after all. The purchase is incredibly weak, but with those Tech 9s, they can definitely keep up the pace, and guys like Jorko, he might get pressured here early on. The only way he could try to find the impact is, there we go, finds the one frag, and takes that long-range fight if needed. I feel like that's a really well-played situation by Jorko. Now it's up to the remaining players who have made the rotate. Belani, there you go, big frag being found, trying to spray transfer on the next. Matheus is in desperate need of backup. Mixon is about to make his way through the vents. Doesn't want to overcommit though, but Nixon, oh, he goes down. Not sure what happened there, and Jorko, hope he's got the intel. He sure does. That's another frag to his name. Oh man, wow. He is hyped, man. He is hyped. We actually don't really get to see this POV of the player cam. Usually it's like, you know, we're seeing their backside, maybe their side profile, never like this, you know, POV shot.
Yeah, and the thing is, he was hyped now, but he was even more hyped in that clutch. So it shows how important it is to keep that momentum up a little bit, to keep their vibes up. And for me as well, like in my team where we play, I'm usually the IGL, or I am the IGL. When I'm fired up and when I'm hitting my shots, when I'm happy, when I'm, you know, screaming as well, showing my emotions, my team automatically follows and my calling becomes way easier to do. You really need a player to hype you up, or in this case just a hyper in general, whether that be the IGL or something, Taper as well. There can really be a guy like that. And it helps the side of Copenhagen Wolves. It helps them to be more active, to be more profound. And again, Jorko with the opening. He fulfills the role of stand-in to a very good extent.
That's a really good position for Nixon. It would be quite nice to see him actually step up, because he has been pretty damn silent this entire first map, and well, sadly he won't get his chance. It kind of sucks as well, because the Molotov wasn't simply still gave him a chance to hold that position on Hut, which, as we know, it's such a powerful spot as the players move into the bomb set. Obviously they're going to look on top of the rafters, but not necessarily like 180 degrees up. And a tactical pause is called by ENCE Academy. Admittedly, yeah, guys, like, you know, ENCE Academy, they're okay on this map. They're not, I wouldn't say super amazing on it, but then again, you're playing up against a standard, a team that is, I believe Nixon is now part of the team for, like, at least officially by HLTV is by what, a couple weeks now? And yeah, like, they also brought in Matheus and Belani not that long ago, so the fact that they're losing right now, it is quite dissatisfying, man. Like, 62 is scrolling. Up next is a potential eco as well. So you're about to give Copenhagen Wolves like 7 rounds of the CT side of Nuke. And sure, this map is where you kind of expect the CTs to perform, but again, like 7 rounds in a row, that's something out of the ordinary.
Yeah, Nixon 9 days ago joined this team, so hey, would you look at that? Definitely a player that is capable to fill into many lineups. Really liked his time. He played that, I believe it was Aesthetic. After that he played for Woppa for a brief period, but an Aesthetic most notably. Played very well. But yeah, that's really something. to have this momentum this early in the game, mainly against an ENCE Academy that, from the time I know, they've always gone for Nuke as their pick. And now on the T side, they're visibly struggling to overcome the AWP, to overcome this ramp, although Mateos this time doesn't have the charm on his side to win out that fight. Leaves ENCE Academy with an advantageous spot, a minute left. Player that has already dropped down into the vent. I think he went from secret to be down in Zwaarts. Bomb still has to cross, and so does the AWP towards outside. Too high, missed the shot, looking to be taken. Although he's still holding on firm. He's holding on strong. He's holding on for dear life. 2 kills. While Copenhagen Wolves tried to find him, he finds them instead and puts this eco round, which was originally played with a bunch of pistols and armor. That's everything they had. They found an opening towards outside. They pick up the AWP. They retrieve the weapons. They get their way onto the side. And now they're just searching for where the final player is. They know where Belaney is, so that should be enough to start rotating down. They're actually not doing so yet. They're going A. And Tammy is going to plant, sure enough, but too high. It's from main. He knows where he is. The other one is planted. This could still be around for the pull. He finds him through the box. And now just too high to deal with. Oh, almost. Because too high is down to 19. What a weird round from ENCE Academy to still go A. Too confident in themselves. And I wouldn't be after 6-2 down. They still show no remorse and take the round. Although I think it could have been played a lot cleaner. This shot is crazy though, from Belaney to read it through. But damn. What a ballsy move from ENCE Academy to go A there.
It was, but then again, time was of the essence, and they had about 20 seconds, I believe, so maybe if they had a player move in through Squeaky, then down the vents, perhaps it would have been doable, but yeah, they decided to just hit that A-bomb set eventually, and I mean, yeah, that's what happened in the late round, but remember, initially, it was the outside play that worked out so well for ENCE Academy. What a huge round to take, and definitely that's a big hit in terms of confidence. Nixon, again, yet to get on the board. I feel like if he's able to find just, just a few frags, or just one frag every single round, I feel like this could be a huge change-up for the Wolves. Bielani will try to use the smoke to his advantage, but I don't know, was it worth it? I mean, he's surprised, but really, are you? I mean, it's a minute left on the clock, and it is quite usual for the T side to still have at least one player in the lobby.
Good kill from Mateos. The flesh out is great. Nixon sees nothing. And gets taken away. Out of door they go. Tapuer still in a good position. Too high. Initially cleared this. Now, faced with danger. Tammy with a lovely kill. And ENCE, finally, strategically speaking, the plays are working. A nice nade, a nice flash originally thrown. Set up to take the side. After that, some good trading as well from the doorway. Great help to send too high to clear back of sight. Then Tammy in to trade, potentially. This is the ENCE we know and love. And the only thing they had to do was avoid the hop on outside. Jorko hasn't found a kill in 2 or 3 rounds. And ENCE Academy have taken them.
Yeah, that is turning out to be maybe still a good half for ENCE Academy. I mean, right now, pulling it back to even 5 rounds is definitely on the table. Luckily for Copenhagen Wolves, they will have just enough money for another reinvestment, which isn't too bad. But yeah, it feels like that A-side defense is probably on the weaker end. Yeah, it's quite frustrating to see, but yeah, like I said, the one saving grace for Copenhagen Wolves, they at least have plenty of cash to reinvest in, so it's not that not a bad deal. But and tactical pause being cold, fair enough. I do like this. In a round like this, where the Wolves have played some really good Counter-Strike, I think the only thing they need right now is to probably chillax. Like we saw Bielani going for a very big push there, and I was wondering, like, the reason is why? Like, you still have, plenty of time on the clock. I mean, to go for that ballsy push through the smoke as well, like expecting that there's someone going to be in lobby or even looking towards Squeaky. Yeah, I thought that was a bit weird, but maybe this time the Wolves will slow things down, maybe play in a more default setup and try to avoid these sort of aggressive pushes, right?
Yeah, it was a little bit too easy how they found 6 straight. So I think they were like, yeah, and they're not playing too good right now. They're not too warmed up and going for pushes like that. But you realize that ENCE is the team very capable of playing those out. ENCE Academy. And I'll have to see what they can put up against a force in Copenhagen Wolves this time. Playing it slower, like you mentioned. Delaney, instead of pushing through the smoke on top of the hut, Jorko that is rotated down, lets them go over towards outside, who's now up close. Up in hand to the find up close. Zwaarts goes first, putting out the shadow. He wanted to boost, but Miltsy went for the peek instead. Now an easy second, never mind, Zwaarts with a drive-by peek. A Ferrari peek, if I may say so. And with that, B-side could be getting challenged. No one towards ramp. Tapyware too late to enter. Nixon dies on A, which is gonna make it even worse for Copenhagen Wolves. Tapeware, does he want to rotate to heaven now? That's the question, because a kill just got found towards the A side.
Man, like, this has been such a difficult half for Nixon. He is yet to get on the board with more than just the one kill. And Bilani, yeah, is feeling the pressure. He has to look towards Mini as well as Squeak at the same time. Again, running down the clock very low. And we have a bit of a misread from Copenhagen Wolves believing this is the A side, the final destination. But they're about to realize, yeah, this is just a full-on commitment down the lower side. Fair enough. Might as well go for a gamble like this in a 4v3. If this were to be an A-side commitment, they have all the players. They might even try to win a round. Now I feel like it's just too far gone. Are they going for it? No, I don't feel like it. Yeah, no, they're just going to recover the gun and that's it.
Yeah, that's the reason why they played for this 3A stack initially, right? 2.9k loss bonus. Means if you're staying alive with 3, all of them can at least drop a weapon over. And otherwise they would have at least attempted to retake and take B. They knew Zwaarts was down. They knew ramp was completely open, so realization kicked in. I will say though, after that kill, I would have been a little bit anxious of pushing. Tapeware calling them back. Saying no, we're not going to do that. We've played the round the way we want. And now we have the outcome that we want. A final round bye to get ourselves to 7-5 and otherwise 6-6 will be the play count. Nuke has gotten more and more exciting because that round has some layers to it as well. Because of that player dropping down in Zwaarts and then the kill towards A being found, Copenhagen Wolves, I guess that was the reason for them just sticking and climbing themselves towards the A side, because ENCE Academy finding an opening to A might have led them to believe there was actually going to be an A play coming in. Look at Miltsy. Already down. Mateo's getting called. Exactly that. And now, just generally surprised as to how he could have been there already.
Holy moly. I think ENCE Academy are actually doing it. They might make this scoreline even. 6-6 is looking possible, especially if Miltsy... Oh, finally! Nixon comes alive, maybe just when his team needed him most. Bilani unaware of a player pushing through hut. Yeah, both going down to 10 as to be expected. So a whole minute left on the clock, but ENCE Academy, no need to overthink this. We already have a big frag on the A bomb side. Jocko and Nixon opting to go for the retake. Man, this would be so cool if Nixon out of nowhere would just come up huge. Just a big frags. Nades being deployed, both players popping out, but you got Temet, you got Nixon going down. Out of nowhere, he's able to find 2 frags for the squad. Sadly, they happened so late that it just won't really matter. So 6-6 will be the final scoreline. ENCE Academy, a pretty nice way to finish it all, getting a few rounds in. And as we can see, this is, well, a decent scoreline, I feel like. And of course, guys, for those who are watching the stream every halftime, we have a chance to get a skin. And this time around, it's going to be... Yeah, I'm not going to say that. I have no idea how to say it. So congrats with the AK-47 Crossfade. Our admins will get in touch with you, and you'll get your skinarino. So congrats. And up next we go.
Up next we go to the second half of play. 6-6 on the scoreboard. With a good half so far from various players on the side from Copenhagen Wolves. Nixon been a little bit unfortunate. But I do like what Copenhagen Wolves have been putting up. Didn't necessarily expect all too much from them. So this is much more than I expected on the map of Nuke. Now on the T side they can really surprise. Let's say they're going to be able to still take this map as a win. Who knows what we're going to see on the other maps. Was it meant to be? Outside control. Going fast, and that's exactly what they want to do. Want to play that fast style. With that standing in play. Nixon wants to trade, but Zwart says goodbye. 2 kills from the Georgian. He's allowed to control it very nicely. Originally, Belaney still playing from the side of lobby. Wanted to go for that flank, but because his 2 friends are dead, leaves him with no option but to try and freeze and wait out the time, hoping that ENCE Academy will make a mistake, but seeing how they play, they're not really looking to make a mistake anytime soon.
Yeah, I feel like ENCE Academy have the perfect setup right now. Especially, even if it comes down to eventually rotating towards A bomb set, the fact you have so many players on the lower side, they can always just move up, go towards heaven, still win that gunfight, I feel like. Yeah, Millard is able to get a frag on Bialani, so yeah, this is exactly what is to be expected out of the Wolves. They're about to take control of the A bomb site, moving up through heaven. I would love to see someone from ENCE Academy also move up heaven, especially now that both players have landed on the side. I was hoping at least one of them will take the high ground, but now this is just not looking good. 4v2, losing HP. Nice attempt from Jorko, but he cannot save the day. So ENCE Academy, great recovery in those late stages of the first half, and they begin the second half with a pistol round win.
Yeah, nicely done. Double kill to start there from Zwaart's really important to get that. Like we saw before, we're not gonna see an eco in the second round. They did win out, or they did get the bomb plant, so I think it's fair that they're forcing up, but let's put a lot of pressure on them to perform right at this moment. Full buy from him. ENCE Academy will be good enough to manage some. Free on onto the main, or lobby side rather. Outside getting challenged as well as they're trying to drop. Belaney has already dropped into vent. Good stuff from him. Well, the rest going to try to lurk outside late. Smokes will be thrown to cross. It looks as if ENCE is forced to play this one as a retake B. Up close, still Zwaarts to deal with. The Mac-10, or the MP9 rather, will find one. Although he's found falling after. So the MP9 has been taken. The bomb will go down. And ENCE is still in no position to set up this retake. This will still be very tough in a 4 versus 4.
Yeah, man, this was a round I did not expect to go the way it has. ENCE Academy, man, they are struggling entering the side. Miltsy goes down to the player up close. And it's all up to Lonesome Temid 1v2, and he simply can't pull it off. What a rebound from Copenhagen Wolves. What a solid commitment on the lower side as well. I feel like on some level, ENCE Academy must have underestimated their opposition, but it goes to show that, well, as the odds or the bookmakers have predicted this to be a very, very close affair, and it's definitely turning out to be one. Neck and neck, no one having a substantial edge so far, but right now the Wolves have a chance to extend their lead after besting their opponents with just the Pistolerinos. And as we can see, ENCE Academy, yeah, force buy it is. I mean, economy is just screwed for them one way or the other, so might as well go for the force buy right here, right now.
Yeah, one thing though that ENCE have been really good at in terms of their playing, usually in the late rounds, in the late game, they're the ones getting the edge over their opposition. So I'm not too afraid for ENCE to lose this one out particularly, but I will say that Copenhagen Wolves, that previous round, executed so well the control they found initially. The player dropping instantly without letting anything go. It was a round that ENCE could have never won unless they actually had a player dropping down earlier. Rotations made, and yeah, they had no control, thinking to play it safe, and that's the strength from Copenhagen Wolves in this one. So continuing that form could leave us shockingly unaware of what's yet to come. Flash going out towards ramp. Mateos checking the boost as the first entry. That's magnificent. Giving too high, no chance to find that kill. With them forcing an eco following next, ENCE is sort of forced to perform in this one. Not close, an MP9 and an M4. This is a pretty nice crossfire, but Nixon shuts them down right when he needs to. He finds a lovely double. And is going to swing onto Millard as well. That won't be the kill he's found. Won't be the kill he wanted. I think Millard's looking to save here. An eco that was going to come either way. Might be better off having that Galil in the next round. But it's Copenhagen Wolves to take yet another. Ramp just easily executed. And they will take the final piece of equipment down of the ENCE Academy. No buy going forward. One up now, probably too soon. This is still a very close game. Which I didn't expect.
It is, right? I mean, right now, this is turning out to be like a pretty okay scenario for Copenhagen Wolves, if I'm being honest, you know?
Yeah.
The T sign is starting to look a lot better. Which is, again, it's always a weird thing, right? If you are playing, for example, with a standard, like, for the most part, I'm kind of a guy who says, yeah, probably it's better to play, like, the CT side with a standard, because from there on out, you basically just have to rely on your standard to hit your shots. At the same time, you have, like, some magnificent standard, you know, sometimes it's just, and he's like, yeah, I can take, like, some of these gunfights, guys, and maybe it's easier to slot him in if he's more than willing to be aggressive, and the other guys can slow down the pace, then yeah, sure. I feel like T-side is also quite good. If anything, the Wolves have slowed down their pace. They're going to move in a pack. They will not let anyone slip past through their fingers, or in this case, their paws.
The nice thing for Jorko is he's been playing CT as an op, usually towards outside, right? There's no rotations. He's mainly on his own, right? So left alone, he can do his job. But let's say there's team play involved and rotations involved. That becomes a whole of a bigger task. So luckily he played outside on Nuke.
Instead of outside, now we got action happening here in the inside of a side. Jericho frag being found. I also want to see, you know, a resurgence of Vixen, to be honest, because he has been pretty silent in that first half, not really finding a lot of success, even playing some pretty good positions like on ace side HUD. So really, let's hope we might have that resurgence moving forward, as yeah, those 9 rounds are looking pretty damn good for Copenhagen Wolves, whereas ENCE Academy, wonder, are they just gonna move in right before the bomb explosion, deal some damage, and then as the players explode, oh, they're actually gonna move in through here. Oh, this could be risky, this could be dangerous, but danger and as well as disaster averted. 4 players survive for the Wolves. Bomb will not explode in time. And ENCE Academy now, they're back with a purchase. Now, a very important purchase, might I add. So maybe they have to consider like taking a tactical pause, but I guess no, they're just gonna roll with it.
Yeah, now becomes a really important round, because if ENCE loses this, back to armor pistol, Copenhagen Wolves that have a free path towards 11 almost. Every single round that is a full buy right now becomes so important for ENCE to win. They've put it up to themselves. Winning the pistol, not winning the follow-up. From a driving seat to driving pit. What will they do? Dropping a player down early. Millard is already in control room. As it will be ramp getting challenged, just like we saw in the past. Zwaarts there waiting. Already player down into secret as well in tapeware. And there will be the flashes. Still, although you have control over ramp, that still means nothing. You gotta go down B where Zwaarts is waiting. You gotta go down in B where Millard is watching now. Tapeware important to get this timing right. He will swing right in and slides right into the B side. ENCE Academy, although initially looked to have a nice setup, it's Copenhagen Wolves who have taken the site, who have planted the bomb, and ENCE will say goodbye to yet another round.
Looking likely and quite scary as well. Okay, Juhai is able to get that frag. But, yeah, apart from that one exit frag found, the remaining squad players just have to back away and save. That's a bit dissatisfying, but that's just the name of the game here, Nuke. Especially for a team like ENCE Academy, who are really strung for cash. Yeah, that's going to be another one in the books for the Wolves. 10 rounds as well, you know, double digits reached. I feel like at this point, maybe, you know, whipping out a tactical pause wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe they should try and go for it. Whereas right now, I feel like, you know, the pace the Wolves have been keeping up has been pretty good, to be honest. You know, not mega fast, but also not mega slow. I feel like, you know, this is not necessarily a good map to make, you know, some slow executes, like, you know, 30 seconds remaining, let's push on this bomb site kind of thing. I feel like they're, it's just too difficult to pull off for a squad, let alone it's quite difficult to do on something like the B bomb site. You practically just have to be at the doorstep of B bomb site to try and hit it. So yeah, we do get to see that tactical pause as kind of to be expected, and it's the difficult case, right? They kind of save free weapons, so potentially you could make that purchase, right? I would be a proponent of buying up in a round like this on the back of those free weapons. I guess ENCE Academy is still pondering, but essentially, yeah, that is the decision they'll do.
A lot of flying from Wonder around the map, while the faces from ENCE are definitely gonna get into shape. And will need to step up right now. As Copenhagen Wolves is starting to get further and further in control. It's starting to get out of control. Molly towards Vent, so rotation will be stopped and are rushing down. Sure, you got Miltsy to deal with, but that's the only one that can even be there, physically. There's no way anybody could have rotated down with that Molly stopping them. If Miltsy dies, the game is over, but Miltsy takes 2-1 with him into his grave. Jarko with a good opener back towards A. Might allow them to rotate, but the bomb is under control, or was under control from Zwaarts, getting more done. Round that could have gone crazily in the way of Copenhagen Wolves. Gets shut down by none other than Miltsy. And Zwaarts that double up onto B. Fast pace, I get it, by Copenhagen Wolves, but this was a bit too fast, it feels like.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, because I just talked about how it felt like they maintained a good balance of, you know, taking some control, but not being, you know, mega fast here. I feel like the pace just, it did not go their way, right? The fact that the spacing was so off, you basically just gave a chance for Mills to just find one frag, boom, second frag, right after another, just because the spacing was a bit off. And again, if you think about it, maybe they slow down the pace, maybe it's a bit better. Once you take control of the lower bomb site, sure, you could absolutely do so, but I guess, yeah, we're seeing a pause coming through. I wonder if they might even attempt to do something similar, but, like, guys, okay, this time, keep a close eye on the minimap. Make sure your teammate is close by to, you know, move in as a buddy, move in as a duo. It's much more difficult to get a frag that way, at least on both players. One, sure, but the next guy, refrag should be all day, all night for the Wolves. Speaking of which, though, as well, no AWP being opted out for Jorko, so something tells me that the call is that, okay, Speaking of which, though, we're seeing a lot of util deployed on the A bomb side. Meanwhile, it is guys like Tapeware alongside Mateos trying to look for those engagements outside. Like, look how outside is completely neglected. I believe Miltsy is keeping a close eye on Mini. Oh, but where's Mateos? He's got to be just a little bit closer, man. Oh, no. Now it's just awkward. He has to push through the smoke as well. Nixon, come on. It's his time to shine. Or actually, forget it. Bilani is so good. He's getting yet another frag. I believe there's still one player back aside. Schwartz and Millard both are here. They don't really have to commit on the side anymore. I mean, they know Millard's positioning. But it looks like they will try to fight him. They gotta do this one correctly. Bilani moves in, but now Jorko against a low HP Millard. He should be able to win this one. He sees him. Oh, there we go. Jorko, mega hype. He's happy about it, and I'm sure the Wolves are as well.
Another clutch from the Jorko Meister. The stand-in showing up like a main one. And we'll see the buy from ENCE Academy decapitate right in front of our eyes. MP9s to work with on two of them. Low buy M4s, no op in play. Oh boy, oh boy. Copenhagen Wolves so damn close now. And will they go fast? They are. They're going fast, eh? They're rushing them down. Limited util. They will try to say goodbye to ENCE Academy already. And they sent them to Sky. All of them hitting the deck. A-side under control. What a play from Copenhagen Wolves. A switch of a pace that ENCE simply wasn't ready for. They might have been ready for it. They simply just didn't have the utility to hold on to it. And they were upside in the mood even further. Because the only two that are left are the two MP9s. Both playing at ramp. The 3 M4s have been taken. And do you want to save MP9s now? I guess so. Because you're going to have even weaker buys in the next round.
Man, oh man. Well, like you said, Dutch boy, MP9s will be saved by the looks of it. And yeah, them going on with a pace like that was so sick. I feel like that's exactly when you want to do a play like that, where you keep up the pace and you basically know your opponents don't really have the best of buys. And chances are they don't really have great utility to work with. So you go in fast, get some big frags. Obviously, that could be disastrous if you are running into a stack. Luckily for Copenhagen Wolves, there was no stack on a side, just the two players. You dispatch of them quickly enough, and the rotations basically can't even happen. Despite their victory in the previous round, they're still taking a tactical pause in this one, 12-8. And yeah, this is where they have a really good chance right now, the Wolves, to just close it out here. Get this victory in map 1. Remember, up next is going to be the map of Ancient, where I feel like integrating a stand-in is even easier than on a map like Nuke. But admittedly, Jorko has been, he's been doing some pretty good work. Sure, got guys like Bielani going out there, making big space, and just opening up some important rounds. But Jorko feels like he has been a really good finisher. And for stand-in, why not? If he's able to do that, let him have it. Let him keep on, being like the third or fourth player in the pack. Just leave him in that clutch scenario, because this kid has been hitting some great shots. Op or AK, he can play them both.
Yeah, it's been a great showing for Jorko. And as soon as he is hyped, the team is working. Eleni crosses in. Okay, damage has been done. All of them towards outside. That will be the information at least relayed over. Good smoke to deny it from Miltsy. Tapeware wants to push through this. Nukes the smoke. Then pushes. Mateos was watching for it, but Miltsy is having a field day. Or at least a chance to. Temi rotates down, and all the pieces from the CTs are added to the pie. It's a flawless round from ENCE Academy to strike back with a round of their own.
Yeah, that's a bit of a dissatisfying way to lose the round, I feel like, if you're Copenhagen Wolves. As well, that obviously the one thing you did not expect was that lobby push. It happened so quickly, that player goes down, and the reaction from ENCE Academy was also pretty solid. I mean, once you realize that there are no players in lobby, that's the exact time you go down the vent into the lower bomb side, and it was a very well played from there on out. The awkward thing is as well, ENCE Academy, they actually win the round with 4 AK-47s intact. So they also have some really solid weaponry on their side. And Tapeware, oh, again, he's going to expect the aggression. Aware of it. Good crosshair placement as well. That's a big early frag if I've seen one.
Yeah. That sets it up beautifully. Now, too high. That was originally anticipating on a lower push. So all of a sudden going to have to push up Secret. Will potentially find info there, but if he pushes out too far, Tapeware is ready for him as well. Secret. Getting peeked every now and then. Rem getting challenged in the meantime. What do you do if you're too high? Of course you're going to move up. That fight could have been given. Swartz falls. It's a 5v3 and now the CTs are desperate to have to make a play. Too high, instead of moving up, goes back down because he knows with a player spotted on the lower side, he's going to have to start joining them soon because A will soon be challenged. Here they come. Will be getting pushed, but getting challenged. And on the side, Tabby can't hold. Copenhagen Wolves, man. They've played stellar on the map of Nuke. And it's too high in between them and winning the round, winning the game. At least DE Nuke, that will go the way of Copenhagen Wolves. Tapeware can find it. Too high can't save. He's seen the dead cam, knows he's pushing main. Yeah, what do you do now? Going back up. What a game. A standard and all, but he's been playing well. 21-11 for Jorko. Final blow might come from Mateos. Yeah, he will. Mateos strikes the final player down, and it is in fact Copenhagen Wolves to steal the map away from ENCE. That's what it feels like, a robbery if I've ever seen one. Both pistols going to ENCE Academy, but the rest is all Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, and that's one of the things people talk about in like MR12, that, oh, if you're able to win the pistol, especially like both pistols, you practically secure the victory. And this is a case where ENCE Academy, they win just the pistols basically. When it comes to winning gun rounds, we have seen too few gun rounds won, and it's a really dissatisfying victory for them as well, because one of the problems is, you know, you're up against a team that is withstanding and whatnot, and if you're ENCE Academy on a map like Nuke, you're hoping, yeah, we're gonna get this win easily across the finish line. Even though I feel like this roster sometimes of ENCE Academy to me feels a bit too timid in some of these situations when the going gets tough, and if they're not able to have like a good and solid start, I feel like they find a really difficult time to get back into games. This was a really good example of it, and one of the big problems is that when things get tough for a team like ENCE Academy, like, who is there to step up? You don't necessarily have that one player you can put your finger at and say, oh, you know, he's going to step up and he will find you some big frags. Whereas in Copenhagen Wolves, yeah, this is still a relatively fresh project and whatnot, some fresh faces on the block, but we've already seen that, okay, when things get tough, Bilani is still, you know, going out there looking for those frags, trying to open up the round. If he is able to find the opener, sure, maybe some of his teammates die. Then you got Jorko out of nowhere, like winning some big, impactful clutch, you know, being the last man standing and whatnot. So, yeah, I feel like that's the one big problem for ENCE Academy moving forward. If their individuals also just will not be able to step up, it might be a pretty quick one here in this best of 3.
If you're wondering about ENCE Academy, that's the thing. I've always been looking at what is the issue for him. You pointed out now quite well. Like, if you're wondering who is there to step up, who is going to step up, I can't name a name, right? I can't name a name who's going to be like, okay, this is that young prospect. They're all young prospect, but this is that young prospect that will step up in key moments. No, they sometimes have a step up out of nowhere, and then the other map there's no one stepping up, and the other map there's someone else stepping up. So it's always the question with ENCE. Whereas now we've seen Belaney, we've seen Jorko, and they are going to have a showing. Hopefully on Ancient as well, because they will continue to barrage on their own map pick here. After a short break, we'll continue with the map of the Ancient. 1-0 up, Copenhagen Wolves, surprisingly enough, and they have a chance to claim the 2-0 if they win their own map pick. So let's see what's going to happen on the Ancient after a short break.
real, stay isolated. Only the real, stay isolated. Only the real, harder this shit, cause I'm ISO deal. Shine on these hoes, ice gold grills. Been in that house, yeah, I might go chill. Rather stay in, cause the hype done fell. Link with the bros, yeah, I might call Lil. Yo, what's next? Only time gon' tell. Last few years, yeah, been unreal. Whoa. Staying to ourselves, cause it's better what you mean, yeah. We was quarantined way before quarantine. Trapped inside the basement till the sky started to gleam. Yeah, I'm stepping with the Gazas, it's gon' boost your self-esteem. Staying to ourselves, cause it's better what you mean. We was quarantined way before quarantine, yeah. Trapped inside the basement till the sky started to gleam. And I'm stepping with the Gazas, it's gon' boost your self-esteem. Hey, I be isolated. Only real ones with me. That's just how I did. Ay, no, you cannot get in. It's a reservation. I set it for the team. RSVP. Ay, I be isolated. We done elevated. Where we supposed to be. Ay, our current situation ain't my final destination. That's just how I see it. Only the real stay isolated. 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 Yeah, only the real forget how they feel. It's me and Dill. Hey, we in the stool, we working on hits, we staying until. Yeah, look with the bros, it been a little while since last time we chilled. Hey, send us a beat, you know we on go, we know we gon' kill. Hey, we in the back, season the chicken to throw on the grill. Yeah, hit up Germ, hit up Jude when we in the Ville. Staying to myself, man, if I ain't with the team. We been grinding all these years, they see us on them screens. Now, people do me dirty, but I keep my hands clean. Now we seeing mills, cause we running up these streams. Don't let these artists fool you, they ain't really what it seems. They know we bring the vibe when we pop out to the scene, yeah. Ay, I be isolated. Only real ones with me. That's just how I did. Ay, no, you cannot get in. It's a reservation. I set it for the team. RSVP. Ay, I be isolated. We done elevated. Where we supposed to be. Ay, our current situation ain't my final destination. That's just how I see it.
So I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. Cash that check, get that money, man I jet set and invest that P. Ask respect, man I get that honey, show interest and I set that feet. Man I go red but it ain't that sunny, so complex for my empathy. So I might laugh when it ain't that funny. New project, let me send that beat, let me send it home. It's too late for the endings bro. True say got a friend in Rome that'll set this tone for the pending loan. Ending tears when I end that show, breaking bones, paintings here but I ain't that low. The end is near when we take that dough. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I'm a man of my word and a man of my pride. I put that in reverse and put that on my life. Shit, I don't wanna talk too much, but now is the time. I can never be right back, I'm out with the tide. Riding the waves, boy, surfing the web, man, I'm balancing mine. Hiding away won't serve you respect, boy, damaging ties. So I wouldn't wait, I deserve my respect, boy, I'm out for the night. Finding the time and the place for this next dynamic of mine. Shit, I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned.
Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man.
Highly in touch on the low, shit blow up with a bang. Slightly in love with the blow, try come fuck with a fan. Sharp like a cut on my throat, leave with a couple of man. I'm not asking to double my dough, so he should have run to the bang. Raking it in, facing your fears when you're faced with a king. Say with your chest, get lace in your limbs. Aiming correct, now he's tasting his chin. Aiming the left, try raising their sins. Saving the rest, man, I'm waiting to win. Pay me your debts, ain't safe in the bin. Aim for the chest, hearts racing within. So I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. Cash that check, get that money, man I jet set and invest that P. Ask respect, man I get that honey, show interest and I set that feet. Man I go red but it ain't that sunny, so complex for my empathy. So I might laugh when it ain't that funny. New project, let me send that beat, let me send it home. It's too late for the endings bro. True say got a friend in Rome that'll set this tone for the pending loan. Ending tears when I end that show, breaking bones, paintings here but I ain't that low. The end is near when we take that dough. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to our best of 3. Now, the fact is, We were kind of expecting ENCE Academy to run away with the first map. After all, it was Nuke. It was a map in which Copenhagen Wolves have a pretty bad track record on it. Obviously, it doesn't help that they're currently, in between rosters, in between having like a proper 5-man lineup. So the fact that they win it was absolutely insane. And up next, admittedly, it's a much easier map. The layout of Ancient is not as tricky as a map like Nuke. It is a map where I feel like you can find a fair amount of individual freedom on T side, which I feel like, the team, the players on Copenhagen Wolves will absolutely enjoy. And for ENCE Academy, this hasn't been a great map, if we're being honest, even though it is, in the map pool for a pretty lengthy period of time. And ENCE Academy as a roster has been together also for some time now. This is one of their weaker maps, to be honest, in the map pool. Sure, they barely play Anubis. It's a pretty bad map for them. Train as well. But up next there is Ancient, as one of those weaker maps. They actually quite recently only started winning some maps on it. That was actually in Galaxy Battle Phase 3. They won a win against Leo and against a pretty weak opposition in the form of Rosie. But if they had to go up against anyone with a bit more I feel like tenacity on this map, then yeah, they seem to be taking L's all over the place. But now they got to step up here. Otherwise, they might be down and out and no chance to qualify to the playoffs. So, Ancient it is. Wolves on the T side, ENCE Academy on the CT side.
Let's see what's gonna happen. Good fight over towards middle. T-side start, yeah. Layout, definitely great. More puggy heavy, I think. Considered one of the pug maps as well. A lot of retakes. And Jorko, a lot of a harder time than just simply holding outside with the AWP, but a lot of versatility that can be played. So I'm looking forward to what he particularly can do. Side is under control of A. Immediately, the fight from Copenhagen Wolves works wonderfully. Able to take the plant with it as well. And we're looking at a post-plant situation where ENCE is still in position to go for this retake. Pushing out inbound, too high. Up close with the dual Berettas. They are on the side, but they don't have the kit to work with. Miller takes one more with him as he pushes out from Brokey. Belaney comes from main, and Belaney will have a good showing. Time is ticking. The percentages are diminishing by the second, and there's no more play. No kit to work with, no defuse, and Jorko has done it again. The round will go to Copenhagen Wolves, not as hyped as he didn't get the kill. But I think this round is huge to pick up, considering first of all they won the map number 1. Now they find the pistol for the first time. Because in Nuke they lost both pistols. This is great for Copenhagen Wolves.
Pretty damn good indeed. I'll say this as well. I have seen some gameplay of Copenhagen Wolves on this map, and from what I've noticed, they're actually a team that really enjoy hitting the A bomb site on T side. For the most part, the A bomb site doesn't get as much traction for the T's, just because, sure, it is quite doable to take, to be honest, because A side usually has only just the one defender, max 2. But the big problem is always trying to hold on to A side, and that's where, the whole idea of something like Ancient being pretty good for the CTs on retakes comes in. And so we are seeing a straight up force buy from ENCE Academy. Now, sometimes you get to see teams fighting for some ramp control on the CT side, flashing in or playing really close ramp where they hope to catch some of those T's off guard. But as we could see, the Wolves, they're playing, some really passive CS. Right about now, we get to see a smoke being deployed. I don't think the smoke landed, to be honest. Yeah, the smoke kind of missed there, but not that big of a deal. They could still get across safely. And in towards Cheetah they go, whereas ENCE Academy, they, of course, are lacking valuable information. They have no idea what's happening across the map. Right about now, it's going to become pretty damn obvious. This is a hit on B's side. So far, too high is able to get that frag. I'm surprised yet. Belani not replying quickly enough, but in the end he still gets that frag. That's all that matters. Bomb plant is gonna happen just about now, so that gives ENCE Academy some breathing room. Ooh, that's a very lengthy spray. Some good damage inflicted.
Yeah, and it becomes easier to take him down. One more down low. 5 HP on Zwaarts, that's all that's left. Halfway tick the bomb is, and no kit to work with for ENCE Academy. So it becomes harder and harder by the second to take this. Figuratively and factual speaking. There goes your one big weapon. The MP9. Gonna try to pick up the Galil. Has managed to do it. ENCE will be allowed to run away safely. Bomb explosion quite big here on the map of Ancient, but not that big to take him down. 2-0 for Copenhagen Wolves. As the buy from ENCE will be non-existent into the next. But yeah, great damage inflicted. Great to find some of these kills. And Nixon, experienced enough to know how painful it is to lose yet another gun, right? They would have had 3 rifles in total, or 3 better weapons than the pistols. 2 SMGs and a Galil. Now it's just a Galil and an MP9, and it's worth to take him down in that state.
On some level, I can't really even blame Nixon that much to be a little bit frag hungry, because obviously he had a pretty poor showing on the first map, so he needs to get as much confidence as possible.
What did you say?
There we go. This is yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about, man. You know, he needs to build up some of that confidence and just send him to the front lines against these ecoing players. Let him get them frags in. Let him start building up some of that confidence. Right now, they have a really good chance to just close it out on this round number 3. The only problem I see is obviously Schwartz has made his way through elbow. That could be problematic if he goes for the flank, but from what I can tell, no flanking maneuvers happening. And right about now, the Wolves are slowing down their pace. We have seen this from them time and time again. You know, just catch one of those CTs off guard. All you gotta do is be patient. I do hear some clicking at the chat. I wonder if that's maybe to do with a potential technical issue, or someone is saying, "Oh, you have bested me in combat." And someone is replying, "I indeed have, for I am a gamer. Ah, thou, sir, is gamer. Ye am best gamer, if you will." But I don't think that's the conversation we're having. In Old English.
And then with a screaming voice, of course, they say that. Oh my. With all caps locks. To just be friendly. Yeah, it's a rough one. I mean, after the pushes and stuff, Jorko started laughing as well after the tech, so definitely getting into the heads of the ENCE Academy side a little bit with whatever is going on. And they're feeling themselves quite well. Quite nice, going fast B again. Nades toward long. Zwaarts eating them fully again. Well, now getting taken apart, you would want to say. Copenhagen Wolves gets shut down. It's all down to Jorko. Clutching up before on Nuke, but now with an AK in his hand, he's going to have to do a lot. One of the flashes used. Waiting for the swing. Waiting for the timing. When is the timing right to swing? Millard has the op. Waiting, swinging. Millard has him. Millard has his number. And ENCE Academy is on the board.
Yeah, they're definitely on the board, but I'm kind of wondering whether Copenhagen Wolves maybe underestimated their opponents a bit. I felt like that whole commitment was a bit too dry for my liking. I would have loved to seen, you know, some more, let's say, smokes come in. Obviously, throwing down smokes on the B-bomb site is pretty easy. I know that a lot of teams also tend to deploy a smoke for, you know, cave, cheetah, whatever you might want to call it, just because, you know, to clear it out on the T side is really awkward. You have some really awful engagements to have. But then again, if you are slowing down the pace, then clearing out that area of the map is a lot more doable with utility and whatnot. But if you want to keep up the pace, then yeah, it is pretty hard. This time, though, Wolves not going for any audacious plays and not taking control of the B-bomb side as of yet, but I did mention that they might try to clear out Cheetah with utility, with mollies, and we're seeing exactly that. Tapeware, oh! Even better, too high. Out of nowhere, big frags found. The Molotov doesn't deter him, and he's able to find quick frags in quick succession.
Too high. Shot from Mateos as he wants to go for more. Gets sent to Sky by ENCE. So Copenhagen Wolves are pushing their way forward. They smoked short. Trying to catch some of the ENCE Academy aggression off. Don't know if they will eventually go for that still. Some time that will be on the clock. When will ENCE Academy anticipate on this rotation? Because playing 3B seems a bit bad. That's why they're going aggressive. Too High and Swartz will soon get this off. The two non-Finnish players in the team. Holding hand in hand. Being hand in hand. As Tammy is already aware of this being an A play. Hasn't heard them. Just probably has that feeling and now moves in for real. Steps are made. Needing to plan. Jorko has to get onto the side and plan. Planting for Donut. Where Tammy is still aware. The palm has actually gone down. This round becomes possible. As Nixon is having a bit of a better game and actually shuts down the player coming in. Jorko seen. What can Nixon do on an island in Donut? Needed every shot here in the retake. Smart still playing from middle. Wants to watch the cross. Nixon need to hit it. Couldn't do so. Swartz takes him and that's ENCE Academy up to their second round in a row as well. Brilliant showing for them. But they need to find way more in order to be called upon.
Yeah, but you can see right now, ENCE Academy are relying a bit more on their individuals to find those opening frags, right? We saw as well Too High feeling it like, okay, I might have some good timing here. I'm just going to go for this push. And Cheetah, perfect. You know, he's able to find 2 frags. But then again, heavily relying on your individuals every single time is not necessarily a winning formula. I feel like in some of these situations, they might have to, you know, change it up a bit. Maybe have someone like, you know, Too High play aggressive in Cheetah, but also have mid control for the CT side. Maybe someone moving in from heaven and also causing some ruckus that way. Meanwhile, the A side is where it's at. Again, Copenhagen Wolves, they really enjoy hitting the A bomb site. This time is no exception. Temme will spray down 1 player, but a bomb plan is looking pretty damn good. Jurko at Brocky. Okay. That is Temme finding the frag, and now, yeah, Belani going down to Temme. Out of nowhere, Temme was without a single frag, and out of nowhere gets 4.
Yeah, good stuff from him. Played the A anchor position. One of the reasons maybe Copenhagen Wolves got away with 3 rounds in the first place. Because Temme couldn't get things going. Now 4 kills will make Copenhagen Wolves a little bit more anxious of going A. Hopefully for Temme and ENCE Academy, of course. Well, at the same time, Copenhagen Wolves, they're going to have a buy. They're going to have everything they want except for the AWP. That one will be picked up by Millard. And again, all over the board. ENCE Academy having their showing up. Too High this time. The one that's the exception with 8 kills. Definitely showing up great. Double kill found towards middle. Still Too High left as he's been in cave. The side of choice for ENCE found or most of their success on killing. Through the smoke. Not aware. Are both Jorko and Tapeware. Belay though is going to push this one down. Too High anticipates on him. And now pushes further with Tapeware aware. They didn't make any noise going up ramp. So I do get why he wasn't aware of it. Well, now you're going to have to start being aware. Through the smoke, making a play. Swartz is in the open. Ready for it. As Jorko finds him. The round will go to Copenhagen Wolves. So much happening there on ramp and mid. The double kill. ENCE finding trade backs and then Too High with the smoke lurk. But in the end, Copenhagen Wolves to play the number game to perfection.
Yeah, this was kind of the change-up I was hoping out of ENCE Academy, you know, to a bit more proactive, take some more control, actually fight early on with the T side, and that's what we saw, you know, in middle. Some big fights went on, heaven as well. Actually, we might see just a straight-up mid-fight once again. This time, Tapeware moving in first. Oh, my goodness, T side, phenomenal work! And Matheus with a big frag as well. I always feel like the T's have a really good chance of taking that bottom mid control just because how easily you can push out of elbow once you deploy a flash or 2 of your own. And there we go, Miller being forced out of position by the Molotov. That will give a great chance to secure a bomb plant for ENCE Academy. So I feel like this round, for the most part, is kind of done. You can still see that Schwartz is over there on B side. Retaking with the AWP is no easy matter. So I feel like, yeah, they're just better off saving their equipment. And again, it goes to show that Copenhagen Wolves, they really enjoy exploding and exploiting the A bomb site. Jorko just on the other side of the map, you know, racking up kills, making sure no AWPs are saved. And if that's how they're going to do it, then perhaps ENCE Academy would have a pretty poor or even non-existent purchase moving forward. So it would be quite cool if they could save these two weapons, ENCE Academy. They absolutely need them both. Oh no, Nixon! Oh, that's one player down, and I think that's enough. If that would have been free weapons saved, we see a purchase. Now it's eco, baby.
Yeah. The loss bonus wasn't too bad, too great as well, so I don't know. The more weapons you save, the more economy damage you can also do to Copenhagen Wolves, even though I think it would have been an eco. They're still gonna have just one AWP now, which finds himself an opening. No mid presence, this time no A presence. It's already B side under control without ENCE really knowing. Delaney though needs to be careful. No one spotted towards cave just yet, but that's mainly due to the fact that they haven't really pushed there. Side is under control, bomb goes down, the rep from Jorko will come. Up save seems like an opportunity. Millard is going to make noise, is going to make room. And they want that weapon. They will pick up the AK. Saving 2 AKs and an AWP in a round you had no intent on winning is pretty great, I would say. That's a pretty good trade.
Hey, it's not bad, to be honest, and it's really cool that once I saw Jorko going down, my big question was, are they really attempting to go for the retake? Guys, just try to save those guns if you can. And I really like the fact that that's exactly what ENCE Academy do, right? They want to play the long game. They are more than happy to salvage 2 AK-47s. They still get to keep that AWP in the hands of Millard, where I feel like his services might actually be required in middle, because we have seen how effectively Copenhagen Wolves have been fighting for some of that presence in middle. And the one saving grace, if you are holding middle with, let's say, somewhere close by a red room, that maybe if you're able to block the smoke quick enough, you might find some impact. But again, the problem is Wolves, they're taking mid control once again. This time, these two smokes give a great chance for a guy like Mateos to just push in through red room. Obviously, that is such a risky play because you're probably expecting that one red room player to be there. But Millard is actually, like I said, I was kind of hoping to see him in the middle. Instead, he's back of B side, you know, just keeping a close eye on red room. Meanwhile, this is a very peculiar position by Temme and Milty, both players in Donut. I wonder if they might even consider aggressing in middle to see what's going on.
Ooh. Good control. Both towards middle and A, of course. Tapeware taking A main, but he needs that bomb. It all kind of depends on what Mateos hears and sees, because they might as well just take Donut here. And have Mateos lurk away from B to in Donut. The flashbang as a response from the CTs. They need to clear him. Back off Totem needs to be cleared, and he won't clear it. Oh no, a bloodbath! And sent them to Sky. They were the ones throwing the smoke. They were the ones throwing the flash, and they weren't anticipated on whatsoever. No molly to clear. And they're laughing about it themselves a little bit as well. We saw it on Milty's cam. How did this just happen? They overlook him completely.
Tactical pause being taken by the Wolves. Fair enough, because, you know, even in that round, it felt like they do everything good from the get-go, you know, getting important map control, but yeah, it feels like eventually that execute just completely fell flat on its face. This is a change-up, though, in comparison to a map like Nuke, where we would see just rifles all day, all night. we wouldn't see an AWP for Jorko just because it felt like the Wolves wanted to be as mobile as possible. This is a map where I feel like mobility is still good as any map, but there are some chances for Jorko to, slow it down with the AWP, look for those long range engagements, especially against a guy like Miller too. I wonder if he's just going to keep on changing his position depending on the spawn, or is he going to return back on the bomb side? This time, though, looks like he will be joining Miltsy in middle, so that's pretty big. Seeing the flashes deployed, lower mid, being
Jorko gets
almost
boosted.
taken. Yeah, I think we do have a bit of a boost going on, right? Jorko trying to figure out... Oh, yeah, smoke deployed, so no chance for Jorko to find anyone on B side anymore.
Another lurk for Mateos. Again, finds so much room in red room. Gets that kill this time. Miller taken. That's the op finding himself falling. Pushing up towards B. One towards cave. Means only one on site. Not 3B this time. Just 2 to deal with. Tapeware finds 2 high. That's B opened. What a class execute this is from Copenhagen Wolves. Remember, they play with a standard, but they make it look easy. Their execute so successful. And Jorko makes it even worse for ENCE Academy.
Oh, look at this tape where I'm surprised he's going for war, man. Like, oh, he's just gonna crouch peek him. Nixon so close. There's no way Milty expect. Oh no, he didn't see him. 4x3? I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
Either way, 1v2. Oh, Jorko to hit that shot. No emotions though. Just calm and collected.
Calm and collected. Yeah, Nixon is playing 4x3. Stretched resolution I see here. So yeah, he did get fooled. That's why I use 16x9, guys. I'm always using it. I mean, I'm a youngster as well. I mean, Nixon is too. But yeah, 16x9. Get your FOV. Get your chance to play. Nixon proves us why. All things considered though, a round has been found by none other than Copenhagen Wolves. They still find it. And their executes are quite stellar. Their plays, their adaptation to where they find a kill. Tapeware wants to entry. Tapeware can in fact entry. Tammy taken. More needed, but can't do so. Miltsy gets himself a lovely trade. Mateos still chimes in to try and help. Mateos can't do it. As Miller joins with the op. Jorko wants to play it slow, but the bomb is nowhere to be found, right? You might have a Belaney lurking, but if the bomb is on A, you can run back from the situation, you can run away, but you're gonna have to contest A either way.
Oh, Jorko might be given a chance here. A big chance as well. That's Millard out of the picture. Oh no, Belani finds a frag on Schwartz. Suddenly it's becoming a lot more doable for the T-sides to get a good finisher on Ancient. Too High is going to take a position in red room. I guess he's expecting that both of these T players have linked up and that they're moving in through. Ooh, Donut. That is exactly what he's expecting. I guess he must have heard the footsteps as well. Bomb is getting planted. Belani. Oh no, timing is everything. And Too High. Oh my goodness. Belani looks in just in the nick of time. His gamer senses were tingling. And Copenhagen Wolves end the half 8-4. Like, this is already a tremendous feat. And it's really great to see, guys like Nixon, who are pretty quiet on the first map now, ending it as the top fragger. So really great stuff individually by Nixon. And in general, it didn't feel like, one or two players had to consistently, carry Copenhagen Wolves across the finish line. It felt like this was more of a team effort and everyone able to chip in when it matters most. So good stuff. Congrats to Merenga for winning the Desert Eagle Tilted. Again, guys, if you want to participate in the giveaway, the instructions are pretty simple. Just type in !Galaxy, and every single time we have a halftime, there is a chance for you to win a Skinnerino. And I think some guys have definitely been happy. I mean, in general, just when Lady Luck shines, you gotta be happy, man.
Exactly. And Then you will be contacted through the Twitch chat, or in this instance, Kick chat. Find yourself some information to retrieve your skin. Looking at the kills though, I was gonna mention this. Copenhagen Wolves have lesser kills than ENCE Academy. But they have more rounds. And that's the thing with ENCE this game. They just haven't been able to convert every round that Copenhagen Wolves find is a very class way of doing so. ENCE have been retrieving some with saving. Now, they really need to find success. Groot double kill there coming out. The B side gets challenged for real as the bomb will go down. Mateos, he's not really going to hear this, but has found the confirmation it is in fact the B side. Still one that will come late in Millard. ENCE will continue their form of having more kills than the opposition by winning this round, but will also close in the gap. Or is Mateos going to clutch this one up with 18 points of health? Who knows? A USP's been found. Two players right beneath each other. Mateos can't do it. Too high with the final piece, leading the charge by ENCE still. 11 kills. As ENCE will pick up the second pistol on that map of Ancient.
And it's a good thing that ENCE Academy are able to win that pistol. Again, they've been doing a pretty okay job when it comes to winning the pistols. I'll give them that. But the most difficult part for them was to get that conversion, that second round as well. Luckily, this time it won't be a challenge just because their opponents are practically on a full eco. So it is a round you're not supposed to mess up, though it can happen. But not this time, though. They're running into a hail of bullets, and survivors are none.
On surviving, 5 alive from ENCE. Things are looking better for ENCE Academy. As it will be M4s on all fours here for Copenhagen Wolves as an answer, never mind. And XM will be bought by Tapeware. Gonna put that one towards Cave. Definitely a weapon that can be used quite well. Fast A presence by ENCE, well, they're obviously baiting. Copenhagen Wolves is gonna be fooled by it. Miller though, he's fooling them completely because he pushed us into Cave. Temple rather, getting challenged. Mateos thinks the second in the process. So much control from ENCE Academy towards A that's making Copenhagen Wolves anxious. Well, eventually, they're going to have to start clearing this position if they ever want to be safe and walking around the map. Because otherwise, Belaney will have to start checking his back as well. Constantly checking for Red Room to be pushed. What looks as if ENCE is going to go B. Temple will be cleared simultaneously. Two are pushing. Now been seen. That means ENCE can start moving in, but you gotta clear this shotgun up close. Tapeware is ready. Body shot is enough. Finds a dink on Tammy. Which leaves Belaney to do a lot, but not much HP to be dealt with. Sure, too high is full HP, but Tammy is down to just 21. Can be hit from long range with an M4 as well, and the time is not on the side from ENCE whatsoever. They can rotate still now, but they will make noise. They will have to run, so B will be the side of choice. Smoke and Molly still on Belaney. Even another smoke from Nixon, so smoking off Cave could be what seals the deal. The too high lurks in from ramp. Held well, good crossfire. No way in for Tammy as he's down to 21 points of health. He's going to try to run back to safety. Run towards T-spawn to hopefully save this one. As Copenhagen Wolves break what looked to be the redemption arc from ENCE Academy. Their first full buy round goes the way of the mixed European squad, who are now 4 rounds away from qualifying for the playoffs.
Yeah, pretty sick round as well. Tapeware obviously just whipping out the auto shotgun. It's just so deadly in any Cave position, I feel like. And yeah, from there on out, once it's just 2 players remaining for the T side, it becomes so difficult to hit on side. So obviously just trying to wait it out, and maybe the CTs might have rotate, or in this case might even return back, and it was their best bet. Mateos has been naded a little bit, but nothing major. Miltsy goes in straight with a gunfight. Big frag found. Nixon, can he get back into safety? He sure can. I was kind of wondering if he's gonna go down without a fight. And obviously, this is the worst part as well for a guy like Jorko, because now he has left the A bomb site more or less open. Luckily, that is where Nixon takes his reign. And if anyone should be facing, such a forward angle, it's got to be a guy like Jorko, or actually Nixon. He's going for more. He's just on 30 points of health, man. So he's got to be a bit careful. But look at the tease. That's a pretty good crossfire setup. Tema and Millard should get this one on the board. Now Jorko unaware. There we go. Actually didn't notice that Belani was here as well. And just look at how well Tema and Millard just dispatch of these free players.
Yeah, good crossfire, and I understand that they're looking for control. But with a crossfire like that, it's hard to break. Hence, take the round. Put Copenhagen Wolves back to a weaker buy. They won a round by their skin of their teeth previously. Now we're faced with a weaker buy of their own. Potentially a 9-8 position. ENCE Academy played that one well in the early round, then slow down, wait for Copenhagen Wolves to make mistakes. And I do understand, right, a triple mid push looks very good on paper. But yeah, if you got an ENCE that is prepared for it, it becomes so hard to deal with it. Good shots, as that was the only one having armor. Mateos getting taken. Puts ENCE into a very comfortable spot to continue this barrage.
Yeah, right now this is a good chance for Eddie for ENCE Academy to get that 8th in, especially now that they're committing on a anti-bomb side. No chance to get anything done here. What the likes of the Wolves. Yeah. Gotta get that bomb plan in, easy peasy. And no need to squeeze any lemons, just get a hold of that bomb and punch in those digits. Belani, though, might actually get lucky. Oh, or the opposite of that. And so at least one AK-47 has been retrieved by Nixon, so that's a cool souvenir to have, but not a game changer in my book.
We'll see if the AK can be put to use into the next round. Let's see what Nixon can do. Has been better in this map. But the stability that he's offered has not provided them with that win just yet. Tape where it dies, Nixon almost. No armor. Which means the bomb radius stretches really long. Attack timeout. Hopefully the issues will be sorted soon and might also provide some teams to get a little bit of mentality back. It was a short one. We'll have to see if ENCE can continue their form here on this T side. 4 out of 5 rounds have gone their way. With Copenhagen Wolves now having the up on Jorko. I'm interested to see where he will play. You can put it on A and play 2 middle. That is what they opt for. You can also put it on mid and you can also put it on B. So there's definitely versatility in that regard. We posted up towards A to play that stable role that he did towards outside. And the others play the dual setups on the side. The 4-man that have played together for quite a bit. We'll have to see. Tapeware in a good position up close ramp. Belani that will watch it as well. No one is checking cave in this way. With that Molotov, maybe the setup will change a slight bit. Yeah, Belani is going to push a little bit more aggressive. He's going to watch cave this one. 2 mollies into the window room as Mateos will swing to find Tammy. Lovely work there on the mid side for Copenhagen Wolves. Well, ENCE will then have to choose to push something else. With a minute left and no control over middle, B might seem like the only option. But in my eyes, still a very promising setup here from Copenhagen Wolves. Smoke towards ramp at the exact time ENCE wants to execute. This could be tough.
I think it already is pretty damn tough. Schwartz moving in, no success. Mateos on the other end. And yeah, that one smoke grenade in ramp, I feel like that was the reason they practically win this round, right? They're still attempting it, though. 25 seconds, they're still giving it a go. Why not? Some of the CTs have started to rotate away from the side. This could be detrimental. Tape Wearer and Bielani still holding their own, so this should be pretty damn good. There we go, some shots being fired. Bielani needs to hold on to Cave, whereas Tape Wearer needs to chime in as well. Mateos is there. In fact, all the players stepping up when it matters most. Is a huge round won by Copenhagen Wolves. They'll be more than happy to reach those double digits. And whoever threw that smoke so late in ramp, genius. That was the big play that stopped that push initially. In fact, I say stop that push, but Schwartz felt like that he had the confidence to just break that smoke right open and continue with the push. I guess he was hoping for his teammates to join him on the push, but the fact that he does it by his lonesome and no one is there to step up, yeah, I thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was communicated like, I'm going to go through this smoke, or maybe it wasn't even. He just went for it. Hoped, prayed, but no cigar. And if you lose the next one, 1.9k as loss bonus for ENCE Academy, so really not that much to work with. A lot of emphasis put on this round, particularly to win it out. Fast B-Exact with the utility. They're trying to take Cave. Tapuer again. This position he played with a shotgun. Now with an AK. Headshot is needed. He finds one. Delaney from long is going to be taken down. Temi gets a lovely double, but will have to go for more. Won't be able to. Mateos, though. The Croatian is going to try to make it happen. Tries to take them all. Nixon helps, and Nixon finds! Copenhagen Wolves break ENCE Academy. They think B, without the utility from Copenhagen Wolves, is going to be enough. They find that brilliant double entry from Temi. But the rest is history, as Mateos and Nixon work together to take the remaining pieces down.
Yeah, Mateos was pretty damn sharp. Finding some big frag, and what an impact it was. Look at the scoreline. Sure, it's 11-8, but the worst part is ENCE's money. It is not existent. Someone wire up some money from Switzerland, or preferably Finland, of course. They need some of that cash injection, because right now, Eco is what they will face. And yeah, it's no wonder we're seeing a tactical pause being called as well. I mean, they could do the old classic existence, we're on an eco, but let's have a tactical discussion sort of thing. But yeah, this round, I mean, unless they win a round with Glocks, which happens in Counter-Strike, then that was the strategy all along, then sure. Oh, they are doing the existence timeout. Aw, that's sweet. Not for long, though.
Oy, playing for overtime. ENCE Academy play the way they should. This is how you should play, but in your hearts it's not right to have to do this. Losing Nuke already, when this is the lineup that sort of has to prove themselves. VRS taken into account. Some tournaments they've played in the past that don't really matter, but this one, for an academy team, it doesn't matter all too much, but getting that higher rating, some wins on the board, it's all necessary. Yorko, good shot for him. Oh, more to be dealt with. Nixon is in this corner, won't be anticipated on, but gets taken away by Millard. What a shot with the Deagle, and that brings Spark of Lights to ENCE Academy. Yeah, for a brief moment, because everything gets shut down after.
Yeah, you could see one of those players wanted to really kill Jorko in Brokey's position, and he just runs into the flames. Unaware of it. But yeah, look at these guys. They're coming alive. Mateos as well, fighting impact. We talked about Nixon as well being quite an important piece. Yeah, 12-8 is the scoreline here, folks, and this is where things are getting mighty interesting.
It really is. Close. And not out just yet for ENCE Academy. What can they bring to the mix? Some great organized team plays. We've seen that in the past. We've seen the holds they've had on middle. We've seen the game-changing moments with strategy. Will we see it this time?
Yeah, just one game-winning move, and that could be enough. Schwartz does find already a very important frag. Nixon hasn't played this aggressive in A main, I think, ever. That could be a big change-up, but Belani is able to find one frag. That's a pretty big pickup, and now that I think of it, maybe Nixon holding on to his position would have been for the better as he abandons that forward spot. That gives a great chance for Temme to move in. They might find some really good timing. Speaking of timing, though, look what's happening in middle. Matheus and company, they're about to retake middle. This could be huge. Oh, but they don't really commit to it. And that's a bit of a problem because that would have been a chance to spot out the bomb carrier. Oh, they're still keeping an eye on mid just in case. I feel like those two main players should be the first to move in. I mean, they should try to alleviate as much pressure as possible for middle. Otherwise, this could be disastrous. And right now, they're about to just walk into the side, which is pretty damn good. Oh, but Nixon doesn't really have his teammate cover him. This could be problematic. Now Nixon is aware of it. Flash is really good. Too high, and Temme. Big frags found. Belani now swoops in. Tape where it's his time to shine. But hold up. Belani out of nowhere, but a big frag. And right now, they're going to book it towards the B bomb side. This is risky business. There's going to be just enough time to get that bomb planted. But the problem is, they need to get across. And Too High makes it work. Too High saves the day. And ENCE Academy can win it. And thank him for such a big play.
What a play from the North Macedonian. He had to cross, they had to plant. But he was in the way. Right shoulder advantage being played there. He knew he had the time. He knew he had to step up. These are those moments that Too High is key. One of those players that can be the X factor for ENCE, but it's not always the case that he steps up. He also has games where he's completely silent. This one not the case, right? This one an exception. Beautifully done. And a really good showing for him in this team. Let's see if they will continue. Already been with the lineup for more than a year. This is the reason why. So much preparation went into this. And that round, even though the advantage originally found and drawn back, the calling and the calmness to call a play on towards that B side in that moment. Some would have said, there's not any time, this is too risky to go. No, they need round, they need to take some risks, but they played it calmly. And they were ready for it. Next round is on the book. Nixon's cam has frozen. Maybe out of excitement, maybe out of heat, I don't know. It's so warm in the world at the moment. But totally get why that smoke will fade. Too high. Right at the fade, Mateo swings, but he won't go for more. Jorko has found an opener, that's why Too High might need to step up. He can't. This could be the end.
This could be, and if anything, the worst thing would be right now would just to be simply give away main control, and that's about it. It looks like they're just going to keep Lonesome Nixon here, even though they have some really solid positions already at the B-bomb site. You're thinking that maybe that part of the map is just ill-defended and is in desperate need of some reinforcements.
Good swing. Svarts is there, getting two. Nicely done from Svarts. Chance to push B. Around the corner is Jorko. He pushes with the op. Gets into position. That's one kill. Now the time is running out and you know one is B. Do you have the balls to go A? There's no time. Physically, there's no way to go A anymore. And Belani is going to have this short setup. Is going to be ready for it. Miller crosses. Temme has the bomb. He needs to get this. He won't. Copenhagen Wolves are going into the playoffs at the cost of ENCE Academy. playing with a stand-in. They don't give a damn. They pick up Nuke in 13-9, and they pick up Ancient in 13-9 fashion. Playoffs redeemed. On to the next.
Yeah, that's going to be an epic win for Copenhagen Wolves. A victory I honestly did not anticipate. I was hoping that ENCE Academy, with their tenure, with their experience, they should have this one in the bag. But apparently it is the Wolves to come out on top. So congrats to them. Honestly, I feel like the Wolves have some pretty cool pieces, to be honest. Right now, I said that, this team is still being, it's still under construction, right? They're still trying to get things going their way. But I feel like that is a very exciting roster for the future. And absolutely, I mean, right now it's a great win. They secure a spot in the playoffs. That's something they can be happy about. It. In fact, that's something a lot of teams can be happy about at Galaxy Battle Phase 3, that they have secured that all-important spot. So yeah, got some really cool teams right now lined up. There's going to be a lot of cool teams, a lot of interesting matchups happening in the playoffs. So guys, I think, Galaxy Battle Phase 3 is turning out to be a really cool tournament, something you want to keep your eye out, because we will have a lot more Counter-Strike coming up in the next few days. And most importantly, next up is going to be the playoffs. So we will have some, solid teams in the form of, our aforementioned FAVBET, Nexus, Astrum. Of course, we also have some invitees in the form of TNL, Paravision, and even BC Game and all that jazz. So guys, thanks so much for tuning into the broadcast. Thanks so much for watching. And for all the Counter-Strike fans, it's time to quit the stream and head on over to watch the ongoing majors. So once again, guys, thank you so much for watching. Long live Counter-Strike, and see you all next time. Have a good one, folks.